I wouldn't have imagined it, you know, a few weeks or months ago, but now that we're here, it feels like we belong here.
I know that they're going to think we're a very easy target, and I think that might be their downfall.
You know, I've never done anything like this big in my life. Definitely excited to, you know, meet these teams, you know, been watching them for a long time. So yeah, being, you know, next to them and even competing in the same event is pretty insane.
Yeah, it was only until I started competing in Rainbow that I really knew what I wanted to do.
I personally am very confident in my team's ability to be able to take this entire major.
We just need to play strong Siege, we need to play together, and we need to be very switched on game day. We have very, very strong individuals that can flip a switch and be the best player you've ever seen.
Jigsaw is like the quintessential young gunner. He likes to think he's better than everyone, and a lot of the time he actually is, so I respect it a lot. He likes to also tell everyone that he thinks he's better than everyone.
He's definitely going to try and get into people's heads this major.
God, he's one of the sharpest players I've ever seen touch the game.
I know Jigsaw likes to playfully antagonize some of the teams on Twitter or in the lobby and be a bit of the villain.
Definitely a bit of a brat when I was younger.
There's a lot of tension, I think, between other regions and us.
To be honest, the main point holding us back is that we haven't had a competitive Oceanic team in a long time.
I think we do have a lot to prove, and not only just for ourselves, but genuinely for the entirety of Australian Siege.
We're definitely one of the titans in Australia right now.
We're always going to be considered a waste of a spot by other regions.
Making the major and competing together is basically why we play. We come to prove ourselves on the world stage.
I don't think Team Bliss fears any team, to be honest. Not even the world champions.
I would say the sacrifices are worth it if you make it to the top.
Basically, you could be the best team in the world one stage, and the next stage you could be out of the league.
I personally don't fear anyone.
We just kind of have to, we have to deal with what we have.
We would definitely be in the underdogs in this major because we've literally proven nothing. We're a fresh team, no one knows how we play.
It's like we do have the best 5 that we can produce.
Keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
Definitely don't treat us like a lower tier team. We're just gonna take it game by game like we have been all season and do what works for us. And if that's not good enough, then we'll just come back and be better next time.
Yeah, I got no idea.
Oh, brother.
I'm losing my mind.
Shoot, this is a weird one.
Okay, what is this?
There could be so many possibilities.
I'm gonna go with Villa Kitchen.
Villa Kitchen?
Is this next to Vault Door on Villa?
I'm gonna guess that that's a Villa.
Maybe Cafe? Probably Oregon though.
Oh, I know what this is. It's Oregon.
Maybe like Oregon?
Oh my god.
I'll be ready for this next one.
There's lots of maps with offices.
This could definitely be like 2 of 3 maps.
Consulate, admin, a lot of files in that room.
This would be Canal.
I'm gonna say top small tower, Oregon.
Logistics on Clubhouse.
I'm gonna go with Consulate in the admin room.
I don't know where, but I'm just gonna say bank.
Bank?
No!
There's no way I'm guessing that right.
I've literally never seen that, so...
I know there's a chunk of statue on Villa Art.
I don't know any of the casual maps, so... Probably Oregon kids.
I think Pool. I think it would be Pool and Unhaven.
Maybe like Stadium Bravo.
I have no clue, to be honest.
I'm gonna go Oregon Junkyard.
The only place I've seen chibis is when I do T-Hunt on house in the kids' room.
It would be house the playroom.
Oh my god, man.
I am not good at this.
I've seen this before.
It's like a washing machine. The wall looks like it'd be consulate or bank.
It's got to be like consulate upstairs and like admin.
I'm just going clubhouse. I have no idea.
I'll go Oregon laundry room.
The brick is making me think it's like consulate.
Is that in the spawn of bank by alley?
I think it's chalet basement, like beside the car garage.
That's chalet and like the trench hallway area.
First one on the board.
Wow, not even close.
I've been playing this game for like 6 years. I feel like I should know these.
I would not assume clubhouse because it's like a biker gang. What, there'd be never gonna be a teddy bear there.
It's on a leather back chair. That's okay. That's a good thing to think about.
I had to guess. That's just Oregon kids. Cafe and like the VIP.
It looks like a leather booth, so I kind of want to say like cafe.
Leatherback chair. Leatherback chairs. Leatherback. Where are leatherback chairs?
I would assume it would be cafe. It looks like it'd be from cafe.
Wait, that's a bench it's on. This is cafe, like tables.
My first initial thought is like this is somewhere on cafe.
Dining room, cafe.
Yeah!
I had no idea.
At least I got one.
Ram's got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker can have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
Like so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her Ram drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Mario repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You could definitely walk through a barbed wire with a Ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're even there.
If you panic when there's a Ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the Ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass consulate and Night Heaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
That's a hard one, bro. It's a hard one. Wait, I mean, there's two obvious ones, though.
Yeah, he just doesn't care enough. I remember there was once, like right after we had a talk about being late and stuff, like you were late like 3 days in a row after that happened.
Like he's just really late in general.
But he's usually the first one in, so he just has a better, he just takes more first engagements than Gomez does, so he's more likely to get the first pick than Gomez. Well, Diaz is just the obvious entry, but I think the reason why I put Dave is because when he clutches, and he does get a good amount of clutches, like he was the person who clutched the most at a side. He gets some good ones. Or almost.
Yeah, shot. Okay, almost. The Phantom, bro.
He gets some clutches that, like, when I'm watching him play, he would do the opposite thing what I would do. Like, the complete opposite.
He does something I would never think of.
You see things in a new light, you know?
Sleeps like 11 hours.
Yeah,
right?
he sleeps like 12 hours a day.
That's not the easy one. Oh, Dave did it when the stakes were higher, bro. He did it twice on the same map.
I killed a person as Boss walks in front of me. And then I killed another dude as you walked right in front of me, bro.
Look, I'll put it this way. In scrims, Q not TKs the most with his shotgun. Dave's team kills when this, like, not on purpose, like someone runs into this crosshair, and I TK just by turning around one type of my teammate. Just flicking people. Yeah.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, you know, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes, and now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, you know, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, you know, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, who can he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, like, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, we're a family, you know. We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
I mean, there's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just gotta believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, iconic, is just, you know, got tired of losing to that guy, and he is just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret.
You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
You know, we always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. You know, they took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
You know, there's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and, you know, it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think, you know, by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
It's gonna feel like a new map, but feel familiar at the same time.
It's a really big map and just like so many rooms.
It has a ton of narrow chokes.
The piano room and the server room underneath tellers, I think those are 2 key areas that might have been overlooked in the past that are gonna be way more vital to the actual take itself on any site on the map.
On the defensive side, it's a lot of contesting the initial like entry points, so like it'll be Visa, admin, and then maybe the garage side.
And then what a lot of teams will do is stacking uppers like traps and Fenrirs for those narrow chokes, as well as abusing shotguns in the limited space.
I think on the attack side, it's going to be important to kind of confuse the defense and like break down and make the defense look at more things and worry about more things before you just do it like a linear style of attack. So
the opposite would work really well in consulate. Doe could be Jacko line, so basically we'd be going back to like to the old meta.
If you want to go in there and really have a good time, play a bunch of shotguns, play a bunch of Monty, play a bunch of Ying, right? And I think you guys will all have a blast.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside, he finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining keeper barricades, to be a big nitro out here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The free go for VP!
Everything falls to Spoit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him, no! Better!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets! He's making the 1v4 look so winnable! There's sets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with Element 1. In the first phase, you have 2 open qualifiers, so that's 2 different chances to register your team. You will need to quickly sign up since there are only 32 slots per qualifier, and it's first come, first served. This phase is over 3 days with the first 2 Swiss format. If you lose 4 games in this phase of Alpha, you're going home. And if you're in the top 12 teams on day 2, you go through to our closed qualifier. During the closed qualifiers, teams face single elimination matches, with the top 4 teams from each open qualifier moving on to the next stage. In phase beta, 8 qualifying teams will meet Element 1's 8 invited teams for a classic Swiss format knockout bracket. 3 strikes and you're out, but win 3, and congratulations, you just made the final phase. Phase Gamma is our playoff bracket, where the top 8 teams from the open qualifiers and invites will face each other in a single elimination bracket until we get to the grand final. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the $25,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to $10,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
Oh, hi there. You've caught us at the very end of the group stage for Stage 2 of the North American League. We've done 5 days straight on this broadcast of nothing but best of ones, and now today's the very last day. A couple of teams are getting knocked to LCQs, a couple of them are going to playoffs, and 2 lucky suckers are getting a first round bye for playoffs. Welcome back to the NAL. Let's break this down. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson. I'm joined by 2 of the best upcoming analysts, Jesse J. Chick and former Xbox World Champion Gabriel Laxing Marilaz. I just love that the ad always says upcoming analysts, and then your face is immediately shown every time that video plays.
I'm always on the up and up, Jacob. That's the thing about me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's what you gotta love about Jesse. He's always working to improve and try to be the best analyst he possibly can.
I guess. You just
better than that Jack guy over in European League. Yuck.
Who? We don't even watch EUL around these parts, even though we're in Europe right now, but we don't even watch it.
Who? I don't know what you're talking about.
That fresh guy?
Oh,
not so fresh in my mind.
That guy that
Jesse definitely dressed better.
The dude that should have stayed bald. That's unfortunate. Just saying, Jack, you can do a lot better on your look. This is the way that NA guys do banter, by the way. You want to banter, you're getting it. We have a couple things we need to get through. And this is not exactly a lengthy pre-show, but there's a lot of things that we need to dive into relatively quickly on everything. First thing we'll do is do a double check on the standings up through the first 5 days. So we'll look at where we're at going into the last day of best of ones. This is it. And for right now, M80 are currently the kings of North America, if only by a sliver.
Indeed they are, and they're in a very good spot to finish in the top 2, which, as you mentioned, Jacob, does give you a first-round bye through playoffs. It's incredibly important that you get that because you have effectively a 75% chance of making it to the major. If you go top 2 here through the group stage, you just need to win 1 of 2 BO3s. So it's a great spot to be. M80 almost guaranteed, not quite, almost guaranteed. One of the 2 spots, Dark Zero and Wildcard will be fighting it out for the second.
When you're looking at M80, I view it as someone that's on 1 HP. You just gotta sneeze on him. M80 practically just has to sneeze to pop out a point and then practically secure themselves first and second. It's a beautiful thing to see. My most exciting thing that I'm looking for is the bottom half of the bracket. That's where the intensity really is gonna be at. Because even if you secure first and second, you know, you force yourself in a spot where you can sit pretty, look nice, but you still gotta play the games. But the bottom of it, if you don't make it, you got a long road.
We'll do a double check on where that bottom 3 is exactly with our schedule, because that bottom 3 will be fighting for just 1 spot. Beastcoast is not in contention anymore, even though they do have the first game of the day. Luminosity, Dark Zero, and Space Station all have double headers, which means there's the possibility of 6 points on the docket, but for everybody else, you're fighting for scraps.
There's 2 really important games today. Space Station versus Mirage, which are 2 of the teams still in contention for that 6th playoff spot, and then Dark Zero and Wildcard, the 2 teams who are likely going to be fighting for the final spot to make it into top 2. So those games in particular are incredibly important. The other games all have some implications here or there for both the top 6 race and the top 2 race, but those 2 matches in particular are going to be the most important today.
The ones that I'm looking at, truthfully, are between the SSG and Mirage, because one team has to beat the other team in order to win, but there's a scenario where if SSG and Mirage do a little neck and neck and one team's getting 2 or 1, that leaves Luminosity's percentage to go way up if they can close out games in regulation.
Well, let's look at individual probabilities for both top 6 and top 2. We'll start with top 6 specifically because, again, not every team is going to be able to get into the playoff bracket itself. Beastcoast already confirmed to be knocked out. And there are 5 teams that already have playoffs confirmed, but it's between Space Station, Mirage, and LG for spot number 6 to not have to worry about LCQ.
Yeah, so you can see for Space Station and Mirage, they're the likely favorites. One of these 2 teams, and since they play each other in the second game today, regulation win will near guarantee lock them in for that 6th and final spot, leaving Luminosity in the dust. But as Laxing was alluding to, if we get some weird scenarios here, for example, if Mirage win in overtime, that opens the door wide open for Luminosity.
And me personally, I want to see that happen.
Yeah.
I like to see upsets. I like to see the percentages that are heavily outweighed by the others then come back to bite back a little bit and see that team that was at 1% then jump to a possible 90% or even secure 100%. I want to see it.
Look, for Luminosity, you're saying there's a chance.
There is a chance, 1%.
I was saying, for top 6, not for top 2, because now the club gets even smaller. Only 3 teams have the possibility of getting the first round bye. M80, like you said, Lax, all you got to do is sneeze and you're basic. Okay, don't actually sneeze on camera. But it's a matter of who gets it between Wildcard and DZ, like you were alluding to, Jesse.
Yeah, and so really what we've got here, you've got to keep in mind, this is the percentages for their first match. Now, Dark Zero's first match is not against Wildcard. It's actually against, earlier today, SSG, correct? Wildcard's first game is against Dark Zero. So if Wildcard beat Dark Zero in regulation, that's 100% they get the spot. Even if DZ win that first game against Space Station regulation, then maybe they're contesting with M80 if they get the regulation loss. But really, that final game between Wildcard and Dark Zero will likely determine who ends up in that spot.
And I just got to feel bad for Wildcard because they are constantly playing last place. And from a personal standpoint, playing last game of the day is not enjoyable. To watch every single game, I personally prefer, back when I was playing, to play either right away or in the middle. Wait until the end of the day is not an exciting game, in my opinion, for myself. I would much rather just get it out of the way so you can know the result instead of have to wait till the very last minute and see what those results are.
Well, they don't have to excite you. They just have to excite us because we're the ones consuming it and watching it. And speaking of excitement, a couple of teams have actually done a really good job blowing our standards out of the water, or whatever we had as expectations coming into the stage. We'll talk about it real quick before we jump to playoffs. One team per analyst that impressed us, and then one that disappointed us. So Jesse, who impressed you the most in stage 1 so far?
By far, the team that impressed me the most was Wildcard Gaming. This team had very low expectations coming forward, at least from me. They formed only a few weeks before the stage started, and now you watch them play, they went undefeated the first couple play days. They have been crushing it, and now, as we've just set up, they have a very good shot of making it top 2 in the North American League, getting that free bye into the second round of playoffs, putting themselves in a very good position to make the major in their first ever stage. And you know, I was having a conversation, I was streaming over the weekend, and people in my chat started debating who's the best player on this team. The leading candidates were Merc and Surf, and I gotta say, that is a tough contest because both of those players have been amazing for Wildcard so far this stage.
I don't think you can choose one or the other. I think they're both performing where they need to be performing on this brand new team. And as to touch up on what you were saying, yeah, they're definitely surprised. I think the majority of the community, and even across all regions, is to see a brand new team picked up. Maybe they would have thought it would be a similar feat of a Parabellum situation, of a brand new roster being made, no foundation, and potentially getting a last place. But it's been the exact opposite. They have performed well above and beyond, and they have showed that they actually have a pretty strong map pool. Granted, a lot of their games did end out on border, but still, to be performing the way that they are in such short time is a feat in its own.
They're already confirmed to be playing in best of 3s when we hit the playoffs, but the other team on the opposite side who's currently fighting with them in top 2 is the team you were most impressed by, Lax. Let's talk about M80 real quick.
Yeah, M80 has always been a team that has stuck out to me, and I gradually see them improve as we keep going on. And what really sticks out is not only the 5 players, that's an obvious look in, but the tenacity and ferocity this team brings into their gameplay. They never let up on the gas. They are always pressing every single team, whether it's on a defense or whether it's on an attack-sided map, they are always on top of it. The only game that I saw that they might have let up even a little bit was the Oxygen game, and even then, that still could have went overtime if Fox not made that huge heads-up play.
The #1 team in North America, in most analysts' opinions. This is the squad who really have been showing it. Even if they don't finish first through the North American League this stage, their history, going back even through last year with the core of this team coming through with Kino, Diaz, and Gomez, have been so successful at big events, consistently making it to these international tournaments. And then they've added Spoit and Iconic, and we've said these players' names 1,000 times on the desk, but we just can't stop because they're such huge superstars. I think at the very beginning of the year, it took a little bit of time for them to really mesh with each other, but ever since then, throughout the stage, Iconic and Spoit have been working together so well, integrated beautifully into the team. M80 are, I think, North America's best chance to win a major.
Definitely at this point look like the front runners, at least in North America. But there's a couple of other guys on the opposite side of the coin that didn't impress us. In fact, they disappointed us, at least a little bit. If by a lot or just by a little smidge, some teams did not perform up to expectations through 5 games. Jesse, who's on the chopping block?
Jacob, the team that disappointed me is not a bad team, but I had to pick the Sonics. And the reason for that is because at the start of the stage, I didn't think it was so clear who the best team in North America was. I thought maybe M80, maybe Sonics, both had big, good results in international tournaments. And then the Sonics have just struggled this stage. You know, they're safe from being not in the bottom 3, right? They've secured playoffs already. That's great. But they have no possibility of making top 2. They've struggled in a lot of their late round executes. A lot of the times we will see them trying to push forward and things will get chaotic, and it just doesn't seem like the coordination is all there. SQ are supposed to be a top team inside of North America, and so far, they're middle of the pack.
Yeah, and to look at the roster in its alone with Grixer, Rex, and Geo, Gunner, Citizen, all well-rounded players. So it is a surprise, because we talked about going into this stage that this was a team that we were going to be looking at. They came out very strong out of Copenhagen, and it was a huge shock to see at the beginning, to see how this team was playing, then versus how we used to were seeing, and we were calling them fan favorites. Yep. And yeah, I can't agree any less. It was very disappointing performance overall throughout the little bit of this stage.
lest we forget, they did qualify for the major through the qualifiers anyway. So maybe it just in stage play, it's different to when you go internationally and you're able to put up those kinds of results. Would have liked to have been able to see them do a little bit better. But the same can also be said for the team that you were most disappointed in, Lax, because they were 5th place last stage and now they're bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, BR6 is a team that I didn't think was going to have a significant fallout, mainly because they still kept the core roster. But I think that's also what plays into that factor of losing 2 veteran players that were also top players in their own statue and in itself. But to see that huge decline again was not something that I was expecting. I thought maybe, maybe a 6th place, maybe still even a 5th place finish because they looked strong. And Mr. B's unorthodox strats from the first stage looked, immeasurable in my
pretty
opinion.
good.
It threw a lot of people off. And then even Hat, looking at his stats right now, he was a pop-off player from that first stage. He was always finding holes and strats of what the other team had set up. You never knew what he was going to do, but what you did know was going to happen is he was going to be a difference maker for those rounds and for those matches. And we haven't seen any of that on this team, this stage.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, you look at Mr. B, right? 0.57 KD this stage. I genuinely thought Mr. B was in contention for Rookie of the Year after his performance in stage 1. He was making some brilliant plays. He was a support player who could really surprise people, make a lot of space on attack. And then this stage, it just feels like something has sucked the life out of this player. I think Mr. B has always been one of the most enjoyable people to watch in North America. He's always been somebody who you can count on to make huge plays. And now look at him. He just looks sad and disgruntled throughout the stage that they've had so far. And rightfully so, because this is not the same Beastcoast we saw in stage 1.
It's sad because, again, like you mentioned, they did do really well last stage, and you'd like to be able to see things keep up, but a point that we keep harping on is the idea of replacing 2 veterans, whether by retirement or by choosing to not have them on the team anymore, with 2 guys that didn't have very many, if any, snaps in Tier 1 going into this stage. And we should talk about them first, because today they have their last game that they have to play. It comes up against LG, and there's another wrinkle that we have to throw into this for Beastcoast, as if this stage wasn't already crazy enough for them. Lax, they're not playing with their full 5 already, but now someone else is stepping in.
I mean, it seems like a bunch of musical chairs is going on a little bit on the roster. They're playing with Fett, their coach, which can work, and I can see some pros and cons of that. The pros being when you take a tactical timeout, you have your coach feeding you information of what the team is doing, where the mistakes are being made on your end. So now having him in game, he can do that throughout the entire game. But then on that back end, not having the playing experience of a T1, because I think this is, I believe, with what we were talking about, this is his first time in T1.
Yep.
So now that pressure's applied on top of already having a very poor season. I just hope to see that this team still try to finish out strong and to not let up.
Yeah, we've seen Fett play every now and again throughout smaller leagues, right, throughout Tier 3, and a couple of games in Challenger League. He was the coach of Panic Gaming in CL a few stages ago, and he had to sub in as a coach there. He did okay. But it's really not the same level, and this is not going to be an experienced player. Even like Tristan, who showed that he had incredible mechanical ability, who knows how to play with the team. Fett is, I'm sure a great coach, and I'm sure has played the game a lot at a non-competitive level, but this is undoubtedly going to be a loss for Beastcoast.
Yeah.
The problem is he's going to have to fill in alongside Pojo Man and Gotcha and call out so many other coaches who have had to fill in for their players in the past. He has a lot of pressure on his shoulders just to make sure Beastcoast have a decent shot of actually going through the LCQs. But for Luminosity, they're not completely dead themselves. Their chances are just extremely minimal, because if you look at what's here, yes, Beastcoast can qualify for playoffs, but there's still technically a chance for Luminosity to make top 6.
Yeah, I mean, 11% is not out of the realm of possibility, right? 11%, you get 3 points here. You're going to have to get 3 points against Oxygen a little bit later in the day, and then you're hoping for some points being spread out between SSG and Mirage, which with how they've been looking, right, that's possible. I think the most difficult step here for LG is going to be beating Oxygen later in the day. This should be, if LG are going to make it into the top 6, this should be your free 3 points of the day. The challenge will really come on later down the road. But yeah, if they can't even get 1 or 2 points now, probably done.
And the biggest thing that I want to see is the resilience coming back from this team, because we have seen them throughout the stage that they do push every match to overtime, match point. Yeah. And that does show some sort of resilience from this team, that they do have what it takes to have that mental fortitude and to keep these games going. But if we're basing that off of last game against Mirage, they didn't even look like any team that they've been playing like throughout the stage. Like it was a night and day difference.
No, I mean, Luminosity have really struggled, particularly on their attacks. In their last 4 games, LG have won 3 attacking rounds total in 4 matches. That's a huge problem coming through from Luminosity. So that's definitely something we're looking to see them fix today. Against Beastcoast, hopefully it should be doable.
Let's go to maps real fast to figure out whether LG actually have a chance of getting the full 3 points here. Jesse, Oregon seems pretty good.
Yeah, well, I actually talked about this. Me and Jesse were talking about this before the show started. I was thinking it was going to come down to an Oregon, whether that was going to be Beast Coast picking it or Luminosity picking it. For Beast Coast, I can see them picking this map solely because they are bringing in FET. And again, we've talked about it. Oregon is a very default map, so there can't be any crazy strats or any crazy things that is really going to catch you off guard. Pretty much everything is going to be in your face. And on that back end to LG, it's a very, again, regular basic map. There shouldn't be anything that Beast Coast is going to throw at them that can throw them off. The only thing that I can see LG doing is fixing their mistakes that they've had on this map in order to close out this.
In my mind, this is a mistake. I wanted to see Beast Coast bring us to a consulate or something funny if they were going to turn this into an upset win. These two teams actually played against one another on Oregon during the off-season Breaking Point tournament. 7-2 for Luminosity in that matchup known as ATK, but the same 5 players and support staff. So history says that this should go dominantly for Luminosity, but we'll have to wait and see.
This is a bit interesting, not just because FET is in the lobby, but I do wonder how much they're going to go back and look at that Breaking Point Oregon game and think maybe there's something from this that we can use. Because again, Beast Coast wasn't playing with their full 5 back then either, because that was when Hat wasn't with the team, so they had to, like, technically FET was even playing back then. No, sorry, that was Ambi. I got everything wrong.
Right.
It's okay. Beast Coast cannot qualify at this point. It's all down to LG. Let's go to Parker and Pengu, the 2 guys who for some reason have countries with the same 2 colors on their flag. I don't get it. Have fun in Oregon, guys.
Well, thank you very much. We start off on a very familiar map for everybody, though the roster for Beast Coast maybe not as familiar as people had expected. I am intrigued to see how FET will do on Beast Coast. But as was talked about in the pre-show, this is a very low-stakes matchup for Beast Coast, who have already been eliminated from the top 6. For Luminosity, they're going to be fighting for their lives. As also was noted on the pre-show, Nick, they, Mirage, and Space Station are in a dogfight for that final spot. A lot on the line for Luminosity as we get our operator bands underway.
Yeah, a lot on the lines, and a big surprise that they would just go to a simple map like Oregon. But then again, why not go to a stable, common map that you know all the way in, all the way throughout, and not take that risk on those new maps of Nighthaven Labs and Consulate, etc. But yeah, for Beast Coast, with a stand-in as their coach, I worry for them. Operator bands, nothing too out of the norm. The good old Monty, Ying, Valkyrie currently. We know that both Monty and Ying can make that basement hold so much easier to attack, so removing those will make it easier to defend that particular bomb site. And the final operator band will be the Kaid. All standard stuff.
You got a good bit of entertainment going on in the text chat between these 2 teams as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh no. Ignore that.
Don't do that.
Do not do that. I don't know. Why is LG using all W7Ms? Oh my.
Channeling that power.
I mean, they are, in my eyes, they are indisputably the best team in all the regions at the moment, especially after their victory at the Copenhagen Major, which feels like eternity ago, even though it was all the way back in May. W7M have given me no reason to think that they aren't one of the best teams, and even the W7M skin on the shotgun is being brought by Luminosity. I don't know if there's a bit of an identity crisis at the moment for this squad.
I mean, they just really want to win. They're gonna channel in every way they possibly can. And starting on defense on Oregon, it's not the worst to start things off in a match that matters a lot for you, right? And you start one of the strongest defender bomb sites in the game, arguably, that Oregon defense all the way downstairs on basement. And Beast Coast, what have they brought to deal with it? Well, so far, their key operators with the floors of self-destruction, of course, Spiff on the Grim, so that when you get into that execute phase, much like the Ying to kind of like blind out the defenders, the Grim will spot them out and tell you exactly where they are, or if there's no one there at all, then it's clear, of course. And Lion, which one scan got used to stare. Once you pop it, then you can no longer move, or you'll be spotted too. So if Beastcoast can hit the bomb site with all 5 members alive, they have decent gadgetry to actually hit the site.
First pick's gonna come to Eddie as down goes Hat, the sledge, getting maybe a bit too sloppy upstairs. There's Fett, the new addition to this Beast Coast roster after a family emergency. Prompted Reverse to step off of the team. Tristan subbed in and looked mighty fine, but then for circumstances that we're not entirely certain of, Tristan was no longer able to play. All right, well, what more can you do there, I guess? Big pick onto the sledge, but honestly, I don't hate of all the operators that Beast Coast has having a sledge go down first.
No, it's not the end. You still got the harbor, you still got those execute-oriented gadgets as well. What I really want to see, though, is Fett, you know, the coach of Beast Coast, just get in there and get some kills, because we've seen coaches make some history in the past, make some good waves happening, and just getting some good moments for themselves. If you're not too, used to playing Pro League, just getting your first kill on the board and getting a little bit comfortable in the server is going to get you a long distance. So if I can just get a kill here and starting off on a positive note, I'll see that as a small W for him.
A minute to go now is an operator who gets immense value on this bomb site, the Flores, guiding the Rotero drones in. There goes one of the deployable shields, playing by Laundry. Does not allow the same protection for Luminosity as Eddie pinged that and had to fall back. All the while, the rest of Beast Coast deciding, hey, let's take matters into our own hands. If it's not the drone, it's the Flores and Mr. B now amidst the gas, smoked by Eddie. 2 kills so far for the Fenrir playing right now. And we'll pick up a third, pulling out the bailiff and finishing off Fett. Down goes Doc as well. Spiff the lone kill, make that 2, but dropped on by Silent. And Luminosity picks up round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Silent was never cleared inside of that big tower, so you just went for a late room flank and go through attic, rotate down the tower stairs, etc., and create some havoc on the flank. And it was a very disjointed Beast Coast, and I already hear frustrations in the face of Mr. B. But this is, entirely to be expected. They're playing under very unfortunate circumstances. They are playing Oregon, yeah, simple map. But it's going to be hard to just, out of nowhere, change rosters twice in a week and a half and just try and make that work. So round by round we go. But of course, LG very favored in this scenario. They also, as mentioned, start on a very strong defender bomb site where you don't have to put in a lot of work. So expect that outcome there. I do want to see Beast Coast, though, just keep hitting those fundamentals, right? The full roam clear, the drone intel, the flank drones, the things that having a roster change shouldn't necessarily affect all that much. It ended up being a solo push by Mr. B, mostly due to that toxic bait being tossed out by Twist earlier in the round, forcing you to advance in towards the bomb side and just kind of lose out that initial gunfight.
I mean, nice play by Spiff to try and keep things close, but ultimately they're impactless kills, right?
Yeah.
When you get 2 exit kills from inside a freezer, when there's 5 people, a literal smorgasbord at your disposal. Just pick what you want. Somebody's gonna walk in front of you, I'm almost certain. There's not a lot of places to hide in that basement. And if you know that there's only 1 person left, who cares if you lose 1 or 2 people with, 20, 30 seconds left on the clock? Yeah, it's possible that you could destroy whatever advantage you have, but with 5 people, that seems exceedingly unlikely. That's certainly an interesting position for Twist to play in, by the way.
Got that rotate in the master bedroom closet and just extending the defense a little bit off the bomb site itself. We actually see Wolves in the EUL quite commonly try to extend out where they can, so LG, of course, with their own twist on this style of defense. And I like it. Again, if you're going up against an opponent who's not going to be super comfortable in the server, making it difficult for them to achieve those basic steps, like that initial master bedroom breach, I think is a great stylistic choice for LG. And Twist, doing great so far. Just proning, waiting around, and burning so much utility. I mean, Selma's going off, Warrior's drone, etc. He runs away. He could reinforce off the wall, most likely, with a toxic bait being tossed out, just kind of stall for more time. He chooses to.
So look like the Frost was fishing for info. So Silent playing the top of T3 and now giving himself an opportunity to get back to the site through attic. That secondary shotgun for Frost is just incredibly valuable. It's also, I have to imagine, Super Shorty as an addition to Legion, alongside all of those other changes, help bolster his pick rate at this point.
Oh yeah. Self-destruction is so important to just kind of shape the bomb set the way you want. Silent on top of tower last round, as well as the current one. Finding great success, just kind of looking for angles, can always come down for a flank later on. Fed to get the wall opened up for a line of sight, but currently Beast Coast are very much locked out of this. Mr. B again, very much alone downstairs, and again gets caught off guard.
I mean, you got to Solus on the board at some point. You got to be quite aggressive in the way that you drone that together, even if Solus does, in fact, counter you. 2 kills for LG. Spiff walking in as the diffuser looks to be planted. Vet might get away with this one scot-free. Spiff taking some damage, circling around the other bomb site, turns his back towards it. Vet picking up 2 big kills on the stairs, but that was just LG walking right into him. Twist tops on the diffuser, and what ultimately was a closer round than it should have been. Luminosity still comes out ahead.
But it's so close in those rounds. And I mean, if Mr. B doesn't get caught inside a dining, you know, 5 seconds before they push that go, go, go button, maybe the outcome of the round could be different, because then Mr. B, he might be the one flanking those defenders trying to get back up that wide staircase. So a very small thing with a major impact negatively for Beast Coast in that round. And things will get easier for them. Yeah, the first attack is going to be against the strongest bomb site. The second attack is going to be against the statistically second strongest bomb site, most likely. So by this third attack in round, that's kind of where you're supposed to start getting those attacking victories. Let's say Beast Coast goes 2-4 and side swap. Not the end of the world. Fed got some kills in that round. He was set up for that 1 versus 4 clutch. He got it to a 1 versus 2. Bomb was down. But the post plant, not the easiest to defend when you don't have control of a master bedroom necessarily, because you just don't have info on the flank on lobby staircase. Tough road ahead for Beast Coast.
A really tough prospect coming in with your coach, especially when you lose a newer player, and then you had some promise with another player, and now a third will fill in on that exact same role.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
The big thing with a coach coming in is just your in-game ability versus your knowledge. I think that most coaches will have a pretty good understanding of what needs to be done through most rounds. I mean, if you're playing on stage, the coach is always behind you, always listening in. I would imagine most... I don't really... I mean... This is the type of thing where Snake just does not need to do that. I mean, you think that you're going to beat Beast Coast. You think that they're not a very strong team right now. But why? You know, that's certainly a confusing one, but...
Yeah, doing it 30 seconds into the round, it's like, the attackers are gonna be in that balcony by now, so odds are he was like, I want to do this time, and didn't, you know, either realize or didn't consider the fact that he was late in his site setup, because had he been there 10 seconds earlier, he would have likely gotten a kill instead, but it was simply just too late in the round to do that.
See the double panel walls opening up onto this meeting bomb site now. As to whether there can be any follow-up, that's the question. A great operator for them to get that first pick on the Legion, by the way, because you're probably only going to have 3 goo mines down at that point.
Yeah.
The pathway to the bomb site becomes significantly harder for the attackers as that clock runs and Legion continues to gain immense value.
We don't see this
kind of a sigh of relief for Beast Coast.
I was gonna say, we don't see this kind of attack very often where you actually attack the meeting bomb site from the lobby. We almost always see teams go from big tower into meeting bomb site instead, and so far Beast Coast is finding success and having life in this round. Got lobby presence, got classroom presence, and it even got the roam somewhat figured out until Silent got the kill into Spiff.
He's got the devil split right now where you have to look left, you have to look right. Silent, no deaths just yet. Sees the shoulder of the Lion, will engage in a relatively hard fight against Doc, not expecting Mr. B to be there in lockstep as well. East Coast doubling up on Luminosity at this point. This is the tertiary bomb site you expect to lose. Diffuser going down yet again by Fett. Eddie walks in. Nicely played by Eddie to equalize the numbers, and now he's got aerial support from Azen. Looking through those kill holes. Eddie encroaching on the position of this diffuser, but no silhouettes particularly nearby. Doc could take him from the back. Eddie hops on. There's Doc to finish it off. Incumbent now upon Azen to get into action, but it's taken him a bit too long to be a factor. Allows Beast Coast to set themselves up in the post plant a second time, and Hat as the play to end the round and give Beast Coast their first victory.
And a really good read in that round as well, because Beastcoast recognized the last two defenders are not going to be in the meeting bomb site itself. So Fed just said, hey guys, I can probably just plant here. And he does that. Sure, the cover wasn't great. They lost both the cover and the planter shortly after. But the bomb did ultimately get planted. That allowed that 2v2 post plant to, of course, favor the attack inside. They had good positions. And more importantly, the defenders have to retake in towards them. So they got the sound cues in the attack inside's favor. They got those drones posted up and ready to grant that information. And if anything, LG just needs to respect their opponent right now. I don't know what there was about in that round. They're playing very far off one another. There's no trades happening and kind of ego challenging. And like we mentioned, Snake dying the way he did 30 seconds into the round from the balcony prone position, just very, very puzzling. Silent here, going for a sprint. Look where he's going here. He sprints facing the window. He doesn't cut the corner, doesn't go back up into side. Like, he just kind of runs from a gunfight not knowing where the enemy exactly is going to be at. And there's just no trades happening. So LG, you gotta tighten up here. It's Oregon. It's a small map. Use that to your advantage on defense.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
You trying to give us the spinnies there, medics?
Spinnies.
Like his controller got stuck.
Throwing frag grenade.
I want to see a blitz. I know Monty's banned. It's a shame, but like, give me chaos, right? Give me the blitz gameplay. The good old blue rush. It might not be the most effective way to attack these days because we always see Warden and Smoke in those kinds of positions. But oh boy, is it always fun.
It's a very typical blue take. The gas canister will go out by elbow. Twist the one to throw it. Hat died the very first round, the very first death. He seems to be the main focus for Twist at this point as Twist decides to get quite aggressive. Just because you're playing with a coach does not mean that you are incapable of winning a best of one. We have seen occurrences that some might consider freak occurrences, one of which was on this map, with a coach in infamous fashion. And the rest of Beastcoast, while they haven't exactly had the season that most people expected, stage one went surprisingly well for this team. But I imagine some of the distractions behind the scenes is caught up to them for stage two. There's still a lot of depth on this team. You've seen Doc take over games, you've seen Hat take over games so far this stage. They are still capable of signs of brilliance, even if they are the lowest ranked team in North America at the moment. So for Luminosity, you get a little bit too cute, maybe you take too many chances. It ends up being a much more competitive match that should be, especially given the fact that Luminosity are fighting to make that top 6.
Yeah. I like the discipline right now for both teams, though. Hat the only aggressor for Beastcoast currently. Where's the team working out? Roam clear. You see the Beast go out with the red pings, nades follow, but nothing really comes out of it. But it's a swing in the end for Fed, finding that opening kill onto LG.
And suddenly Beastcoast have this renewed sense of understanding. Hat's the next one up, trying to soften up Eddie. Luminosity's anchors are the only thing that stands between them and a loss at the moment of this round. And let Swinger be swung by Eddie, trying to keep numbers close. Fed had died earlier on. Spiff holding the diffuser. Now it's Hat's turn to go down, but Spiff dies. Snake! Incredible plays with all 4 kills at this moment. Tee it up and look for the 5th. He sees the tracers and knows where Mr. B is. Will Silent be kind enough to give it to Snake? That's the question. Mr. B inside the site, still toiling away. Snake swings the wrong way. Mr. B going for the clutch with now the diffuser down, and he wins it. Wow, what a round by Beastcoast.
We see the energy of Mr. B. There it is. The passion coming out from Fed as well. Celebrations. A good clutch round, but what was initially a really advantageous round for the attack of Beastcoast came all the way down to a 1 versus 2. And then again, LG, they don't have the discipline. Early in the round, they're swinging alone, they die. Snake somehow out of nowhere gets a 4-cray so quickly, brings it back down to like a 2 versus 2. But then they don't have the crossfire. Snake gets 1, and there's no trade from Silent. So this lack of discipline from LG being punished beautifully by Beastcoast, and what shouldn't have been that close of a round, but it was.
At what point do you get too far into this game where you didn't take it as seriously as you need to? And I say this because, I mean, there is a long list of teams that have played up against opponents that and I put in heavy air quotes here, are worse than them. And they come in expecting it to be a cakewalk. And I don't know if it's just hubris or lack of preparation, or maybe our understanding of a team isn't as strong as it needs to be. And I don't just mean you and my understanding or our understanding in that regard. I mean everybody's understanding. There's a blitz, by the way. I'll let you talk about that in a sec. But at what point do you realize that maybe we had a poor understanding and we need to take it more seriously? But hold on a second. Mr. B is off to the races. Twist scared off this position. And there he goes. This is a full blue clear. 25 seconds in, and Beastcoast understanding what needs to be done. The blitz eventually stopped by Eddie. Aizen back on the board as well. Lion of Fett taking some serious damage. Good patience, expecting his teammates to hold true. Freezer play from Doc puts Eddie on ice. Aizen is trapped in the corner with a single point of HP, and it's Spiff to get the job done. That round was over in 40 seconds. Beastcoast have now won 3 rounds in a row, and they've got the lead.
So there are 2 things I want to address here. First one is, I think the time that you start really trying hard again for LG was last round. Not the one we just saw with Blitz, the one before that, right? You just need to stop losing these basement defense and play the game seriously. And secondly, you told me that you were going to let me talk about the Blitz in just a moment, but 1 moment later, they're rushing down the bomb site so quickly that even LG were not prepared for it. Immediate blue control, straight to the rotate, and yeah, there's a bit of a blunder there from Blitz, mailing out of distance, so he didn't get the injury onto Fenrir and he died. But it's a great setup, and I really want to praise Fed here in these rounds. He's playing the hard support role, he's also the guy planting down the diffuser, and his discipline and knowledge of when to actually do it when he's safe is so good. They went into that breach, they rotated from blue into the bomb side. And then when the Blitz died, Fed stopped planting, waited for the Lion charge to recharge, then popped the Lion, then got back into that plant position. He allowed himself and his team time to stabilize before going back to the plant. Because we too often see teams just try and plant down that diffuser because it's stressful and you just hold down F on your keyboard, and if it works out, it works out. But when you are planting, you're down a gun. So from that 3 versus 2 becomes a 2 versus 2. So Fed just waiting those extra like 5 to 10 seconds to stabilize, massive in that round. You see your beats again.
Reloading.
The other topic that I was bringing up was, when do you begin to take a game seriously? At this point, I think if Luminosity hasn't found out that they need to take this seriously, they're farther away from a conclusion and understanding than we ever thought. I mean, I will go back to Snake on that opening pick many rounds ago. Yeah, in and of itself, that's not that big of a deal, but I think it speaks to the mindset that Luminosity approached this game with. LG is still a rookie team. You've got 2 experienced players on the squad, but that's about it. The rest of you are just starting to get your game day reps in. And you're running afoul of a Beastcoast team that looks hungry and rejuvenated, who found success through the last 3 rounds and have punished Luminosity for it. That blitz rush that we just saw could have easily cracked this round open, but Beastcoast ultimately come up empty-handed and we'll have to try again.
I believe the desk said something about LG's defensive win rate has been really poor in the last like 4 games, but that's no excuse to struggle these kinds of ways on Oregon. It's a simple map, very small, very compact, and it's very default. Every player knows this in and out, and they're just not playing it correctly. LG do find some success here. They find the opening pick onto Hat, but they still have yet to deal with the blitz of Mr. B, and that's always going to be an issue because if he wants to go, he can. Still got 2 smokes in pocket, so those smokes can deny lines of sight, push on in. As long as the team follow-up is there to assist Mr. B, Beastcoast still have a way in this round.
Numbers equalizing, but suddenly LG just punishing every single player from Beastcoast. Aizen is down, so it's closer than the score would suggest. Though the top of white that Spiff thought he had in control is not exactly his, not with that toxic canister rolling around. Aizen is outside the building and needs to be retrieved, but Fett ensures that does not happen. No hard breach for Beastcoast at the onset. Tells you all you need to know about how they are going to attempt this dorm's bomb site. No, it's just a waiting game for LG. 30 seconds, 1 more player making noise at the top of white. That's Spiff attempting this angle yet again. There's 1 gas canister for Twist, but he doesn't look down. There's a cap kit on the board. You knew that Aizen might be dead, but his gadgets remain. Fett vaults over, Has to pick between a player or the Frost mat, chooses the Frost mat, ultimately picks wrong. 3 in a row from Beast Coast was a good stretch, but LG bailed themselves out of that final round of the first half. These teams emerge tied at 3.
But 3 in a row is all you really need on the attacking side. I mean, you get a 3-3 half attacking Oregon with your coach. I say you're pretty damn happy about that. You still got your tactical timeouts, you still figure things out, and maybe even more importantly, depending on how involved Fed is with the team and like the strategic aspect of things, having your coach actually be a player can be a benefit in some areas when it comes to game understanding, knowledge of strats, and just coming with a different perspective and mindset than what a typical player would. Of course, individual performance-wise, we're always going to assume a coach to be a worse individual performer unless they're a former player themselves. But pure numbers, Fed has been putting up an incredible performance. He's 4-5 in the first half, planted the diffuser, 2-3 times himself, stayed alive for most of the rounds till the very end, but close to, and always having good value. So I don't actually think it's hard to imagine that Fed would also find success in defense, because if you played ranked Oregon just a couple of times, it plays out in a very similar fashion, at least when it comes to the anchor positions on the bomb side. If you're roaming, it is hell in a cell. If you're on your own and it's not easy and it's not pretty. But if you're on the bomb side like Fed currently is, on that laundry staircase, you know these positions, you know where the attack is about to be coming from, and you got all these tools to help you. The barber, the deployable shields, the gadget configurator, the goo mines. So you're always going to have pretty good intel as to where they're going to be coming from once they hit the side.
First half in terms of opening picks and how that directly relates to a round being won is pretty much perfect. Yeah. The team that's able to strike first would then go on to win the round. The only question I have is I have round number 6 marked down as a trade because there wasn't really any long-term advantage gained from that first pick. If those numbers hold, that bodes very well for Luminosity, as Hat's been punished. The Warden will not be available for this bottom floor defense. That's a 1.5 off of the board. That's a good player and Hat off of the board. Brought a deployable shield, so I imagine that it got set up somewhere already. I'd imagine it doesn't die in pocket. Given the way that most Wardens play, especially with this lineup of Beast Coast, I imagine that's elbow control for Luminosity, and they'll take out Mr. B as well for good measure, putting Beast Coast in an even worse spot. They trade back though. Doc gets silent on white stairs, not before Spiff can die on site. That means that the only on-site player is Fett. Doc roaming above, found out. LG looking far more formidable on this very first attack than honestly most of their defenses. And it's Fed who stands against this 4-player Storm. He sees the drop, but Twist ultimately credited with the kill as he falls. There's 2 of them. All right. Poor situation for Beast Coast to be in, and Luminosity regains the lead.
I do think that Beast Coast are trying to catch their opponent off guard by doing stuff that they might not tend to do that often, to kind of counter strat any prep work. But when you got Ying and Monty banned from the attack, I really do believe that bunkering up on the bomb site itself, at least on basement, is going to be your bread and butter way to approach that bomb site, because there's really no reason to roam the way they did. I like to, peek up the freezer staircase, laundry staircase, kill a couple of drones, fall back to side. But they fully committed. Hatches opened up, rotates top floor, etc. And they pretty much lost every single member who was off the bomb site. Well, they did in fact lose all the people off the bomb site first, leaving just the solo anchor of Fit alone. They do that without a Valkyrie because it's banned, without anybody playing Echo who can move those guys around, and default cameras don't get you a whole lot on Oregon, and the opponent can just play Twitch or Brava against it. So it's like you're roaming aggressively with no intel, and you're doing it on a bomb site that is heavily favorable to just bunker up, as we tend to know for this particular bomb site. So I want to see a stylistic change here. Like the Asami, the Melusi, the Fenrir, this does speak to a more defensive setup from Beast Coast, and I think it's gonna do better for them, to be honest.
These teams have favored going back to bomb sites that they lost now on 2 separate occasions. The second attempt at this Laundry defense down below. Laundry showed up twice by LG in rounds 4 and 5, neither of which went in their favor. Both were quite lopsided for Beast Coast. There's always a discussion to be had as to whether or not you want to go back to a bomb site immediately. Most of the time, the wisdom is that if you think there were small mistakes that can easily be corrected, then why not try again and give yourself a fighting chance? teams will often talk about how if they got blown out and think that the opponents have them and their number covered, then you got to go somewhere else, keep them on their toes.
So that really is it. And in this case, it's a matter of we wanted to play very far apart last round. Look at them now. They are neck to neck, they're back to back, they're foot to foot. Like they are standing next to each other on the bomb side, just waiting for LG to close in. For LG's side, they got two key operators. The floor observation to clear out utility. The Melusi guy to defender guy to keep a barrier. So much utility. And then Eddie on the capital to start things off. The firebolt, the smoke bolt, that's gonna have to be targeted towards crucial positions. Whether it's gonna be on the front side attack of Laundry Freezer or the backside meeting hatch/tower stairs, we don't know yet. That's the beauty of Oregon Basement. The middle round of this, or the middle stage of this round rather, is all about just figuring out where is the defense weak, where can we clear the util, and then hit that weak spot. Currently, with 3 members pinging towards that big tower, it seems to be a back take for LG.
Forego the elbow pressure, at least for now. Look at that. It allows 2 separate players from Beastcoast to play by blue, by elbow. Hazen might be the only player from Luminosity there. Yeah, and he misses his flash. All right. Not that it would really matter because there's a Warden of Hat that will be able to just spin around and quite easily see you. Not him to get the kill. Mr. B and Spiff actually pick up both of them. Finally, Hat gets on the board. Beast Coast thwarting this advance from Luminosity. Very nearly flawless. Only a single kill from LG. Beast Coast tied up again. This is not going to be the lopsided match that we had thought would be possible.
And just look at the difference there. From a full aggressive roam to a super passive turtle, it is night and day difference. Not only do I think that Beast Coast playing closer together favors them as a team, especially with a stand-in of Fed, but also it's simply harder to attack against because it's all eggs in one basket, 5 guns watching mostly the same direction. And I did like what LG tried to do in that round. They tried to kind of attack from multiple directions, but they didn't have anybody outside blue. Asian ended up rotating off the position, and it was a slaughter inside of it. The cross was not really established. Double meeting hatch drop. Eddie went down the staircase, and then we just saw Silent all alone, opposite side of the map. Can't really get much done. Sure, he gets a kill, but it's just an exit kill. That's it.
It's a bit of a puzzling matchup. Certainly not the way that I thought it was going to go.
5 seconds left before insertion.
No, it's not at all.
Attacker's objective is to defuse
I don't even know if you can just talk about Fett's performance, because while he was the X factor coming into this matchup, he's been holding his own. I mean, 4 and 7 on support roles is honestly where we see veteran players against some of these teams. So in that regard, doing all right, though he did pick up 2 kills, if I remember correctly, that were ultimately impactless in 1 round.
Yeah.
I don't have a photographic memory of every single kill, but I mean, even if he's not getting high priority picks, it's still the utility usage that is very critical here. Playing mute on the upstairs dorms bomb site now likely means locking out the entry points for drones to get in. 1 drone will scoop by big window, so there's obviously going to be areas that aren't fully covered, but I'd imagine probably towards attic, maybe white stairs, maybe over towards trophy. Just cause a headache for Luminosity.
Tension by both teams here. They both want to contest the master bedroom closet. Of course, Mr. P has that keep a barrier, can patch it up, reinforce the wall if he wants to. Do have a spare reinforcement left available? It's just Eddie though on the master bedroom balcony. It might be a fake take here from them. We see the outlines though, 3 members and mixture of the roof and big windows. So I'm not really sure LG knows what they want to do in this round, as they're still kind of seeming to figure that out. Might be some nades below for Mayana, might be a swing around, or might just be Eddie falling first in that master bedroom balcony.
It's a shame to lose the Selmas and the Ace so early on. And Beast Coast get that pick that they need. Again, it really comes down to who gets that first pick. The last 2 rounds decided by the team that gets the first pick as well. So, if anything, that's enormous for Luminosity. Vault in from Twists, evading whatever line of sight there might be, and Luminosity actually takes the advantage in terms of these picks. Twist comfortable enough in the coverage to get the diffuser down, and will do so successfully as Beastcoast just keeps falling by the wayside. But hold on a second. Look at the size of the cojones on Fett. He gets the pick and then immediately hops on the diffuser. Nobody from Luminosity sees it. Wow, unbelievable play.
I'm telling you, Fett's the real deal. He's really great at making decisions. Sure, he missed the C4, but he got in there. He caught the timing from the cover of Snake on white stairs and just snuck in, took down the kill. He didn't even reload. He went straight for the defuse, and they win off that play. Massive for Beastcoast.
That's really something, isn't it?
Oh, that's a tilter for LG. Is their tactical timeout? I mean, they're trying to do all these fancy things in the attack. The white stairs, big window, smoke, fire, push, right? Without a blitz or a yank, so it's kind of difficult. But it's like, I think if you're LG, just do the basic stuff. You don't need to get fancy with it. Look, they have 3 members alive. Nobody's there for post plant. Snake didn't have anything below. Asian halfway off the map. Yeah, Ana's halfway off the map. No one's nearby. If you all just come from that good old master bedroom trophy attack, maybe go attic or one guy big window, like the basic upstairs attack, I feel like very few things can go wrong. When you try and get fancy and you try and do these really elegant strats that we don't see all that often, a lot of gaps can be found and abused. And if you are Beastcoast, you're probably not playing necessarily a 1-to-1 normal strategy because you're playing with roster changes. So LG with that tactical timeout, they gotta show us that they know how to attack these rounds at Oregon, or it'll just be over for them.
For the record, it's not just a timeout, it's also a tech pause right now. I don't know what the culprit is. I am hopeful that we don't lose the stats in the lobby, but I'm not sure if there will be a full rehost or not. Again, we'll update you as it comes to pass. Being told it's just a pause.
Just a pause. Well, this is a pause. How about you start it again? Messed up server? Stop the game. Permission granted. He didn't say no.
Is that how it works?
I mean, there was once that meme with Caster, stop the game. You know? And I just want to say that it wasn't us. It usually isn't us. Sometimes it could be us though.
There was a period of time in amateur leagues where I would be the one in control of the lobby and also observing. You know, CCS, which doesn't really seem to exist anymore, and I think honestly that's a big loss for our scene.
Yeah.
There's so many people who play at the top level and so many people who work at the top level are CCS alumni. You know, Ace of Pyrite, XR Troika, myself, Flynn, Stokes. A lot of the admins in the background that have come and gone, working for, you know, ESL, Face-It. I don't think any are on Blast right now, at least that came from CCS. I'd have to do a deeper dive. But tremendous community grown tier 3 league that, even though I don't think they've ever announced if they're not coming back or not, but their absence is deeply felt and they are deeply missed. I remember in the early days when I was casting, I would often solo cast games. I had to organize the lobbies myself, get the teams in, start the game, do all the observing. I also had to run all the slides on OBS and all the transitions while also controlling the music in between matches. And then again, I had to solo cast it.
That sounds
for free. There was nowhere near enough money in it at the time. It really does prepare you for the big leagues, and it certainly makes this job a lot easier now, as all I need to do is show up and cast and leave now. It's much more simple, but
oh boy,
we don't have the power to start the game. Was where people wondering where did that come from?
There is a good old Chimera in our lobby. I like this. As I said, LG, they're trying to get fancy with things against a team who isn't playing default Siege right now. we saw them play Blitz. That's not too crazy. Now we're seeing them play Caveira on a me team. See Mr. B with a big smile on his face. He knows he's getting cheeky with it. He's hiding on bomb side. His teammates, you see Fed and Spiff, are running around looking for drones because the goal here is to make sure Caveira goes unnoticed. He's gonna run somewhere and hide now that the round has started, and hopefully not get spotted out by a drone. And just try and get one of those lone entries and try and go for an interrogation. And if you do get an interrogation, it is like practically a 1 round. Because you force the defender or attackers to go all the way back to the spawn or die trying. He gets droned though, and the gig is up. He's actually been misdroned as far as we know. I don't think Asian checked inside the small room itself. The drone started on the staircase. So the question is, now for Mr. B, you're playing a fine line. When do you flank? He doesn't know how many attackers are here. We know there are 3. He might only hear 1 or 2. And again, he doesn't want just to kill. He wants to try and get an interrogation or double.
Actually love the unconventional plays and... Oh, Mr. B with an opportunity!
Where's
the interrogation? No! We get you baited, but still, what a huge play by Mr. B. Knocks 3 players down, or 2 at the minimum. Hat, proverbial broom who sweeps up the rest of the garbage. A 3v2 for Beast Coast still as Hat dies, but Luminosity knocked off their stride. A victory here for Beast Coast pushes them to match point. Again, the stakes for this matchup, very high for Luminosity. Beast Coast aren't really playing for the same level or playing at the same level, and they don't have the same goals that LG has. LG is in a 3-way dogfight to make the top 6. They played 2 matches today. LG has a great opportunity to make it. Obviously, it will be incumbent upon how that SSG Mirage game goes. But LG are just watching what opportunity they have of making top 6 evaporate. They'll be in really, really troubling spot. East Coast prevails in this round.
And it's to a Caveira. And yeah, the interrogation didn't go off, but it's a double injury, and more importantly, the assistance from Hat was there. He guaranteed the 3-for-2 trade, which heavily favors defense. And LG, of course, also losing the mental game on this, not droning properly, almost getting interrogated, being put in this position, and now they gotta pick up the scraps. 3v2, it's clutch time for LG. They got 30 seconds to go, and they're both right by the bomb site walls, but isolated across these 2 bomb sites.
They can't get an early pick, they're in trouble, and there it is. Twist was the only one to try to get the diffuser down. Eddie had to cover. What's Eddie gonna cover now when there's 3 players from Beast Coast still upright? No diffuser to be found, and it's the Roam from Beast Coast that comes home and delivers them a 6th round. Beast Coast guaranteed at least 1 point of all the matches for Beast Coast to show up. This is a statement.
Oh, it absolutely is. I love the energy between Mr. B and Fed's face cams because they're such, animated players, and they're super excited. And then the rest of the team, NLG, it's kind of like, it's very neutral. Maybe a smirk here and there or whatever, but so much energy. I love that he went for the double interrogation. I think you can be really nitpicky and say, oh, he should have killed the one guy first to at least get 1 kill in case there's another guy covering. But no. You want the interrogation, and if it goes off, you use the second body for a second interrogation afterwards. Because once the first one goes off, the attackers have no option but to run away. They got that red outline covering them for like 10 seconds. So he could stall out for a double interrogation by just trying to risk it all. And didn't work out, and you're gonna go, oh no, but now he gets no kills. No.
10 seconds left.
Mr. B communicated to Hat that things were going sideways, or he might need a backup here. And yeah, Hat was there to secure the kills after Mr. B died. They get the full value either way. Get 3 kills. Beautiful stuff.
After Luminosity takes their timeout as well. Imagine you take a timeout, you structure your setup and attack, and you think you've got everything sorted out, and then you don't drone small tower, and a Caveira almost gets a double interrogation on you. Can only imagine the hurry that Azen had in his step to try to get close to prevent that from happening.
And to make matters worse, now LG have to attack against the most difficult bomb site on Oregon, where they struggled previously due to the big turtle setup from Beastcoast. But they've been changing it up, right? Beastcoast, they roam a lot, they play passive, they're running out the building, staying indoors, they're trying to keep LG really on their toes and guessing as to what exactly is the pace going to be like in these rounds. And I think there's a very big reward from this. Look at the time. A minute has flown by, and LG are barely in the building. Silent, droning himself in. Snake, droning himself in. Asian, droning himself in. They're gonna take at least half the round to properly know the map is really clear from roamers. And then you got almost interrogated last round. You're probably gonna have a tiny bit of doubt in your mind. There might still be someone roaming somewhere just because you made that mistake previously. So strategically speaking, Beastcoast in a phenomenal spot in this round. All they got, quote unquote, all they gotta do is not throw away their bodies for nothing. Play those trades, play close together, and force LG into those very uncomfortable kinds of gunfights near the bomb site.
No damage has been done yet in one of the slower rounds that we've had between these two teams. I understand Luminosity's preoccupation with playing it smart and playing it slow, but this can be a tough bomb site when you get into brawls to come out ahead on. Let's see if they can get an early pick. And by early, I mean in the final moment. Spiff has been downed playing by back tower stairs. Not sure of who was the one to do it. Not retrievable at the moment. Eddie trying to secure the kill, but ultimately taking damage by Pillar, and will now dump all of Capitão's utility in. A double drop through E-Box. Mr. B is there, Doc on the board as well. Spiff still bleeding out, but suddenly Beastcoast is winning every engagement. All hope rests on Eddie, but it's the Deagle kill to send LG out with a loss. 4 rounds in a row for Beastcoast. What an upset over Luminosity.
It's not supposed to happen. Look at that. Fed's showing the passion once again. He's a coach. He played well. And Beastcoast, they still surprise and they still impress.
Well-deserved celebration. And I mean, you always have to fear a team that really isn't playing with the same stakes as their opponents. The desk will talk about what this means for Luminosity's prospects of making top 6, but the real winners here aren't Beastcoast. They're Space Station and Mirage, both teams who now have a much better shot of making the top 6. That's it for our very first matchup. Let's not waste any time. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I got no idea.
Oh, brother.
I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Shoot, this is a weird one.
Okay, what is this?
There could be so many possibilities.
I'm gonna go with Villa Kitchen.
Villa Kitchen?
Is this next to Vault Door on Villa?
I'm gonna guess that that's a Villa. Maybe Cafe? Probably Oregon though.
Oh, I know what this is. It's Oregon.
Maybe like Oregon?
Oh my god.
I'll be ready for this next one.
There's lots of maps with offices.
This could definitely be like 2 of 3 maps.
Consulate, admin, a lot of files in that room. This would be Canal.
I'm gonna say top small tower, Oregon.
Logistics on Clubhouse.
I'm gonna go with Consulate in the admin room.
I don't know where, but I'm just gonna say bank.
Bank?
No!
There's no way I'm guessing that right.
I've literally never seen that, so...
I know there's a chunk of statue on Villa Art.
I don't know any of the casual maps, so... Probably Oregon kids.
I think pool. I think it would be pool and Unhaven. Maybe like Stadium Bravo.
I have no clue, to be honest.
I'm gonna go Oregon. Junkyard.
The only place I've seen chibis is when I do T-Hunt on House in the kids' room.
It would be House the Playroom.
Oh my god, man.
I am not good at this.
I've seen this before.
It's like a washing machine. The wall looks like it'd be Consulate or bank.
It's gotta be like Consulate upstairs in like admin.
I'm just going clubhouse. I have no idea.
I'll go Oregon laundry room.
The brick is making me think it's like consulate.
Is that in the spawn of bank by alley?
I think it's chalet basement, like beside the car garage.
That's chalet and like the trench hallway area.
First one on the board.
Wow, not even close.
I've been playing this game for like 6 years. I feel like I should know these.
I would not assume clubhouse because it's like a biker gang. What, there'd be no reason to be a teddy bear there.
It's on a leather back chair. That's okay. That's a good thing to think about.
I had to guess. That's just Oregon kids. Cafe and like the VIP.
It looks like a leather booth, so I kind of want to say like cafe.
Leatherback chair. Leatherback chairs. Leatherback. Where are leatherback chairs?
I would assume it would be cafe. It looks like it'd be from cafe.
Wait, that's a bench it's on. This is cafe, like tables.
My first initial thought is like this is somewhere on cafe.
Dining room cafe.
Yeah!
I had no idea.
Yeah, at least I got one.
So my favorite moment, I think, when SSG invite finals versus NIP. I was in the crowd. I just started playing competitive. I was there with one of my teammates, and honestly, I wouldn't be here without that. So if that makes any sense, it was just like that filled with energy. That was I went. This is why I want to do this.
My most fondest memory would probably be at the Yonkapin Major in late 2022, like November, I think. I was there with TSM as a player. It was my first LAN event that I got to play through. And the moment was when we were, I think it was before we went on stage. We had like a meet and greet with a bunch of fans, and that was like the first time I've gotten to actually meet like my own fans. And I got a picture with a whole group of them. It was like Farmer Gerald, Tom J. Sherlock, and Harry, and we picked up a Tom J. Sherlock for the picture.
So I would say my most fond moment of me playing Rainbow Six Siege would be when I played CL with RTV. Mr. B in the beginning of the stage said that we were gonna go undefeated. He said that to the whole league, and we ended up going undefeated in that.
Not a single loss.
And then we basically won all the way through playoffs with only losing one map. But that was for me, the biggest moments of my career so far, and I deserve to be where I'm at.
So obviously for me, my most memorable moment would be clutching the 1v4 against Damon at the Invite 2022.
Kansan, but a beautiful double play. And watching from this angle, Kansan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more, and there it is.
We were up 6-5 on bank, and it was the last round, and I clutched a 1v4 to push us into the second map, which we eventually won.
I would say one of my most memorable moments in Siege was qualifying for the Mexico Major. It was still pretty cool to travel to different countries. So, we went to Mexico City, and then I got to meet a bunch of the casters, the players. We have to play against a bunch of these teams internationally for the first time.
I think the happiest and best moment in my Siege career, it's winning SI 2020. I think that particular win meant more to me than other wins I've had. I think it was the biggest prize I've won. But also, I had just previously been on EG, and we had our string of second places. I was kind of picking up a reputation of being a finals choker. The crowd made it that much better. Just they were on our side the whole time through the game. It was really cool to experience, for sure.
The coach buff is a real thing. Suddenly, just like that, Beastcoast get their second dub of Stage 2 and knock out Luminosity in the process. Let's talk to Mr. B real fast about how this shindig went down because, dude, we only get to talk to you one time. It's at the very end of the stage. You get to knock another team out doing it, but we all know the story of how this stage has gone for you. You know it better than anybody else. Why do we have to wait until the very last day to talk to you, bro?
I don't know. It's just we've had a bit of a rough stage to say the least. So that's been a big part of it. But honestly, it's been a bit of an interesting experience having this rough stage. This isn't my first time losing, right? I've been around the scene, been here in T3. I've lost and lost and lost and lost.
Right.
And so having these consecutive losses at a high level, right? It's actually, I think, it'd be really good for me. Not necessarily put me out of place, right? Of course, I'm Mr. B. I gotta have the ego,
right?
But it has been really good, and it's really had me kind of look inward at like what I can do to kind of better my play, because I think I have been really playing a little bit recently, and so it's really been nice for me.
Yeah, well, that's actually perfect for what I wanted to ask you about Mr. B, because it feels like today we finally got to see the Mr. B that I've been waiting all stage to see. You had a great game today. We saw some shenanigans in your operator picks, but broadly, what do you think has been holding you back throughout this stage compared to stage 1? And then do you think you've finally broken through that after the game today? And do you think we're going to be able to see some more evolution of your play going forward?
I honestly think the biggest difference is that we're having fun today, right? Mm-hmm. All of last stage, right, we're having a good time. It's our first stage pro league, another. And I think going to the stage, there was a lot of people that were kind of just a little bit, not necessarily all in it, and weren't playing with passion. I know that's a bit of a weird word to say, but it's like having that passion to just want to actually be there and love what you're doing, right, in that very moment. And I think we had that today, and that's all the difference.
Well, that's awesome to hear, man. Congrats on the win.
Well, I'm glad to see Mr. Beast back on the desk here. Now, what I want to say here is, and touched up on what Jesse was saying, you guys haven't had the best performance, and even for yourself with the ego that you proclaim that you have, and I think it's deserved. You create, that's what's exciting about having players like you. You guys bring more to it. You bring a lot. But the question here is, now this does strike the ego a little bit, but the biggest thing for me is losing 2 veteran players, now going into this stage with 2 brand new players. Do you think that plays a lot into your guys' just as a whole performance?
Yeah, absolutely. I think veteran players they have their ups, their downs in terms of like what they bring to the table. But one of the big things is, if you have a team without that kind of experience behind them, it becomes really difficult to just make things happen, right? And so a lot of these rounds where it's kind of, maybe I don't have the full picture and, I'm waiting for something to happen. It's like a lot of these kind of newer players, they're going to sit there and they're going to wait for something to be told to them, right? Whereas a lot of these veteran players, they're going to, they've been around the block. They know what to do in these situations. They're going to go, all right, I'm going to make this happen. And therefore we're going to have a, 30% chance of winning this round that looks doomed. Whereas when you're working with a lot of newer players, they're just going to be sitting there going, tell me what to do.
Right.
I think that's honestly the biggest difference for me, especially as an IGL perspective. And so, yeah, I think that's been like really the big difference. And, that's no flame to any of the newer guys and no flame to any of the older guys. But it's just kind of, I think, what I've learned.
For sure.
Well, you're still trying to put something together, and the pieces maybe didn't fall into place for the whole stage. But at least for right now, you've got your moment. The world is watching. Is there anything you want to say before we let you go?
I'll just say I really appreciate everyone, right? Despite, having this kind of awful stage, I've gotten so many lovely, lovely messages from so many people just going like, hey, I'm here for you, right? This next match, you got this. You guys got this. Keep working hard. And those messages mean more than you could ever imagine. So I really appreciate those people. And for everyone that, was on me going, oh, haha, the guy was talking shit. Lost 8 matches in a row. Yeah. Fuck. Oh, sorry. Okay. And yeah, all of them, right? Job's not done. That's all I got to say.
Fair enough.
All right, job's not done. You're going into last chance qualifiers. I hope this isn't the last time we see you, Mr. B. Good luck in the LCQs, man.
Thank you so much.
I think he might be a brand risk now. I think we might not be able to let him back.
Oh, we gotta. I love that guy.
Obviously, would have been nice to see him in more games so we can hear him trash talk Jesse as much as humanly possible. I'm all for that kind of stuff. But they got a dub today, full 3 points with a coach playing. They knocked out LG in the process. Lax, this thing wasn't pretty, but they got the job done.
No, and Fett, let's focus on that. Fett came in here and dominated. In my personal opinion, he showed a lot of rounds where he took the initiative and won them those rounds. And to have that on the team, regardless of him being a coach, that is massive. I love it. I love seeing that. I love seeing coaches do good because a lot of coaches get bad reps for when they come in and play. And we've had probably like 50-50 of some coaches doing really well and some coaches doing very poor. But to see Fett come in and take the initiative that he did and win those rounds for them, massive.
That is one of my favorite players on the player cams, both when they won and in that moment there. Obviously getting the disable on the Dorms defense from Fett, that was a huge round. I also thought Mr. B having some massive plays, right? Playing on the Kavera, you know, making sure that he comes by. Hat as well, an amazing game from Hat, so consistent every single round. He was either first death and the team would lose the round, or he'd get 1 or 2 or 3 kills and completely dominate for Beastcoast. I thought they were all massive for BC. Good to see them ending their season on a win. It's unfortunate for Luminosity that will close the book on potential top 6 for them, but still, congratulations to Beastcoast. They played well.
Well, first game isn't completely done because for the first time ever, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Laxing to the breakdown.
All right, so I want to break down this play. It was a basement round. Now, guys, follow me here. I'm brand new to this, so if I mess up, make fun of me. That's totally fine. But in this round specific, one thing I want to point out here when you zoom in, it's not a post plant, but Mr. B has to get the plant down. You look at this player back here, I think he's playing this position perfectly fine. I think you need to be in a position that forces Mr. B to plant or to hunt the kills here. So if we fast forward here, if we can play the round, obviously Snake did get a cute 4K. If we can pause right about here, this is another position. So the other player, again, we saw him in laundry room. He's playing back. He's playing safe. I personally like that. As a veteran player, it is important to see that. Now, Snake here, this is the questionable decision here. Is Snake, this is where I want to talk about if this comes into experience versus non-experience, because how I see this working is you could have Snake, for example, communicating with Silent here to come play this hallway, and Snake now playing back in the doorway. That then forces Mr. B to possibly swing out and get the kill, and then a possible trade coming in from Silent, but that's not what you see if you continue this round. You now see Mr. B, huge heads-up play here. Oh, sorry, you can continue going forward. Grabs this kill, huge play here. Right there, this is where, if we can pause one more time, this is where I wanted to talk about. If Silent just maybe had that communication that you saw here with Snake of just tucking back in that corner, then that puts Mr. B in an open position of possibly swinging out in that hallway, and it then becomes a 1-for-1 trade, and that ends up being LG taking the round. And as now you see this play out, Mr. B beautifully takes that round. Big heads up play from him. Sure, it went off mistakes of LG, but overall for me, it's a huge misplay from LG, and especially when, again, they needed those rounds, they needed those points. Just a terrible overall performance from LG.
Let's go, Lax.
Hey, man, that was my heart.
First time on the radio.
My heart was racing.
Hey, you killed it. You killed it.
Well, I appreciate that. I tried to learn from you. It wasn't as beautiful or as pretty, and maybe not as articulated.
First time for everything.
It was fun. I enjoyed it.
Always good to hear a former pro break things down. Time for game number 2. We're done with Luminosity, which means the race for the 6th spot is down to just 2 teams, and they're both playing. Now it's time for Space Station and Mirage. The stakes could not be higher for this thing, Jesse, because probability-wise, with LG now out of the picture, this thing is as neck and neck as it possibly could be.
Yeah, absolutely. For Mirage, we're in must-win territory. They're going against SSG, obviously, right now. Space Station do have another game to play later today. They'll be playing a match against Dark Zero. That's an incredibly important game because even if we get a Mirage, maybe an overtime win, that 50-50 is just SG beat Dark Zero or they lose. Mirage really looking for that win today. If they can get it 90 or 97%, I think that's basically guaranteed. I couldn't even tell you the scenario where they don't qualify with a regulation win. This is do or die for both squads.
Yeah, this is the most exciting game for me of the day. I really want to see both these teams giving it their all, giving it their best, and whoever comes out on top, they're looking like the ones that we're watching go into it.
And I'll confirm really quick, straight off the press from Super Bunny, if Mirage get a 7-3 or better, that confirms them top 6. Anything worse than that, and we'll have to see how the rest of the day goes.
7-3. So if for some reason Mirage sees round 11, much different story.
Certainly.
If it's a 7-3, suddenly they're top 6 and there's nothing Space Station can do about it?
Correct.
Wow. Even though Space Station have more points they can get on the day.
Yes.
Mirage already locked that in.
Yes.
That's a really big deal. So if Mirage screw this sucker up, That's on you, pal, because this is the only game that you got to play today. This is Mirage's last chance because Space Station have a doubleheader like they have for every single time they play it, yet this is Mirage's only game, so we're hoping Meepy's crew is able to pull things together. And as we get everybody loaded in, there's a few people that we want to focus on. Most specifically, the guys on Space Station have had one dude who's been caught up in these role changes for quite some time. Lax, why are we talking about Fultz again?
Fultz is a standout player. He's played every single role, and we talked to him in that last interview of saying, you know, maybe some of areas in his playmaking abilities or his aim maybe has dropped a little bit, but his brain power, his IQ, everything has heightened, and it's now he's put himself in a role where he can be forcing people into positions, telling them where they need to go, and you need a player like that on your team in order to have success.
Yeah, Fultz, I think, in many ways has been really evolving as a player. I think we've seen him obviously play well in support, on attack, you know, being that hard breach and kit carry most of the time. I also think he's been really good on defense. You know, we've seen some great Nightham games in Space Station. Fultz roaming on that map has been really, really good. Better than I think almost any other player that we've seen. So I've been very happy with Fultz's performance so far, and it just is another piece of the puzzle that is doing well for SSG.
On the opposite side, for Mirage, we like to give props to guys like Hands and Rampy who have previous of competitive experience prior to this, but for a dude whose first stage is right now, who might be going to playoffs in his very first stage, Flax, you've been really impressed with Slothy.
Yeah, Slothy coming off the bench. You know, the stats don't really paint the picture here. I think he does bring a lot more to the table than what the stats might show. They're obviously still in contention for that top 6 spot. It's just a matter of this is a do or die for Mirage, so everyone, including Slothy, has to be showing up today and putting on their best possible performance, and I can see it happening.
Yeah, we really need Slothy, I think, to put on his best performance, because despite the fact that I think he can shoot straight, he's a very mechanically talented player, he has struggled this stage. Most deaths in the league at 66, most opening deaths in the league as well, 15 overall. I think if Mirage are going to win this game, they need Slothy to pop off in the early rounds. Be confident and swing stuff. He's so often dying alone early in the round, being picked off on the defense, not being able to go in and contribute later in the round because he's always dead so early. Slothy, I think, is an incredibly mechanically talented player, but we need to see him actually staying alive so we can have that impact.
My biggest question is not the players in the lobby, because if they've already shown so far that they're relatively neck and neck, I want to know what the coach battle is like, because if both Meepy and Callout are on their A game today, then we're going to a map that hopefully both teams are both equally advantaged and disadvantaged on. Jesse, did we get that in this veto?
Ooh. So this was always going to be a tough map end phase for Mirage. They don't have a great map pool, and especially against SSG, it was going to be tough. I expected something like a Chalet, and that is because Mirage have a 100% ban rate on consulate.
Ooh.
They finally let it through against SSG. I wrote in my notes that this was a possibility. I thought it would be a good curveball to take out Space Station. I predicted a Chalet because I thought they'd play it safe, but if they're going to pull out a map that they have banned in every single series coming up to this is the game to do it.
No, I love that, and again, to touch up on what you said, I thought it was going to be a Chalet map myself, just based off both teams' performances on Chalet. So it coming down to a consulate, I love that SSG's pulling that out because they need to get the win, and you got to be very confident going into a newer map. There's adjustments changed to it, but it is still a new map nonetheless. So if you're going to pull out something and hope for a win, this is when you're doing it.
Of all the maps to go to, we're doing cons. And I honestly, I don't really know how to feel about this. Now that we know what the map is, because we know both teams are relatively evenly matched against one another, and this is quite literally 7th versus 8th place, or like 6th versus 7th, like they're right there neck and neck. Let's actually talk predictions so we can be a little bit detailed about it. Lax, who do you like more on consulate?
I'm going to say SSG, in my personal opinion. This is a team that has played tons of consulate as individual players, so now them coming together with the coach of Callout, I can see them creating some interesting intricacy strat sort of stuff that I think overall is going to push them over.
I think there's two possibilities here. Possibility one is that Mirage have been saving this map. They've been practicing it, they've known it's pretty strong, but they have waited for the perfect moment to bring it out, and this is it, and they are about to blow the socks off a Space Station and win this game. Option two is they are desperate, and they have not practiced the game very much. It's gone poorly in scrims, and they're just like, screw it, let's throw a curveball and try to win. Depending on which version of Mirage we get, I think will determine the winner of this game. But screw it, I'm giving them benefit of the doubt. I think Mirage take it.
Ooh. I'm just saying, you've lost every single time to me so far.
No. Once I got it. Once I won.
I'm about to be, what, is that 5-1?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But no, you're not, because you're losing this one. 3-2.
We'll see.
Okay, but Jesus Christ, I love it when this happens. The problem, again, is not necessarily the fact that, I mean, new map can play a little bit of a factor, sure. It's more that Mirage have to win this sucker 7-3, and I don't think even Space Station is fully aware of what that line exactly is right now.
Well, I mean, let's be clear, right? If they get 7-3, they lock it down, confirmed. They don't have to care about the rest of the day. If they win 7-4, 7-5, even in overtime, then they just hope that Dark Zero beats Space Station. And realistically, Dark Zero are a better team than Space Station. Odds are that works out for you anyways, but I'm sure for Mirage, they don't want to have to worry about it anyways.
Not by any means.
All right, well, 6th place Hunger Games has just been narrowed down to just 2 teams. They're both playing right now, and if Mirage win by a 7-3 scoreline, and Space Station's entire strategy has gone completely in the dumps. It's Consulate up next, starring Parker Mackey and Nicholas Morrison.
I feel like he's used that one before, but not dwelling too much on our names. We got thrown a wild card, and I'm not talking about the team. Consulate seemingly confusing the desk as the map of the day for these two teams. Both of them effectively hanging their season on this map. It's just underscored by the desk. Space Station are in really good shape and have the highest odds of being that 6th and final team. However, Mirage could indeed play spoiler.
They could. And I have on my notes here, cheeky strat save from Mirage, bringing out Consulate now? Or, as Jesse said, it's been going terrible, they don't play it very often, and they're just gonna all-in gamble this. Now, SSG, they've played Night Haven Lab earlier in the stage twice. So, if 2 new maps come out, and you've already shown one of them twice in professional play, odds are you've also been practicing the other one, because it's like a philosophy thing, right? Do you want to learn the new maps quickly? Yes or no? Well, if it's yes, then you learn them. If it's no, then you don't. So I do fear for Mirage if they're not super prepared for this, and I don't believe the meta has really been established in Consulate either. So seeing the operator bans kind of tells a story that apparently shield operators are very strong, with both the Monty and the Clash being banned away, together with Ying and a big target ban onto Smoke. The Monty, Clash, and Smoke ban is definitely going to affect these rounds. You pretty much always have a Smoke on the board. That's not going to exist anymore. And there's no easy injury at Monty. Maybe you can substitute that with a Blitz instead. And you can't annoy the attackers with the Clash. So all of a sudden, what could have been a very slow-paced Consulate where you play behind utility and these shield operators, it's going to be more of a brawl. You're going to get out there and fight it out. And maybe we see the European style of Consulate where you play a lot of stuff like the Melusi and the Fenrir, and you just try and play around the gadgets on defense and try and force gunfights in areas near that piece of utility. I want to see Mirage do this. They start on defense, SSG on the attack, and new Consulate, very big map. Kind of like the old one, you got 3 floors, they're all impactful, ton of self-destruction, vertical play, and this primary floor we see Cancer running on right now, you'll notice a ton of walls, soft walls, places to make rotates, and also just a lot of rooms to drone. It's very difficult to effectively roam clear this map, and it's why we often see stuff like, for example, the Dokkaebi. Some teams might play the Jackal rather than Twitch for intel, because there's so much map to cover.
See 30 seconds on into the round. The one player who's been making a ton of waves for Space Station, Ashen, will start things off by approaching the newly remade Garage. We haven't had a lot of looks on Consulate here in the North America League. I think you and I have only actually casted it once ourselves. Really easy to trick this wall. A big change from the Consulate of old. And an impact from Spiker claims that very first thermite charge. Fultz will try again.
That's a lineup.
A missed opportunity this time. Placed a little bit more gingerly for Space Station. Allows them unimpeded access to the site, or not directly to the site, but as close as you can get. Consulate was not put on a diet. Quite the opposite, actually.
Loading new bag.
As you noted, it's a very big map. They added an awful lot of rooms.
Yeah. Worth noting that the way that SG got that breach off, they sledged the soft layer on the exterior wall then to put the thermal charge further inside, protecting it from the explosive radius of that impact grenade. And SG are closing the side here. Yellow stairs presence, back stairs presence, obviously got that primary breach opened up. Mirage is slowly gonna start feeling this pressure, but that opening kill hasn't happened yet. It's very important in this round.
Ashen will spring on in. EMP goes off you selfishly. Big backpack of Maestro spotted. Mirage suffering 2 losses right off the rip. J90 and Forrest credited with those kills. Now Forrest getting the diffuser down. Close to. Ultimately succeeding. You can hear that dread mine go off. Rampy far enough back. It's his former team that he's squaring off against. And he gets out-dueled by longtime teammate and duo of Fultz. Now it's up to Kansan in a 1v4 to try to recover. This bomb site is no longer his. It's been taken over by the interlopers of Space Station. Forrest committing a team kill as both he and Fultz swing at the same time, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Forrest got both of the kills. Just needed to spill a little bit of his own teammates' blood to get there. Space Station, get the diffuser down. And they take round number 1.
And I think already now it's very evident that SSG, I think they do happen to play a consulate game or two in scrims because they had such a good read on every single step of that round. Yeah, they got impact tricked the first time around, etc. But then they duked the second one with like such good precision. They had the instantaneous problem solve. Sledge the wall, try it again, they get the wall opened up, and while they're getting the breach on the one side of the map, they're also doing the room clear duty on the back side at the same time. So there are 2 squads working together, a team of 3 and a team of 2, progressing at the same kind of pace. When they all kind of got to that, well, we're ready now, well, they just went for it, and nothing could really stop them. One downside of consulate not being on a diet, as you mentioned, and there's so many rooms now, is that it's easier for you to be so far off the bomb site or so far away from a teammate that it can be difficult to trade one another. It's just typically in pro play, a lot of teams, they'll go by this rule that you should only be like 1 full room away from a teammate so that if a gunfight occurs, you can make something happen around it. But typically on the consulate rework, you'll find yourself 2 or 3 rooms away, or even if you're close in like proximity, there's a lot of walls between you, hard to act upon it. I do like the mirror beat brought up by Kansan. Just Shanky from Rampy, likely a substitute to the smoke ban for a certain deny that the Mirage they want in this round. And that's one of those things that happen when you see these cheeky direct target bans come out. Well, teams need to find a substitute for when those get taken away.
Gonna be heavy repel play now in the second round. As Ashen wasting no time. Get up to one of those admin windows. So the Nook of Hot and Cold shooting out another window as well. That adjoining room with all the tables in it. I think it's just called like office is the official compass call out by the bomb site. Small room that has the usually would be the breach right there.
I think it's just called office, yeah.
I think it's just called like office is the official, yeah, compass call out. I wanted to call it tables, but
there's a lot of tables on this map.
Don't ask about the tables. Okay. Anyway, nades from below. You've talked a while ago about the changes to impact nades and how they don't have that same explosive radius. You need a lot more precision, as you can see, to blow somebody up if you throw it from down below. Appears that the emphasis for Space Station is to take control of those windows. They've got the main floor largely under control. Vertical was roaming over by Spiral. Also looked like Kansan was playing those kill holes. 1 minute left on the clock, and only now does it look like Space Station are starting to feel comfortable with how they want to approach this top floor.
Team of cat and mouse between Nook and the Solace. They can, I mean, of course, Vertical can see the Nook scatter when active on the scanner, but they don't know each other's whereabouts, but they're right above and beneath one another. The nades below, the fishing from SSG has not paid off so far, but they're just waiting for those final members to get in position to then hit that execute button and hit the side itself. Oh boy. What the free kill.
And indeed it happens. Kansan was looking for one earlier on in the round and had done some damage. Hot and Cold just playing a bit too aggro with very limited support. Now, The Tachanka actually showing some value. The Shumika launcher's fire will deal some damage and rebuff SSG. Vertical's dead, but ultimately Space Station trail in terms of numbers. They want to get into this A bomb site to get the diffuser down. Question mark is going to be Spiker. He's not too far removed. Slaughtered by Fultz. Bodies dropping as Fultz goes down now too. Rampy will retake it. It's all up to him with the diffuser running away. He and J90 in a standoff for the ages. J90's got lots of viewpoints towards this diffuser. He's just waiting on the call. Rampy buying time. He's got utility, but this will be a gunfight, a shootout. Now J90 gets up, finishes off what little is left of Rampy. Space Station get the diffuser down 2 rounds in a row. They win both rounds, but this one, significantly tighter.
It's actually a very impressive execute once again. And, you know, the desk and Laxing spoke about faults and how there's some role change, etc. And kind of getting people into their positions, but Fultz in that round played such a crucial role. He wasn't the planter, he wasn't playing that utility, he actually became the entry. He threw his flashbangs in, and he aggressed into the bomb site and held the Simon locked inside of that office room, aka tables room, if you ask Parker, and just enabled the plan to go down. It was Ashen, the young gunner, who made that happen, but J90, the final hero, to end things off for them. The post plan was great, the drones were established as well, and SSG doing a really good job playing the 1-2-3 kind of basic version of Siege. The only issue they had in that round was, well, the nuke got caught off guard early, therefore you're playing at 4 versus 5, but every other piece of the puzzle was ready to go. It was in the right positions. Mirage not really playing close enough together to get the trades going right now. So when they started happening for SSG, well, they lose out in numbers. We're gonna try again. Same side, just one more time.
Really enjoying these console matchups. Seeing different regions approach this map, this significantly larger map, is honestly quite good. And I mean, I'm excited to see the teams tackle it in person in Atlanta. I mean, getting to see different regions collide, this map will almost certainly be played. Whether you want to approach it from the bottom floor, whether you want to approach it from the top floor. Right now, it looks like Mirage is well spread out all over the map.
Reloading, cover me.
The person who's taken any damage so far is Forest.
Trying to fight for break room control, and I like the Jackal from Forest. You're sending a big map, a lot of ground to cover. This makes life a little bit easier. Of course, you get secondary shotgun, you get smoke grenades, and they get admin control, they get break room control. Question is now, do they know Vert is once again looking for this flank? Ashen is looking for some flank, but not the right one. It's a matter of sound cue and time right now. Does Ashen hear it? He's right there, Ashen.
No. A bit of a jump scare. Ultimately, though, you get rid of the Solus. That's a hindrance that will not be present for the tail end of this round. If you attempt to get that diffuser down, a Solus playing below can be a major pain where the sun don't shine. Taking care of vertical early, that's good.
Yeah. I mean, the drone count's gonna stay more healthy now. It's still got half the drone to go. The count is still 5. The Nako is a little bit wide on the wrong side of that wall. Hot and Cold's trying to open up the floor to open up the canister of the mirror window. So then make that bomb site later on more executable. And SSG, they have this strat where like they play 4 grenades, they go below, try and find something, but they don't. The guns, they hit the marks, but they trade forward and back.
There's more gunfire going out between these teams. Hot and Cold using grenades. SSG really favoring those nades to be tossed in, dislodging the defenders, but ultimately not showing the same level of success that they've had in the past. Spiker doubling up on kills, a 2v2 with 30 seconds to go, and Hot and Cold will be boxed out of that door. The Kiba barrier going up. Instead, now SSG will rotate around and look towards B bomb site through the projector room. Down goes Ash, and it's all up to Hot and Cold, unless he can get SSG's newest player back up. He's toiling. Can't seem to accomplish it. From yellow over towards console now. Slothy has a shotgun out, and the moment that Hot and Cold is able to take care of the Kiba barrier, another one will go. Dying moments of the round, and Hot and Cold doesn't know where to go. He vaults in. Mirage picking up those final 2 kills with Spiker getting his 3rd pick to finally get Mirage on the board. A second attempt on this upstairs bomb site works in Mirage's favor.
It does. Bit of a surprise they went back to back on it because it didn't look like it was gonna, go so well the first time around. But they changed a couple of small things like extending more out, stalling for more time, and it's still verting the flank on the Solis, and it again did not really work out. But Mirage's strong backbone, the 4 players playing near the bomb site itself, they made the magic happen near the site this time. And one big thing that they've been very good at on the defense, they're not dying to those nades downstairs from a space station. When you have 3 or 4 grenades flying up to the ceiling throughout the entire round, you would expect at least one defender to die or take a bunch of damage, but Mirage is staying upright throughout the entirety of that, not struggling whatsoever. Bomb site rotation, we're still kind of figuring it out with the audience of what teams like to do and kind of what seems to be the meta. I believe this is the least played. Last time I checked, I had to check the update again. This Archives and Tellers bomb site, before the current rework, was not very popular. It's very hard to play across, the first floor and the basement floor, because to hold the first floor, you want top floor control, and to hold basement, you want the first floor control. So it awkwardly forces the defending team to play across all 3 stages of the map, which is just naturally very difficult, of course. And the attackers just do a good old top-down clear, like you typically do in a lot of maps, like Cafe, for example, for the kitchen bomb site. I do like the aesthetics here of saying, okay, what do the defense want? They want intel. Valkyrie, the Pulse, the Solis, trying to use those C4s together as well and at least get a kill or something going. And plant deny. You probably cannot plant inside of Tellers. You have to get either Archives control in the basement or try and find a safe plant somehow on the upstairs side of Tellers. So it plays out very similar to before the rework, I believe.
What a new change to Pulse, by the way, where we actually don't see what... Oh, there we go. Okay, I was very confused because we had that prolonged period of time where it was just showing that heartbeat line. It wasn't actually showing what was being visualized. Split bomb site now. So you saw, what, 2 players from Mirage down in server, it looked like? Yeah, at my count.
Oh, you'd be right.
It's called catering, apparently. That's the compass call out.
Catering.
I believe, if we go back to Vert. Well, now his picture is covering it, so we can't see the compass call out.
No, I think it is catering.
Walks right in, down he goes. Ashen traded out by Rampy. So an early pick, but not much is accomplished. And look at how close Hot and Cold is to the bomb site now. He doesn't hold the diffuser, Fultz does. So even if Hot and Cold is able to get in, there's no objective that can be done. It's a goo mine, and, well, he's not able to get out fast enough. Kansan pouncing upon the exposed and vulnerable Otten. Advantage going back in favor of Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the synchronized push that we saw last time. Hot and Cold in a very front and forward position with no backup, no intel, nothing to really act off of that. Had he stayed alive or gotten a kill there, it could be massive for the team to disrupt that defense downstairs. But now, because he died, SSG, they got a fumble around the bomb site. We saw this earlier. Can you realistically plant inside the A bomb site? Probably not. If Hot and Cold was on the staircase to disrupt while he was trying to plant, maybe you could. Oh, Force, I'm lucky I'm not you, because this is tough. Oh, they hit the basement instead.
He's in the same spot that Hot and Cold was in. There was another goo mine down there. SSG ultimately just not droning out this portion of the map from electrical into server. It's really not going well, but J90 and Forest get on the board. They were exceptional in the basement all the way back in round number 1. History seems to repeat itself, even if it is a different bomb site. And J90 inside of servers. Forest holding that diffuser now, waiting for the final member to get in. It's Rampy with Forest finally in, only 2 seconds to go. But J90 is perfect in that coverage. 3-1 for Space Station.
And it comes off not a clean execute, not a synchronized push, but individual heroics, winning so many gunfights for Space Station Gaming. And the funny thing is, every single attacker in that round basically got hit by at least one goo mine. Every gunfight we saw there, down to the last 6 members alive, was with the attacker affected negatively by a goo mine, taking damage, slowing them down, and giving away their location. And still yet somehow, it's SSG getting their 3rd round. And that's very good for them. I mean, attack consulate, it's not an easy job, and it's not always the prettiest, but they get the job done.
Don't think Mirage ever really gave up that position by the stairs either. Hot and Cold wandering down, hitting the goo mine. And then a second opportunity for Space Station, as you can see right there. It was the Ash running down, getting taken out. There was a goo mine at the bottom step as well, so history would have repeated itself in that regard too. But the kill happened before. Oh, did you see the dog?
I did not see the dog.
Can we go back to vertical? Production.
Oh,
is that another dog?
Yes, he has a cat.
Oh, look at the dog.
Oh, that's a dog.
How cute that dog looks. Can I pet that dog?
It looks so much like a teddy bear, you know?
There's another one.
Not seen it.
That actually looks like a cat.
That is a cat, I think, yeah.
Is it a cat?
It looks very much like a cat.
Looks like a cat.
It's got white paws, yeah.
Dog?
Oh, it is a dog, yeah. I thought it was a teddy for a second. It looks like a teddy bear dog, you know? Those breeds.
I appreciate you humoring us, production. Literally just flitting back and forth from cat, dog, dog, cat, dog, cat. Just thank you. It's the little things like that. Really makes my day.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Oh, in that previous round, Rambi sitting very far back, not getting into the action whatsoever. And going back to what the desk kind of spoke about, right? Or actually, rather, what we know, maybe the desk said it too. Mirage need a 7-3 victory or better to guarantee top 6. Mirage need the following 6 rounds in a row to guarantee that and to get there. One more round loss for them, going in favor of SSG, and those hopes and dreams, they kind of, they disappear.
I don't know if you mentioned the rest, but we got word from production that if SSG lose 7-5, they then need to beat DZ 7-2. If Space Station lose 7-4, they need to beat DZ 7-0. I think beating DZ 7-2 is doable, as unlikely as it might be. But beating DZ 7-0 is unheard of. Hot and Cold with that DMR in hand. Absolutely pulverizing Slothy, but there's a follow-up as Rampy on top of Yellow. Sees one drop Skylight, finished off just a floor below by Ashen, still on Yellow stairs. They'd ensnared Rampy at that point. Now it's Kansan to play keep away on the main floor. Hunting drones, seeing some utility above as well. Waiting, just governing over those stairs. He had an idea of where he needed to go. It was Fultz, and he's unable to accomplish too much.
That's tough. Seems like Vert off the Solus is paid off for Mirage, though. Kansan seeming to find much more value in this particular operator. He's playing it, playing a little bit better in that role. Vert, however, very important job for him. Warden on the bomb side, can see through smokes and flashbangs. If that ends up being the case, what was a very beautiful roam clear from Space Station got answered back by Mirage pretty effectively. Back down to 3 versus 3. I would say 3 attackers alive, follow spaceman attack, put you in a decent position. Still got enough angles to work with. If Mirage can close it down to 2, comes a lot harder. 2v2.
Just picks back and forth, 30 seconds to go. Hot now holding the diffuser. The only kill he's had so far was the one earlier on. You cannot afford to lose Ashen this early, especially when there's a plant to be done. But there goes Hot and Cold. You might not be able to lose Ashen, but you certainly couldn't lose Hot and... Now it's Ashen to walk into Garage. Razor Bloom goes off, playing by Pillar.
10 seconds to go.
Marching forward. Swung on. He loses the fight. Mirage have their revenge on the very first bomb site they went to and ultimately fell short on. Final round of the first half, and Mirage have an opportunity to tie things up.
Question is, where do you go? You got 4 bomb sites, all playable. No set meta yet on this map. You get to kind of be a trendsetter if you cook something up. Already saw that with the operator bands going the way they were. The Ying, the Smoke, the Muncie, and the Clash. Not the most common operator bands happening. And Mirage, they have kind of experimenting with stuff because it did show us that Taylor's bomb site, and while strategically it was successful, they did not end up winning the round due to J9O's great efforts in the gunfights individually. So I'm curious to see as to where they want to go for their final defense and regulation. Try and get that 3-3 half. Go neutral into the second round. Nobody's really in the favor. At least not clear in the favor.
Like, one thing that we've seen between both of these teams is that fights are breaking out all over the map. And I don't mean in the sense that, yeah, you have your roamers, but there hasn't really been any consistency as to where these teams are entering from, whether it be on the retakes or whether it be entering the actual map itself or Space Station. And I don't know if that's just a lack of understanding of this map up to this point. I mean, it's only been played a couple times at a top level. It's far from having a settled meta. It can take full stages for a team to, or for teams rather, to figure out what the best way to approach something is. As much as we might say that this map plays similarly to the way it did before, there's very obvious differences, especially with all these different rooms. You know, you like to say that teams will compartmentalize. Well, there's a lot of different compartments in that basement floor in particular. And you said, where are they going to go? Mirage very much favoring the very bottom floor.
Interesting. I mean, to be fair, the way it happened last time, it looked like Mirage were going to win it out. So I like the fact that they trust in the strategy, they trust in the bomb set mythology that they have for it. And I don't think it's a bad idea whatsoever. I am curious though. Space Station's answer seems to be to go into Brava and Twitch as well as Dokkaebi. Now, if you save a Dokkaebi call for the execute, you force defenders off the cameras, but both calls by Ashen has been used for the roam clear itself. That won't be the case at all. The roam clear very much still on the way as Voltage takes this gunfight by himself.
Obviously unideal. Vertical and Foltz taking some damage. Now it's hot and cold. Looking to assert himself. Forrest is just downstairs inside the bomb site, by the way. Space Station starting the killing, but there's an answer back from Mirage. Now Foltz getting the diffuser down. This is one thing Space Station has struggled on is, while it looks like they've had site control, they failed to do good objective play. Ultimately, numbers still dropping on both sides of the coin. Vertical, all 3 kills so far for Mirage. Forrest and Foltz for SSG. Spiker and Vertical for Mirage. Both Vert and Spiker able to clutch this one up. 4 very good players still left in the lobby. Spiker getting ever closer to the case. Looking through those rotates. Forrest far enough back. That C7 can do so much damage, but he's boxed out. Foltz reading in very well. Down goes Spiker. It's going to be Vertical to clutch win the round. No, he can't get it done. He came close to tying it up, but ultimately SSG comes out on top in those first 6 rounds. 4-2 the scoreline. They are fast approaching the point of no return for Mirage. Both of these teams, again, fighting for that 6th and final spot. As to who's going to get it, right now, SSG very clearly the favorite, but we've got another whole half to go.
I mean, that's a classic Forest round as well. It's like, we're talking about the roam clear, what's happening top floor. All of a sudden, Forest is in the bomb site, finding kills, and then just says, guys, sprint down the staircase, drop a handshot, I do not care, get to the side right now. You see right here, he gets the kill at 26. Within 7 seconds later, the rest of his teammates are basically either by the bomb site or on the way there, and the bomb goes down shortly after as well. So it seems like SSG, they have this kind of double layer attack where they have their original objective of like going top floor and get the roam, etc. And then you have Forrest, the lone man doing his own thing. And if he says, guys, I got the gap, like I found it, they're so quick to just, you know, go through with that. No hesitation whatsoever. It has to be deliberate. And this has been a common staple of Forrest's gameplay. Yeah, he plays hard reach and plays like second support and all these things, but that man can turn into an entry out of nowhere. He doesn't care if he's playing Thermite, Hibana, or Ace, or anything else. If he has to go in through a door because he sees an opening, he's gonna go for it. He's always been so good at that, and when his team plays around him too, that's when he's in his prime. And it's how SSG, they managed to get that previous round, to get that 4-2 side swap. Now we gotta see if Mirage can attack equally good as to SSG, or if he'll fall in the second half.
These teams are very good in the final 3 rounds of matching each other pace for pace with getting on that board first. SSG, in terms of uncontested first bloods, led the way 2-1. Final 3 rounds, it was a trade every single time. No team really did have the upper hand after the first blow was struck, though it's very rare that they would go 1 for 1. Usually Mirage would get 2 picks to Space Station's 1 or the other way around. So there is an advantage obviously gained, but it comes so quickly, just like that. As I speak, Ashen goes huge and picks up 3 from the same spot before immediately departing that position and earning accolades from the players on Mirage, who now find themselves 6 feet under.
Oh, heartbreak for Mirage. I mean, that's basically the round right there, statistically speaking at least. Downstairs bomb side. And Ashen even has to read here. He doesn't want to risk crossing the yellow door in case the Heartbreacher would be outside holding the cross, so he stands his ground. He knows there's 3 members elsewhere that can hold down the bomb site without him, and it's Spiker and Kensen against the world. The Goodman will give off the position. And yeah, Mirage, they got a lot of time to work with here. Over a full minute to go, but they don't have a lot of ways to help one another. Yeah, 6 drones are available, but no one to really actually go onto those drones.
Ace Watch still in effect, providing Ashen can pick off the last 2 players from Mirage. A minute to go.
Oh, wait. Okay.
That was a roller, that's for certain. That grenade had heat-seeking potential, it seemed like. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Well, if you're a defender right now...
You can see in the bottom right-hand corner that there are indeed severe issues with the servers. And Kansan was frozen in place. I don't know if this is affecting any of the players on Space Station, but Kansan is traveling through an entirely different dimension at this point. Outside of the control of the players, but I guess you make the best of the situation that you find yourself in. That means that Spiker, with very limited HP, is in a 1v3, and Fultz finally getting Kansan and finishing him off before Ashen gets a 4K. Every person who was actively in that round killed by Ashen. Obviously, you have to feel for Kansan, as there was nowhere for him to go if he was trapped on the stairs. Again, with things being outside of his control. This was the impressive play from Kansan, or Ashen rather, to pick up 1 kill and then immediately get 2 more after that. Part of the beauty of that P90 is just how many bullets you have at your disposal, and with that fast rate of fire, if you can control the recoil, you can very easily take multiple angles. Terrible timing for that situation to befall Mirage. Space Station picks up their 5th round. It's a big hill to climb for Mirage, as I'm imagining we're going to get a rehost now. Hopefully the server issues can get put behind us.
Yeah, it's definitely tilting if you're on the side of the attack there of Mirage, because, yeah, you know, as a defender, you can just sit still on the bomb site, and as the clock ticks down, you're vibing, you don't mind at all. On the attack, different story. But in the defense of Space Station, Ashen pulled off that 3K upstairs before the server issues kicked in, so it was a very one-sided favor in terms of round outcome, favoring the defense of SSG because of that 4 versus 2 that they were in. But yeah, a restart has been confirmed. It will happen. We'll redo the servers and come right back. So both teams can play the game and Kensen can move again. Now, going back to the beginning of the stage, SSG didn't play in the first, 2 or 3 weeks? I think it was Playday 3 they had their first Playday, because Ashen just turned 18 during that 3rd week, so they were holding out and had some, more games per week after that fact. Ashen, of course, very, very young player, spoken highly of, since he was, 15, 16, finally in the big leagues, and doing quite well for himself. Not necessarily an injured player on paper, he tends to play a lot of flex and supportive roles, but he's not shy to take a gunfight like we saw in that previous round on Solus. Easy 3K for him. He's had a great season so far, I would say.
Oh, absolutely. There's been a bit of an adjustment for this SSG squad. You look back in stage 1 when they had Merc on the team. The identity of this squad is very different.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, sometimes it's not that Merc is a bad player, it's that maybe he just didn't fit the way they were going about it. Because, I mean, look at what Wildcard's doing right now.
Oh yeah, they're
consistently battling the best teams in the region and winning more of their games than not. And I mean, you have to give some credit to Merc's handling of that team. We see there's a couple different voices on Wildcard, and they've discussed this in interviews and talked about it on social media. But I mean, Merc is a big, powerful leadership figure on a lot of squads. I mean, what was it? They swapped to Merc IGLing and then they won a world championship. Yep. I don't think there's a single greater endorsement of one person's abilities than that. Even if afterwards TSM did fall off of a cliff and the roster ended up getting blown up, and then TSM as an organization ultimately ended up leaving the scene, just as actually they left the LCS today. It was announced. I don't know if you saw that. But as a person and as a leader, it's hard to ignore what he can bring to a team. Sometimes it just doesn't work, though. I mean, sometimes you just don't mesh with the players. It doesn't mean that you are a bad leader, and it doesn't mean that the rest of the players on the team are bad listeners. Sometimes you just need to build around somebody and build around a vision. It's working for Wildcard, and right now it looks like the changes are also working for Space Station.
Yep, everybody wins. And I mean, even the meta changes, right? You're gonna have a meta where, you know, it's fast-paced, and then there are certain people who thrive in that environment and some that do not. And there's also always a big question, can we improve? Even though we're a great team right now, you know, there are teams out there who will literally go on to win a final or make it to a, you know, top X position, top 4, top 8, whichever, and then make a roster change. And people go, why would you do that when you're winning? And it's like, well, we want to stay winning. If you believe something's an upgrade or an improvement, it's hard not to seek those out. So I don't blame them at all for it. And yeah, everybody's succeeding right now. Speaking of Mirage and SSG, they're in similar positions, sitting on 8 points. But how they got here is rather different. Mirage, in most of their games, they go the 4-7 distance. Win 7-4 or they lose 7-4. That's pretty much their stable. 7-4, 7-5. For SSG, they go to overtime, kind of like, it's like an org thing, right? It's just the organization of SSG, they love overtime. They've gone to overtime, what? 6-8 against LG. 7-8 against Beastcoast, 7-8 against OXG, and an 8-7 over Sonic. In 4 games out of 6, they've gone to overtime. That's where a lot of their points comes from. Win in overtime, you get 2 points, lose, you get 1. Whereas Mirage, they just either outright win 7-4, 7-5, or lose 7-4, 7-5. Yet they're still here, tied on 8 points.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the actual standings, since we have time to vamp as the server gets set back up again, Mirage has 4 regulation losses.
Yep.
4 of the 7 games up to this point that Mirage has played, they have been denied points in 4 of those 7. Usually that will sink your season. But when you're in competition with a team that also has 4 losses, but 3 of those came in overtime, meaning they secured a single point in each of those, it doesn't really matter. And Mirage, of course, have 3 victories, 2 coming in regulation, meaning they get, you know, a ton of points of that, 6 points out of it.
Yeah.
Mirage obviously then getting 2 points from the regulation win. Both of these teams have had serious struggles, and they do trail the next team above them. Sonics and Oxygen are both tied at 12 points by more than a single victory. And even if Space Station wins here in regulation, they still won't be caught up to Sonics and Oxygen. But both of these teams have been evenly matched, just in different ways, and ways you might not expect. This matchup, the scoreline is not showing you the full story. Again, that final round that SSG just won was won in some way, shape, or form by issues outside of the control of Mirage, and you have to feel for them for that. But there's just no way to predict that.
Oh, we missed each other. Impact run off Mashin. Rampy, very late to react to it, but both players stay alive. And it's always kind of awkward to attack to like initially get into the building on constant, right? You want to get that initial first foothold, typically in admin where vertical is right now. But getting in can be difficult. All these long lines of sight, the soft walls opened up, you gotta drone it out as well. Fighting against the Solace. Well, there are 9 drones available from Mirage, so should they need intel, they got plenty of drones to throw at their opponent. The issue really is to just get in the building here. We see Fultz with this long angle, all the way from top spiral, with assistance from J90, just holding on to this line in the map, saying, we don't care about admin, you can take it, but meeting and Visa staircase, we absolutely want to hold our control.
catering wall opened up. I still want to call it tables.
Tables.
I want to ask about the tables. Nice nade tossed, and it also seemed to get the Goyo canister as well. But as we've seen over the last couple rounds, yet again, that early pick does not gain anything. That's a very interesting shotgun being used, but I mean, hey, the Jaeger doesn't want to run the carbine. That's fine. M870, I guess, is good enough as is. You've lost the Gridlock, you've lost the Flores from Mirage. Slothy was a player that was focused on bilaxing during the desk. It's been a bit of a quiet go for Slothy so far.
Oh, Ashen. Vertical play can be a tricky one sometimes.
Desks, tables, parts of the floor that are indestructible. You don't expect. There's the problem for Mirage. Kansan's got the diffuser. He'll have to get that down. That means Spiker and Vertical will be the ones to watch over that. It's a 3v3, so you don't need to have both players on that top floor. One of the players from Space Station, Ashen on Solus, is down below. And with only 10 seconds left, this is going to be an incredibly powerful spot. Nitro Cell goes in. Vertical dropped. Kansan trying to swing and keep it close. J90 punishing him. Hot and Cold seals the deal. After a long wait, we get back in the lobby and Space Station grab their 6th round over Mirage.
Man, J90 is just so good, like so often, very consistent player as well. And whenever he gets into a gunfight, you're always thinking, this is gonna be a hard one, right? Well, not for him. He always just tends to win them every single time. And the one big issue for the attackers very much is just getting into the areas that the defenders actually care about, where the mirror windows are, where the utility is. And I did like the concept of the Jaeger shotgun playing close and meeting door. The Goyo file was popular like from this very grenade we saw here. And Forrest, he just sprints through it and trades 1-for-1. He knows the backline is so strong. The keeper barriers, the mirror window, Hot and Cold had a C4 for plant deny. Ashen downstairs with the Solus. To deny any plant possibilities. Yeah, he used the one impact grenade early with no value, inside of Visa to try and kill the admin player, Viana. But he can still 4-bang with the P90. He got 50 bullets to work with. It's all good. Intel being played very much by both teams. We saw Mirage play the Pulse, the Valkyrie, and the Solus. Now we're seeing SSG play the Yokai, or the Echo, the Yokais, the Pulse, and the Solus as well. So Intel across these 3 floors in the consulate.
Rampy being the Brava, which means that you can effectively hack mute jammers. You could take the Yokai out as well, but only impacts and nitro cells for SSG on their sidearm. I honestly argue that this is not the most optimal pick. I mean, hey, if the Brava's sole goal is take out the mute jammers and allow your hard breach to get into the site a little bit easier, then fine, maybe there's value here. But we've definitely seen better lineups for a Brava, that's for sure. It's not even any secondary cams or anything like that could get hacked. I mean, yeah, you could get default cams, which oftentimes is actually overlooked. Brava's excellent at taking out a default cam in a certain part of the map and using it for flank watch without anybody having any real idea. It'll just be interesting to watch the way that Rampy goes about this.
Yeah, a lot of options. But I think you are right for defense. There's no barbed wire. There's no real operators that have any utility like Ella mines or Fenrir, etc. So you can just walk up the shallow staircase. But look at that. There's a shotgun.
A big play by Ashen. Mirage watching their chances at being in the top 6 slip through their fingers, losing both Slothy and Kansan early on, and Ashen, the Echo, deciding to go for close range engagements. Time and time again, we see value of an Echo, seeing those Yokai drones later on.
Gotta reload.
This time. It's all about that shotgun, baby. With the shotgun buff. Vert gets injured as well, so Mirage is looking real dire for them. No way in, but many ways out. But they don't want to go that way. They need these rounds, need the points, but 2v5, it's a tall ask.
Yes, things are going to get real tough. Another from Ashen. A flawless round for Space Station. Top 6 is theirs. They do it. They topple Mirage. They don't look that excited. Surprisingly, Ashen was pumped, but as for the rest, it appears to be business as usual. A blow to Mirage. An unfortunate result for them in stage 2. An unfortunate result for them in stage 1, but it was a new team. They've got some work to be done, but there's promise on their side of the coin. Congratulations to Space Station. We're going to start a break. We'll come right back.
It's going to feel like a new map, but feel familiar at the same time.
It's a really big map and just like so many rooms.
It has a ton of narrow chokes.
The piano room and the server room underneath tellers, I think those are 2 key areas that might have been overlooked in the past that are going to be way more vital to the actual take itself on any site on the map.
On the defensive side, it's a lot of contesting the initial like entry points, so like it'll be Visa, admin, and then maybe the garage side.
And then what a lot of teams will do is stacking uppers like traps and Fenrirs for those narrow chokes, as well as abusing shotguns in the limited space.
I think on the attack side, it's going to be important to kind of confuse the defense and like break down and make the defense look at more things and worry about more things before you just do it like a linear style of attack. So
the offset would work really well in consulate. Dokubi, Jacko, line. So basically, we going back to the old meta.
If you want to go in there and really have a good time, play a bunch of shotguns, play a bunch of Monty, play a bunch of Ying, right? And I think you guys will all have a blast.
The Hunger Games are over. That's it. Top 6 confirmed, bottom 3 confirmed. We already know our playoff teams. We just don't know the seeding, and God damn, did Space Station give us a scare they weren't going to make it. But in the end, they finally do it. They trump Mirage. They're in top 6 now.
They finally do it, and they finally put on a really dominant, good performance from SSG. We have throughout the stage seen Space Station struggle to get into overtime, struggle to close out matches. They finally win some games in the last play day, and now they finally look dominant in an opponent that they should be looking dominant over. This is Space Station Gaming versus Mirage. This is a match that should always be going SSG if you look at the historical record between these two squads, and finally we're seeing the Space Station that we have been waiting to see all stage long.
And sometimes you gotta find your footing. It was looking rough in the beginning.
Yeah.
We can all agree to that. It was not the SSG that we've been used to seeing for a long time. And it's just nice to see the performance that they're putting out, the different roles that are being slotted in by said players. It's just looking beautiful for SSG.
If you look at the record just on its own, that's 3 games in overtime that were losses by the world's slimmest margin ever. You finally get a couple of regulation victories. You're moving yourself back in the right direction finally, and they still have one more game to play. They might not be all the way down there. They might actually have the ability to fight for a much better matchup in playoffs.
Certainly, and you know, if they have this last game and they don't do well, that's fine, because they're top 6 now. So the monkey's kind of off their back, right? They can really take that weight off. And obviously, I thought they played really well here today on Consulate.
I don't think they're going to take that weight off. I think they're going to keep applying that to their every single match coming up, whether that's, you know, finishing today, whether that's playoffs. Like, I think they're going to keep that momentum going and not let up any bit.
Yeah, one player I really liked seeing today was Ashen. On the defensive half in particular, we finally got to see Ashen popping off on the roam. He was really having a good time. First on the Solus, then on the Echo with the Shoddy. Glad we're finally seeing Ashen pop off too.
I thought I was watching The Matrix once the side swapped and it went to defense that first round where Ashen was doing 360s, 1080s, 720, like whatever.
Kidding.
Like the whole board, he would have points across doing all those different moves and maneuvers and taking heads off. It was beautiful.
Winner aside, commiserations to Mirage.
Yeah.
They do not have a possibility of jumping back into top 6 at this point. We were hoping that we might be able to see a small transformation with Meepy at the helm on coaching duty. Maybe they can utilize the talents of those boys a little bit better. Like he said in the interview, sometimes you just look at the logo, you don't look at the team. We're looking at the team right now, and that record's pretty bad.
Yeah, and you know, coming into this game, I kind of asked the question, like, is this going to be a Mirage that had been hiding this map, waiting for the perfect moment, or is it a desperation consulate pick from Mirage? It felt kind of like a desperation consulate pick from Mirage. I think they had some cool ideas on defense. You know, they had some Tachanka play, but Smoke was banned, so was that really in the playbook ahead of time? It's tough to say. Ultimately, I think when you looked at their site holds, they were often getting caught off guard, not realizing someone was in the bomb site, finding a pick on them, not aware of the angles they were being shot from. It just felt like they had a little bit of inexperience on a map, and it's brand new, so of course they will. But I think they tried to get a last-ditch effort, new map in the pool, and it didn't really go their way.
Which I think it is important to do that when you do need those rounds. You do need those points to try to catch a team off guard where you possibly can. Clearly, SSG showed they weren't getting caught off guard, but like you were talking about, they did look a little confused on what was going on because I believe it was round 3. You saw all of SSG, or at least 2 players of SSG, of it being Forrest and Fultz just sprinting down spiral stairs and then going into sight and completely taking sight. And Vertical did have a huge 3K, just couldn't close it out. And again, that goes into what you were saying. They were looking a little confused on the map.
Well, for Space Station, they will be going to playoffs. It's just a matter of whether it's the 6th seed or if they're able to climb any higher than that, because they do have one more game still left on the docket later in the day. And for Mirage, their fate is no longer in their hands. If they get down to 8th, which is possible, I think, based on whether LG just decimates OXG, then there is a very small chance that they actually bump up and Mirage gets bumped down. And that's significant because anyone who's in 8th place doesn't immediately go to LCQ, where Beastcoast currently sits. That's the problem. You don't want to play additional games if you're any of the 2 teams at the bottom, but you might not have a choice in this case if you're Mirage, based on how the LG game goes. So they're going to be really, really hopeful. But before we get there, Space Station 1, so let's cut to quick tips with Fultz.
This is a good challenge for me, I think. Not too bad. All right, first of all, you're gonna wanna look at the bans. If Thatcher's banned, then Cade becomes insanely strong on that map. That's first of all. If Thatcher is not banned, you're gonna wanna use Thatch and also probably look to nade below vertically because most teams are going to be bandit tricking to keep those walls closed. And then the next kind of style, those are if you're trying to open walls, you're going to be doing more of those sweep clears, probably going to be bringing Flores, clear those shield setups. A lot of people play Jaeger 1 Mai to find shields or Zami. On the flip side, a lot of teams will go for like more isolated takes where it's more of like the directly adjacent to site. They'll open up a wall or two maybe, and then you'll usually see a Monty or a Ying or a lot of these power ups come into play, and then you kind of just try to push it and force your way into the site. Another style of vertical nades are a really big factor on this map. A lot of teams will open up walls, force you to play a few positions, and then you're going to see those vertical nades go below and nade those people out, and then it usually comes with a flood up the staircases with, you know, a lot of the black belt plays. That's pretty much it. I'm like our defensive IGL, so these things are somewhat easy to think about for me because I'm thinking about them almost every day. So.
Every game from here on out no longer matters for qualification. It's just a matter of seeding. Are some teams going to be 1, 2, anywhere all the way down to 6th? That is what Oxygen themselves are trying to determine, because Luminosity are no longer capable of getting into playoffs. So this game still somewhat matters for them because they don't want to be bottom 2. But what are we looking at specifically for OXG right now?
Well, Jacob, for Oxygen, the standings are also extremely important because while we said at the start of the show, they cannot get top 2, and that still holds true. Top 3 is very much still in the cards for them. OXG at 13, Wildcard at 14. Both those teams games to play. But if Oxygen overtakes them and they stay in that 3rd place position, that means that OXG will get a first round matchup, which will likely be against Space Station Gaming. And I think based on how the stage has gone, you would prefer to have SSG as your first round matchup versus a team like Sonics or Wildcard or Dark Zero. So this is still an important game for Oxygen because this is their last possibility to get a few extra points, jump up into that 3rd place position, and then maybe set yourself up for a bit of an easier game for your first matchup in playoffs.
Well, when you look at this and how you were talking about Oxygen playing against Space Station, I don't know. Space Station is looking a little scary right now. You almost might want to gamble and maybe play against Sonics, because right now, in terms of, for me, who's been showing the more improvement, I think it's been a little bit of SSG in terms of looking more convincing.
Fair.
Just as a reminder for how the seeding works, by the way, if you're familiar with the way that the NFL used to do it, you might actually know how this works. If you're 1st and 2nd, first round bye. If you're 3rd place, you play the 6th seeded team. So as things stand right now, if the season ended right here, it would be Dark Zero playing Space Station and then OXG playing Sonics. But if you get 3rd place, you play the 6th seeded team no matter what, which is technically the better matchup. So if OXG can get 3rd, then you get the better matchup just by who's worse statistically, but not necessarily, like Laxman said, who has the hot hand, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, that's the stake for OXG, because nothing else in this game necessarily matters. For LG, it's different, just because, I mean, I'm trying to figure out the round diff. Off the top of my head, actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, Mirage is -11 on round diff, and they're in 7th. LG is -15 on round diff, just 1 place below them. So technically, if Luminosity were to absolutely blow through OXG in this game and get as many points as possible, they would have to tie Mirage. So LG need all 3 points in this game, and they need it to be, what, a 7-3, essentially? No, 7-2, 7-1. It has to be a landslide if Mirage if LG want to bump up and not be bottom 2.
Yeah, and important to note, if they are tied on round differential as well, the next tiebreaker is head-to-head. And if you look at the head-to-head record between Luminosity and Mirage, that was an 8-7 game on Playday 2, Mirage out on top. So if LG and Mirage are tied on round differential at the end of the day, that's going to put Mirage in 7th and Luminosity in 8th.
And I'll say this for Luminosity, I still want to see them going into this game against Oxygen, giving it their all. And I talked to you about that game previously with Luminosity and Beastcoast, is I wanted to still see Beastcoast showing what they got, not giving up just because you can't make it anymore, just because, you know, your season might be done in that regard. I still want to see Luminosity putting up a game against Oxygen.
I don't want to say they gave up against Beastcoast.
No,
but they also lost to Beastcoast, which for all intents and purposes was a team dead in the water with no real reason to win anything because it didn't mean anything for them. So now they have another game to play today that also doesn't mean nearly as much as you would think, but Lax, we would talk them up about how much they looked like they've improved, or maybe they're off to a good start. Now you're in this hole where right now you're almost dead last.
Yeah, and truthfully, Jacob, I don't like to talk about any specifically player in a negative sense. but the player that sticks out to me the most on this team is Asian. Asian has performed not to where I wanted him to. It almost kind of reminds me of early stage of Parabellum. When he first played, he had a really great start and then fell off pretty heavy, and this is kind of an ongoing trend of what I've been seeing on LG. So for this game specifically, I really want Asian to finish strong.
Yeah, it was a tough game from Asian in particular in that first round too, right? Misdroning the cab and small tower.
Yeah.
That's a really big one where it's not going to show up on the stat sheet, but still, that is something you want him to
I'll say this. I might not be great on the telestrator, but trust me, chat and everyone, I really wanted to talk about that round and just get into possibly roasting some people a little bit, because those are things that you just cannot be doing at a professional level. Those little small mistakes cost you rounds, and when it's so simple of droning, of just going the extra mile to clear one quarter, makes a difference.
Coming from you, that also means a lot more than if it was just one of us saying it. If you notice a problem like that,
makes me upset.
You should have seen how angry he was watching that game when that cav play happened. It was nuts. The problem is that now makes OXG look like a veritable juggernaut because of the guys they've got on this team, specifically Fox. And we have been talking a big game about Fox for the majority of the stage, but Lax, just give me the skinny on this guy again.
Fox is my boy, and it was an interesting stat that I was looking at. Oxygen clearly isn't in first, but I was just looking at Fox's KOST, his cost. His average cost through his career is actually at a 66. His last stage finishing was at a 65. He is currently sitting at a 63%. So in terms of his average, he's staying pretty relatively consistent with that cost. And then what makes me, like, what sticks out to me the most is in terms of if he just steps up in one specific area, what that then looks like going forward for his team, whether they close out more matches, whether they close out more rounds, or that round differential just changes. And I don't know what that specific thing is that Fox might need to change. And I don't think he needs to change anything in specific by any means. I think he's a phenomenal player and he does a great job. Whether he's dead in the round or not, he's still helping his team get set up. But I'm just curious, if he fixed that one thing, whatever that is, in terms of upping that cost, what does that look like for the rest of those rounds?
He's doing a really good job about leading this OXG to the promised land when we had a lot of questions about them and their Gamers 8 result, and a couple of things just kind of were going their way. And the one thing I really appreciate is the fact that they're not necessarily afraid of the new maps. They don't go out of their way to make sure they stay in the pool, but it definitely seems like, especially for right now, I don't know, maybe we see it against LG because this game's a bit of a throwaway.
Yeah, I mean, for Oxygen, despite being 0-2 on the new maps, I do like what I've seen from OXG so far when they've played both Nighthaven and Consulate, and I do want to see it more because, you know, you go through those games that they played, and obviously, Consulate was a much closer match. I thought they played it quite well against the Sonics. Nighthaven, a little bit more one-sided. They don't go to either of those maps. They go to Skyscraper. This is actually a huge shock because for Luminosity Gaming, I combine my stats of LG, ATK, SSG Academy, every previous name they've gone under. I have never seen them play Skyscraper even once. So this will be a debut map for players like Eddie and Snake, who've been on the team for a very long time. It may be a surprise pick coming through against OXG.
This has to be a counter pick, in my opinion. LG, I think, took that map that they played against, I believe it was Mirage, and they really wanted to hone in on where Oxygen might have been making those mistakes and try to capitalize in that area. So for me, seeing LG pick this map, I think it's totally 100% a counterplay.
All right, everybody's all in the lobby. Let's get this bad boy underway. It's Parker and Pengu on for their last game of the day, or as I like to call them affectionately, PP.
No, not PP. Okay.
That is a good one. I'll give him that one. I was saying to you when we found out the maps ahead of time that Skyscraper has been one of my favorite maps to cast so far throughout this entire stage. You and I have seen it most frequently when we've been casting Brazil.
Yeah.
Getting to see Brazilian teams take on this map has been, well, quite eye-opening. OXG and LG now have a chance to show us how similarly these two teams will play and if there's any correlation between regions from Brazil to North America. For those that didn't tune in earlier, spoilers ahead. LG ended up killing their own chances of making it into the top 6 by being beaten by Beastcoast, who are playing with a coach early on. Now, goal for Luminosity is to leapfrog Mirage, and as the desk said, they don't just need to beat OXG, they need to do so quite decisively. I think 7-3 was the scoreline the desk talked about. So for Luminosity, you started off the day thinking you had a relatively easy path to the top 6. It is now out of reach, but you don't want to finish in 8th. That's the goal for LG.
Yeah, LG's game earlier, we're all expecting to kind of slam Beast Coast, given their substitute position and everything else, and not much to play for. And LG looked like they weren't necessarily putting in 100%, either not respecting their opponent, not caring enough. I don't know exactly what it is, but these are more, younger, more inexperienced players who might not have been faced with this scenario before, whereas veterans would go, oh, this might be one of those games where, yeah, the opponent is, they're down, but, they can't win for much, and they got a substitute player, yada, yada. Of course, we're gonna, stomp them, but you're wrong. You can always lose in Siege. You can always win in Siege. I want to see LG put in 110%, make up for the really sloppy performance early against Beast Coast, and just get something going here that looks actually put together, because that was not it earlier today.
Certainly wasn't. Luminosity continuing that W7M Skinnergy that, again, I thought was quite amusing back in the day. OXG finds themselves in the middle of the pack in North America. They won all 3 points, and I don't know if it's a preference for them to beat LG. I don't know if that's factoring into their mind here. A good motivating factor nonetheless. I know that when you speak to these teams, sometimes they'll only admit it in private. Other times they will tell you, full-throated on an interview, oh yeah, we absolutely want to end a team's season. Could that be the case against Luminosity? We'll see.
Yes, we will. Now note that Monty is not banned in this matchup, nor is the Asami. Those are two very useful operators on this map, I would say. In Brazil, where Park and I, we've been casting it for most of the season, well, all of the season, I guess I should say, we see Monty either banned or played every single match. It is incredible. Hasn't had the same effect in North America or Europe to that same degree, but it's still a good operator. But I think Fish just full sent it out a door or window somewhere. Okay, Torretti with him. He dies as well. Solus for Doki Betrayed. Honestly, in this particular scenario of Skyscraper T defense, I think Fish has made a pretty good trade here. The roam clear is now more difficult. You can hack the cameras. There are that many cameras in the ball. There are 2 bulletproof cameras at least. So pretty good start. Not a great middle round though.
Now, Snake punishing Newers, who's playing over by Office. Newers was very happy to take that engagement. There's a dock on the board, but can't do much to bring either Fish or Newers back from the dead. Pocket EMPs were what Eddie had as well, and Dream wants to take a fight again. He could have very easily fallen off that spot. This is 3 separate instances where OXG have opted to just bring the heat to Luminosity. Instead of playing safer, instead of playing sheltered, they had 3 players off site, a 4th now off site, and Yaga, who could be next in line. LG greeting these players by OXG, making them pay for it. And LG in a 4v2 with Yaga now, as we talked about, the one currently under watch by Drum. Oh no.
Timing.
It's droned out. Twitch is silent, also had a good read on him from the end of the hallway. Foxay has 2 players lined up in this spot, but now has to watch Geisha. He has to watch that karaoke wall. While also now watching the T-wall. Foxay taking out Twist. It looks like Yaga's the one credited with that one, but now Yaga will have to save the round as Foxay dies, Silent picking him off. Silent holding the diffuser, not just having 3 kills, but also getting the objective play. Yaga heralding his entrance from backstairs, taking down Snake, but it's too tough of an angle as Silent picks up his 4th kill. Excellent start to this map by LG.
Very puzzling round on the side of Oxygen, because the first, the roam itself was playing, on the offense, Fish jumping out a window, the roam falling apart very quickly, happy to take gunfights, and then Yaga and Foxy in the 2 versus 4, extremely passive, almost avoiding confrontation, avoiding gunfights, and allowing the attackers into the bomb site itself to then play retake. And it seems like OXG very early on, they gotta align the troops here on what the game plan is actually going to be. Are they fighting their opponent every single inch of the map? Or are they going to allow the enemy space at a good pace where you kill a couple of drones, fall back a room, kill a couple of drones, fall back a room, and you play around your fortified positions to try and enable utility, the dock stims, etc., whatever utility you bring on the defense? You can't really play both sides because the result will be what we just witnessed. The only, good thing you can really do is just to individually win your gunfights, but it's not the most reliable way to play the game. When you're in defense, you're setting up all these pressure points for the attack, things that are difficult, things that should be impossible to deal with, essentially, right? Like taking Geisha, very difficult. Rushing the bomb site, very difficult. Roam clearing office halfway across the map, and defenders don't really shoot back, very easy for them. Just to line it up here for XG.
We have a tech pause now, not a tactical pause. I'll update you as we get more information, but a single round played out between these teams. Where did the first bit of altercations happen for OXG? One was over by office. The second was also in office, but was killed from that bar panel. That's where Newers died. You almost lost, was it Yaga? And then Dream repositioned by the top of Dragon, leading from Drum hallway. And Dream sticks around in that position, maybe overstays his welcome. He dies from there. Yaga could have very easily died inside of Drum. That's roughly the same couple meters away from one another where all of these OXG players are falling. And again, you pointed it out. Where was the defensive Geisha? Geisha is a very critical part of this map, especially on Karaoke T, because if you gain control of Geisha, there's usually a rotate leading directly into Karaoke on the other side of the wall. You can very quickly gain control of the site. And if 3 players of OXG are off-site and are not watching Geisha, that means at best there is probably a single person from OXG stopping whatever the attackers throw their way. I don't know what the general mood of that defense for OXG was. Maybe they just wanted to play strewn about the map and catch LG off guard because they saw the earlier matchup with Beastcoast and thought that that's what knocked LG off stride. I don't know, but Oregon and Skyscraper are not the same map, so I don't know if you can try to tackle it the same way.
No, I was gonna say the exact same thing. Maybe it did have a bit of an impact from how LG were playing earlier and what they were struggling against, but as you also said, Skyscraper is not Oregon. Now, for this stage so far, LG, they've not played Skyscraper yet, whereas OXG, they have a single time, and, well, they lost 5-7 to Mirage. Not a bad loss by any means, but not a very confident showing either, where we can say, okay, phenomenal Skyscraper team of OXG, right? So LG happy to go here, not a big surprise. It was their choice to go to Skyscraper specifically. They had that final map ban. And I mean, you start attack because you choose the map, fair enough, but you're ready for it, you're prepared for it. So LG getting that first round very confidently and in quick pace and shutting down Fish's spawn peek attempt as well. It's all good. And LG, they can start on the upper hand. They can, you know, get mentally back from their loss earlier in Oregon and just get into a good mood here, if you will, because the mental side is very important. But our eyes, they're always going to be an OXG. They're the team who realistically should just be taking this and having a great showcasing this matchup, a better read and grasp on this game currently. Big changes here from OXG, however. I was going to talk about how, you know, to hold the gauge, you can play the bandit. Foxy loves to play this particular operator. Round number 2, it's gonna be office, sure enough. We do see Foxy on that Fable bandit operator. Fish still in that intel down below. But Snake, with a cheeky Bravo drone, finds the battery, finds the bulletproof camera. So already now, valuable intel from a single Bravo drone here. 3 for 3. And it survives.
Stark contrast to what we saw in the very previous matchup, where I pointed a finger at Brava being a suboptimal pick given the lineup for the defenders at the time. That was Space Station. Rampy was rocking the Brava. I don't really think there are a lot of bad opportunities to bring Brava, but I do think that there are certain times where there are operators who bring better tools to deal with your opposition. I also will add that as a play-by-play commentator, I'm not even, you know, credible enough to do color commentary, let alone coach or play at this league. That's why I defer to you in that regard. Snake kills Newers. Is it getting a bit too aggressive again? And Fish wants to take a fight over by Samurai? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, normally the way we see this map play out, especially in Brazil, is that you just have like 1 or 2 places as a defender that you want to fight. That's where Fish and Yaga are currently on this dragon statue position. You stay there, you set up your crossfire, and if any attackers come, you fight them happily. But OXG keep losing members in position where I'm like, where and how are they dying? Because they shouldn't really be happening or dying in those positions. So now LG, they get that first difficult area. What happens? They just run straight through them.
Oh, wow. Silence saw that one coming. It was good that there was a cross there for OXG and Yaga. A Kludge drone that survived, gaining information. It spotted one player inside an office. Dream punishing it. There goes the drone. Advantage still favoring Luminosity again. The stakes for LG, if they want to shoot past Mirage in the standings, it needs to be about a 7-2, 7-3 victory in order to guarantee their spot. Most maps we find these days have a defender-sided lean. That is actually working against Luminosity, as you can see right now. One pick for them, but OXG gets 2 back. 20 seconds remaining, and well, Foxay and Dream, whether they got the down or not, work together to stop what looked like an LG round from transpiring. OXG prevail on their second defense.
The round is kind of backwards because the things that are supposed to be difficult, like clearing Dragon Statue, was incredibly easy and quick for LG. And the thing that's supposed to be easier afterwards, the bomb set itself with 4 versus 2 advantage, was incredibly hard. They were entirely locked out, and yeah, some great shots hit by Foxy and Dream, who was just like the last 2 defenders alive. But still, when you got 4 members upright, it almost seemed like LG were not trying less, but they're definitely being more sloppy about it. Individual players just trying to take those individual gunfires, not relying on drones or crossfires or 2 guns in the same direction. And it's a little, you see here, Asian, he gets this great kill, but then he overswings the bandit, dies to his left because the entire wall is opened up by Asian himself. And then again, Foxy and Dream, they pick up 1 each, back to that 2 versus 2, and that's when the real round starts for LG. And they're of course just walking through a door, not knowing where the last defenders are, and they of course just kind of fall over. So, very confusing first 2 rounds so far, where it seems like the team that has the advantage doesn't actually have the advantage, and it just kind of flips in the middle of it. Kind of want to see would love to see a Monty round from LG before they side swap. It's only round number 3, just because I think the stability that Monty could bring to their attacks could be something they could benefit from, really. It's great for the roam clear, great for their plan, great to break all those great defensive setups by the defense, and there aren't all that many counters to it. Yeah, C4 below is always gonna suck, but there are so many areas in Skyscraper where you're not exposed to soft floor below you, so could be the key forward in the future rounds.
Those mid rounds from OXG are going to need to be better in the mid round now, as history really does repeat itself. Luminosity gets 2 very early picks. Dream, the only one on the board for OXG, trying to keep these numbers close. This is a heavy offsite presence for OXG, defending this kitchen and barbecue bomb site. Luminosity losing the Nomad, but OXG losing the Solus and the Azami. Those are 2 of the strongest operators in the game right now. It's not exactly the start that I'm sure OXG wanted, but hey, neither was the previous round, and they still ended up coming out ahead. Pardon my hiccup, by the way.
Yo, you're excused. Not only the uppers that you lose, but also just how easy this is for LG. They sprint in the building in 10-20 seconds time, just pick up 2 kills with confidence. That's gonna make you a little bit scared on the defensive side, because normally that would never happen. You're supposed to be safe in those areas. You got the goo mines, you got, the default cameras you can watch, you got fish with the Solus scanner, you can see where the drones are as well. But the defensive half from OXG, very much alive. The anchors who are just sitting in these individual rooms and holding on for their dear life, finding success time and time again. And Fox is still in it, and so is Stream. They cost a 2v4 last round, and this time they even have Yogg with them. But it's 3v3 round with a minute to go. And LG, they still gotta strike first.
Well, you got the hard breach down, so I guess that's a pretty good start. Bad game for Twist up to this point. 4 of Silence 5 kills, if I remember correctly, coming in that very first round. It still makes the numbers look pretty nice. 30 seconds to go as the diffuser is shuffled around, now into the hands of Eddie. It doesn't look like Luminosity has the wherewithal to clear out that top floor. Smoke's going off into the bomb site. Eddie trying to get a plant down, but struggling. Now it's Snake taking the heat to OXG above. Gets 2 picks on both Dream and Yaga with diffuser down. Foxay has his work cut out for him. Again, OXG just having so many players off site, it allows LG to take up all of the map control so quickly. Nice play by Foxay, sees 1, both! A 3rd to be found, but Snake was playing above. Can Foxay pull this one off? Snake shoots him through the wall, knowing there's only one place for him to be. It's as close as you can get without actually getting there. Foxy does not get the job done. Excellently played by Snake to get those final 3 picks and then ultimately win the round after his team had gotten the diffuser down.
It's actually such a good attempt from Foxy, though. It didn't really look winnable at all, but then he brings it from a 1v3 all the way back down to a 1 versus 1. But the execute from Luminosity, that's where the real story is, because it looked kind of hopeless from them in a 3 versus 3. You know, defenders, they got all the top floor in their control. They can see the bomb side. They don't have the best intel, and that's what LGD abused. They toss out 2 smoke grenades. They plant in the middle of that smoke. And then while that happens, we see Saw Snake sprint up a staircase and pick up both of those players who are looking down through the soft destroyable floor to try and kill the planter. And then, yeah, as I said earlier, the heroical attempt from Foxy. But then he gets wallbanged with, what, 3 seconds left? He gets off the timer as well, though, so it wouldn't have mattered in terms of time. But very close rounds, despite a very one-sided beginnings to most of them. But I can definitely tell frustration kind of becoming a trend for OXG. Things are not really going according to game plan here. And again, they need to align the troops here on what they want to accomplish. We keep seeing Fish and Newers die in the first 20 seconds with little to no support from their teammates. And there's no counterplay really happening. So either Fish and Newers gotta slow things down, or you gotta get Yogg, Foxy, or Dream further up into the offense and assist them on those initial gunfights. Because you can't play 3v5 every single round and actually expect to win the majority of them. That's why we see a down 1-2. Small changes can get them very far. Love the bandit for Foxy, and I mean, with the gun skill on the MP7 we saw last round, let's see, why not just play bandit for the gun at this point, you know? Go crazy. Of course, Fenrir shares that same weapon, but the wall deny on Skyscraper mighty fine. It just delays the attack incredibly a lot, forces out grenades and secondary MPs and all that good stuff.
Seems like a lot of those early roams by OXG are unsupported, which I know some teams do favor. Laxing's talked about this at length on the desk, and I mean, he is an OXG alumni, so I mean, he knows this team better than everybody else, at least any of us. You're playing to waste time, you're playing to waste utility, but if you're dying early consistently, the way that OXG is doing, and while they don't have first blood in any of these rounds, they have been able to trade back very quickly. So despite the fact, as you point out, that they lost somebody early on, OXG is still making these rounds very competitively. The mid to late round for OXG is absolutely their strongest. Imagine how this scoreline can change if over the next 3 rounds, OXG's defense is a little bit safer. We're already at the halfway point of the round, and nobody from OXG has lost a single point of HP. None of those stim pistols used from the dock either.
Yep, I think they got the read on it. I think they too figured out that sometimes doing nothing is doing something, is what I like to say, because the sheer aspect of staying alive and being on the round makes a huge difference. It's having more guns, more angles to deny, more things to cover, more teammates to play around. And now we see Foxy, because he's not needed elsewhere to assist the roamers, he can just sit there and bandage trade the Geisha wall and deny the breach from LG. They only have 1 Selma left, they have 1 EMP in pocket of Eddie downstairs, but they're gonna start having to do other things because time is very quickly slipping away from them. So this single bandage trick has stalled like 30 seconds and denied any point of entry, and Foxy somehow is still alive despite the cover. And he's dead.
You said that, and literally as your sentence finished, Eddie was the one who put the punctuation point on it. Look at what he's accomplishing with this sidearm. Ian Silent putting in significant work, and now leaves OXG to retake the bomb site. This is a familiar site for them. This is exactly what they had to do the last time they went here. LG started this map off by doing essentially what they've done again. Fish walking up the stairs, going towards Drum. He dies. LG, the perfect lockout with the diffuser down. That's 3 of 4 rounds where Luminosity's been able to plant the diffuser. They've won every single one of them. That one, after we sung their praises for their mid to late round, was not particularly close whatsoever for OXG.
I mean, it just happens out of nowhere. It looks like LG, they are locked out of the bomb site. They can't really get in. There are 5 defenders alive for the first time ever. And it's the easiest break of a bomb site that LG has done so far. It doesn't make sense. That should have been on paper the hardest round. And it wasn't even like a nade came from below and killed the crucial player position. No. LG did a 3-2-1. Here we go. Look, they had 2 flashbangs, 2 smoke grenades, 1 EMP in pocket. This was no utility game. This is just a synergized team that has a really good read on where the defenders are probably gonna play at, and then all believing in that, let's go right now and just trust their teammates and play off one another. And they storm down OXG's bomb side. It looks almost too easy at this point, and I take back the multi point. If you can do that with just pure gunplay, you don't need the multi. Have another gun, just do the entry job like we see in these rounds. LG are very much impressing me with the entries, but I will also say, I think OXG can do so much more. This is an experienced roster of Oxygen. Foxy, he alone, he probably has more experience in terms of years and time and games played than the entire LG roster combined. So I do expect more from Oxygen, and I am very surprised we've not seen the Finner being brought up more, because with how LG are playing, what would you like in this game? Something to stop the entries. We're talking Ella Mines, Melusi Banshees, we're talking the Finner gadget, something that when the attackers walk in a doorway to the bomb site, they get negatively affected. That hasn't happened. We're still playing the Frost, and we're playing the... I like the Banter, right? We're doing Frost and the Solus every single round, and they're not really necessarily getting much value done in these rounds. Sure, Yox on Thorn now, that gives you a sound cue if they walk in, but how often is a Razorblum gonna get a kill? That almost never happens. Oh boy. They're gonna go fast again.
So is she prepared for this? Answer says yes. Foxay strikes twice. Hazen gets one, traded out. LG now actually in a position I don't believe they've found themselves in the early portions of any of these rounds, which is at a disadvantage in numbers. You said they were going to go fast, but that was after taking a minute to ensure that they had everything lined up.
Yeah, and not everybody followed through either. Now, normally they all fully commit, but it was just Snake and Asian with... First was nearby-ish, but the second they died, he, stopped sprinting and went backwards instead. And it might have been that LG thought there were more people off-site for Oxygen, and the bomb site itself was very much vulnerable. But that's not the case. That backbone of Foxy and Dream, they're always holding down the bomb site every single round so far. They've yet to give that up. And LG very much are in a position where this is the one time they struggled last time. This bar position of Foxy, they couldn't clear it. They have no nades. They do have flashbangs and smokes though. But by opening up all these reinforced walls, they're only going to create more angles for the defenders to kill them from.
Well, in terms of kills, that's the best player for OXG now removed. Yaga heating up. 1 kill for him. More work will need to be done. Newer's searching for his first kill, given the role that he plays. That's not where he wants to find himself. Silent, 1 away from breaking double digits. Newer's attempting to greet these players on the stairs. Up off his stairs, continue on, keep going. 30 seconds. Yaga punishing Silent, and there's Newer's to finally get on the board. OXG again surviving a scare. They are perfect on this bomb site, but it's the only one they've been able to win so far. If they can capture a 3rd round in the first half, it will ultimately deny LG a chance to take over Mirage's spot. Just moments ago, Meepy had tweeted that he's the biggest OXG fan in the world, hoping that they can get 3 points, and then I'm assuming he can rest easy. OXG's almost there. 2 for 2 on Office. Where do they go for this final bomb site?
That is the question. Where do you go? You got options, but none of them really look all that pretty. Although I will say, last time we saw Barbecue Kitchen being played, it was an arguable clutch round from LG. The smoke plan with Snake rushing up above the back stairs, getting 2 kills, secured the round in that 3 vs 1 for them. But, if you're XG, you're not gonna let that fly 2 times in a row. They got intel this time. It's Dream on the Echo. And give intel to both the roamers and the site itself, because the benefit of Echo is the Yokais are movable drones. Not like the Valkyrie Black Eye cameras. Once you put them down, they're stuck, or mostly stuck in that position. Yeah, you can pick them up, but they can't move on their own. Yokais, they hover around, jump to ceilings. Intel, there hasn't been much of it from OXG, so I like this small change from them. But LG, in a similar fashion, have changes of their own. Notably, the O's and the Lion. Osa is kind of like a Montier Blitz. You know, you bring that shield you can walk within your hands, give some intel, you're relatively safe, you can plant behind it, etc. But you still have a primary gun. Same gun as Thermite, the 5.56. Great stats on it. Thermite mains used to be, back in the day, before they were just plant people, they were pretty much gunners. Back in year 1, you breach a wall, run in and kill people. Nowadays, you just drone and plant. So the 5.56 does great damage there. All Thermite's main with no. And for this particular attack and round, fortify the balcony. Normally it has no cover, no safe area. But with the talent shield put up, well, you can actually sit here now and just enjoy your angles and just get some intel.
Showing up the free cam now as it goes over top of Osa, walking on in. An odd sound. A Zofia on the board. Operator not in the meta at this point. Ash taking her spot. In a lot of ways, Flores being played too. Sledge even coming in where need be. Maybe a Yana. But, I mean, you've got the discover ability factor. Give those proximity concussions that get shot out. And then the soft destruction as well. One talent shield was down for the count as all those gas canisters are now thrown out. Yaga has none in reserve. Dream is dead. So you've got no gas canisters. You've got no nitro cells. And the yokais cannot stop the plant. That is not a good position to be in for OXG. It's going to come down to fragging at this point. They eliminate Asian. Yaga gets on the board for that, trading out a lot of HP in the process. Snake almost falling for LG, which would have been a huge benefit for OXG. But Snake has the talent shield working for him, sitting at backstairs, waiting ever so patiently. Down goes Silent. OXG now in the lead in terms of numbers, but Twist has found a way in. Unfortunately, doesn't see Yaga. Luminosity, we're so close to being able to pull this off.
So close yet so far. The issue is all defense needs is Geisha control, and they never lost that part of the map, so the plan cannot go off LG, but they can get the kills.
2 in a row. 30 seconds left. LG know what's at stake in this matchup. Fighting to eliminate OXG by a scoreline that has them go into the LCQ and not into open quals. Twisted attempted a plant. Now it's Eddie's turn to do that. Yaga thinks he has the wherewithal. Diffuser goes down, and both Foxay and Yaga are a little bit too slow. But damage can be done. There goes Eddie to Foxay. Most experienced player on Luminosity is the last one left, and that's Snake. Pulls his trigger a little bit too early, giving his position away. Vital information for OXG. All he really needs to do is waste time. Foxay's sweeping in on his right. He's hoping that Snake's attention will be elsewhere. Yaga overcoming the battle, and that's 3 rounds for OXG. The first half all tied up.
Defenders have disabled.
Heartbreak for Luminosity.
Yeah, a bit of a slow end there, but I mean, what a meme-worthy round that was. Foxay with the shotgun above cannot find the planter despite the yellow and the red ping and all the above. And then Yaga tapping with his 11 missing the entire bullet, all the bullets, his entire. Look at this! Like, he sees him, but the angle's awkward. And then Yaga missed like a whole magazine tapping away. It's just, they win the round. It's not critique in that way. It's just like these really funny small moments where it's like, it should be such an easy job, right? You got the yellow ping, you got the intel this time. It was such a battle. But one yokai that was actually alive did a lot of work for them. Those yellow pings is what stopped them from, you know, the attackers from being inside that barbecue bomb site the entire time. When Twist first walked in and he got shot basically through the wall, that was that same yokai that also yellow pinged him. And attackers, frankly, I don't think they realized that that was an issue. And Twitch was on the board last round in terms of operators, so if you had a Twitch drone alive or you're scouting on the bomb site for intel and found that yokai, all of a sudden that round plays out very differently.
Well, I got confirmation now from the admins that with OXG winning 3 rounds, there is no way for Luminosity to play in the last chance qualifiers. The only path is through the open quals. That greatly benefits Mirage. So, Meepy, your faith in OXG has been rewarded. Now the next step for Luminosity is to win 5 rounds, because if they win less than 5 rounds, they'll finish last. That's not where you want to be. Good start though, as Snake sees Yaga early on, first 30 seconds, and down goes the Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi was the first operator on attack that died in the first half. Very fitting that the same thing happens this time. And in particular, Yaga has just gotten better the longer this match has gone on, getting hugely impactful kills, a lot of which happen in the mid to late round. Lacking his gadgetry and lacking his prowess on attack will be a particular challenge for OXG.
Yeah, it's gonna suck for them. Of course, the calls make their own clear easier. Hacking cams grant you intel. It's just all around a really bad time, to be honest. But I guess the saving grace is Dream on the floors. If you can clear out those deployable shields that we see Eddie playing on right now, Top Dragon, that's gonna speed up your attack and make it a lot easier to clear out that middle section of the map. But who's gonna become the entry now? Neuro's got nades, those are impactful. Dream's got the Flores drones, they're impactful. And Fox is the only half breach. So it pretty much leaves Fish as the only true entry right now, unless you want to sacrifice using some utility in case you lose a gunfight. And this, you see this line in the floor right now, where the taggers are on one side, defenders on the other, and it's all up to the defenders to break that line completely. You also got Snake looking for a flank. This is what Solid is so good at. You see where the drones are, you see where the drones are, you can easily flank around to make a play. I don't think that's an angle. Yeah. Would have been cool though.
He was on drone though, so I don't think there was any way to possibly do anything about this. First 5 rounds had these teams trading. Opening pick never really amounted to much. That obviously broke in the 6th round where OXG got on the board first. They won that round. Now it's LG doing the same in the 7th. The fact that there hasn't been any grievous errors from OXG after losing Yaga is quite impressive, but Snake is just punishing everybody. 3 kills for him. How about a flawless round for LG as the rest of the team gets in on it too? A little bit too little too late for their spot in the LCQ, but again, they don't want to finish 9th place. That's 4 rounds on the board for Luminosity.
Yeah, play it out, and if anything, let that be a showcase of just how good LG's attack were, even when down in numbers, compared to OXG's opening attacking round. OXG were stuck on their own half of the map for the majority of the round, and the second they tried to break that awkward line in the middle, they got flawless, and it's over. LG, they would storm through that line and just pick up kill after kill after kill, and they trade off one another. Every single death from OXG happened with like 1.5 to 2 seconds gap in between it, with no follow-up and no successful gunfight whatsoever. So you allow defenders to like shoot a person, reload, shoot a second person essentially. Whereas when LG were attacking, there was just no room or time for that. They just went quick, 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 go, go, go. And that was it. Of course, OXG arguably a little bit more utility-based, playing the game the way people would argue the way you should do it, right? Drone every corner, bring out the Flores, clear the shield, drone again, yada, yada, yada. But they still get punished. Snake was hiding with Solid below that red staircase going towards Lobby Kitchen side, and he was on... and now he jumped out the window. Newers is having the worst game of his life right now. 1-7 on entry, the only set of grenades. He has not really found any meaningful impact against LG so far. And when Fish tried to get cheeky with these spawn peaks, he would die, trading 1-for-1. Snake, he just escaped it. He got the kill, jumped right back in, and he can now just sit and play passive on the gadget and not have to seek out gunfights anytime soon and still find tremendous value because he's soulless.
You never want to kick somebody when they're down, but Newers really hasn't had much of an impact whatsoever on this entire match. Nope. Like you said, not in terms of gadgetry, not in terms of kills. Can't say the same about Snake, who is a big loss for Luminosity as Fish walks in and picks up a kill just outside a kitchen. Snake and Silent combining for 23 kills, and almost all of those have happened in rounds won by Luminosity. So showing how hugely impactful those kills can be, not just in terms of numbers, because yeah, 23 kills is an, it's an eye popper, but 23 important kills that help you carry the round even better. Fish, after getting that pick as he walked into kitchen, is no more. LG, once again, gaining a numbers advantage in terms of players and can sit for the next 90 seconds quite comfortably on this defense and await the 3 remaining OXG players.
Yeah. And this exact same scenario OHG were in when they were defending, right? It's Newers and Fish dead early who are roaming on defense with the backline of Yogg, Dream, and Foxy alive, then like clutch some of those rounds. Same server and attack, but the issue is your backline and then clutching on attack, 3 versus 4, that's very difficult, you see, because you would like those grenades to be in play, the soft breach from the Ash to be in play. Instead, you got some flashbangs and hot breach, and that's really it. Yogg doesn't even have smokes. He's running secondary MPs on the gridlock, so actually they gotta hit their marks right now, or rather hit their shots, because it's the only real way throughout this round for them to win. And Silent, with 12 kills as you mentioned, he's still alive. Ready to shoot back.
Calm before the calm, and now calm before the storm. There's Yogg gonna eliminate Twist. The advantage goes in OXG's favor very quickly. Eddie hunkered down inside of the site. A dread mine goes off for a brief moment. LG could pounce upon that. Foxy not looking the right way. Now there's Eddie as well to get the job done. Yago with his 10 kills in a 1v2. Silent looking to stat pad here, but Eddie takes the final kill away. 5 for Luminosity, and I believe that's the magic number to ensure that they don't finish in last place, meaning that they've secured their spot in 8th. Beast Coast, with those 5 rounds going in favor of Luminosity, Beast Coast will finish in 9th. We'll await admin confirmation on those details.
Well, at least they made up for their poor showing earlier, LG that is, and it kind of saddens me that I didn't see this kind of like firepower from them against Beast Coast. You know, they played Oregon earlier. It's like a very gun-reliant map where you gotta execute together, and the LG we're seeing right now would have definitely done good on Oregon. So maybe it's nerves, or, you know, I don't know what it is, but it is a different LG between their first and second game, which shows they can bounce back after a disappointing performance, but they also failed to show up when it arguably mattered a little bit more for them. OXG, with that round loss, have taken their tactical timeout to talk about what the possible changes could be. And honestly, if I'm them right now, I mean, this is one of those really like stupid things to say. It's like, we need Newers to get some kills, right? It's like, it's not that simple, but we need to, as a team right now, OXG, they need to enable their injured players more. That could mean more drone work. It could mean to play Monty to allow him in. It could be to, you know, play Jangle to red ping. But the issue is with Skyscraper, it's not really that the defenders are running around you a lot and making you confused as to where they are. It's simply that you're walking into tough to fight areas as an injured player, and you're honestly just not really put in favorable position. And if you don't have adequate information to assist you in those gunfights in the first place, you have little to no chance to succeed at that job. So OXG, they need to find success in the early stages of these rounds to just have a chance to fight till the end of them in a realistic manner. I mean, in the previous round when they were down 3 versus 4, they did put up a good performance. They picked up that double kill onto Side and onto Dragon, but then again, they don't get to actually push in towards the bomb site itself. They're still shut out, and they kind of lose when it's chaotic. OXG are great when things are kind of composed and strategical, but when LG start doing all the chaotic funky stuff, that's when OXG they kind of fall apart. Not again, not again.
For Silence, thought he had it well read, does not. I mean, why not take a chance at this point? There's no other result that Luminosity could have. I mean, they've got their 5 rounds. They're going to sit in 8th. I suppose that's it for them. Luminosity now, they are going to be playing without any stakes again, as we talked about. They have confirmed that they will not be playing in LCQ because Oxygen have won 3 rounds, but Luminosity, by winning 5, prevented themselves from finishing dead last. Why not have some fun with it at this point? Losing the Legion early on is never good. Losing those 13 kills from Silent, never good. The way he's been playing, hugely impactful for this team. 1 minute now off the clock. Everybody from OXG still upright.
Great stop, but again, what can they now do themselves? That kill was granted to them by jumping out the window. OXG still gotta pick apart the bomb site itself, and almost looks like they're gonna jump in to just hit you into and brute force it, but surely not, right? Surely not. Nate goes out to the trap, and yeah, Foxy goes right on in.
He's got the diffuser in hand, but I don't think they have what they need in the bomb site to get it planted. Foxay checking corners. He's got an opportunity to get that diffuser down, and he'll do that as the last remaining players from LG are isolated and cut off from the
Attackers are
site.
activating the diffuser.
Snake still lurking above. Fish, the only death for OXG. Things get difficult for Snake as he loses his only ally, and then he loses his life too. OXG's first successful attack comes on the tertiary bomb site of Barbecue and Kitchen, and that's 4 rounds on the board. They still trail LG by 1.
It was a pretty beautiful execute, like very clean, right? You just nade the frost trap and Goomine, jump on in. The only thing they were clearly lacking was intel. Foxay couldn't just stick the plant immediately. He had to manually phase check a couple of corners and areas of the kitchen bomb site and stock room next to it before the plant could go down. So it's great that they do what they can with the utility, and they say, okay, we just simply cannot drone this area while also going in quickly. We'll just phase check it, and they do it together. It was greatly executed and synergized, and LG, pretty far off the bomb site, didn't have any real answers to it. And I think Snake impacted himself because he is half HP with no impacts in pocket, and there is teammate damage protection during prep phase these days. So someone made a silly mistake here, Mr. Snake. And they have no dock, of course. Oh, of course, right? You play dock sometimes, but not the round where you injure yourself or do damage to yourself in the prep phase. Classic.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Remember when Impacts first came out?
Mm-hmm.
This is a long time ago. This is back in, I believe it was back in year 1, but yeah, year 1 season 3, I believe Impact came out. Either way, long time ago. And it was very common that people would spawn and like immediately want to throw out their impact, just like they immediately want to shotgun a wolf or rotate. And the amount of times you would hit like the entire team with an impact grenade, because back then there was no damage protection in prep phase, and you start the round by using either all your dock stims, because you played dock a lot back then, or with everybody at half health. It was quite the view. Quite the view.
I do like that change that we see, by the way. So now that friendly fire is turned off during the prep phase, I really wish it was extended to self-damage. I can't see a lot of circumstances where you would use a nitro cell or an impact to damage yourself strategically. I mean, obviously, if that change was in pro play, then Snake would still be at full HP instead of losing 60% of his health.
But if you want to throw games in ranked because your teammates are annoying and you can't C4 yourself when the round starts, then you know what's the point? That's why it's still in the game.
I played 2 games in a row where my teammates just kept trying to kill each other over and over and over again. So, an unpleasant experience, to say the least. It happens to the best of us. Very quick round unfolding in front of our very eyes. Nick. This is a karaoke T defense for Luminosity. Outside of the damage that was done by Snake, there's been nothing else. Half of the round gone. E1D goes. Nades from below as well. Opening up kill holes into the site, but not able to hit any of the targets.
It is it's such an art to watch people cook grenades perfectly. To the point where you break the floor for visuals as well. You're doing a great job. This red ping with the nade, perfectly cooked, gets the kill. That's gonna open things up because it's smoke off the table for LG, and it gives them access to this back staircase to attack the bomb site later on.
Logic bombs, nades, E1Ds. Well, tons of annoyances for Luminosity to overcome. They lost Twist early. Twist having a pretty miserable game, 1-8, especially on that smoke first casualty. That is not where you want to be on that operator. Now you lose the Fenrir of Eddie. Newer's on backstairs, having a pretty decent round, but his luck runs out after 2. LG keeping things close. Advantage still for OXG at this point in time. I don't think Asian realizes how close these silhouettes are. Lights up 1. Adeptly getting out of the way and repositioning towards the next kill hole. All the while, Dream getting the diffuser down. That's not the actual human, that's the outline. You're shooting at the armor. Asian cannot confirm the kill onto Fish. Of all the pressure of that diffuser now working against him, meaning that somebody might still be over in karaoke. There goes the wall. Making a ton of noise in the process, but having limited information. Hopping on the diffuser, playing keep away with OXG. He's got Fish as his last target. But Fish gets in and punishes Asian right as he turns tail to head back into the site. OXG ties things up. Both teams sitting at 5 rounds apiece. And I hope you understand that while this is my favorite round, I rewatched the broadcasts. Nick.
Oh no, you rewatched the broadcast? No.
I heard what you said.
Listen. It's what I said was valid because it's true. People who don't know, whenever we go to 5-5, Parker always says, "This is my favorite round of Rainbow Six Siege. It's the penultimate round because no matter what, somebody goes on match point." Always. And I like it, and it's true, and I fully agree with it. And Parker wasn't here for 2 games last week during the cast in was it NA or Brazil? Either way. Brazil. Yeah, doing Brazil. So Lynx was standing in, and I made the joke because it happened and Parker couldn't say it, so I said it. I didn't think you'd rewatch the broadcast and find out, so now I'm a little bit in trouble here, but it's fine.
You didn't even say it in an endearing way. It was a tone of mockery. There was contempt in your voice.
It was said in a mockery way. It was, and that's because when Lynx and I we get duoed up, we just it brings out the worst in each other, So I blame Lynx. I fully blame Lynx for this. Actually, I take no responsibility.
Lynx is a real piece of work. Let's be honest.
He
here.
is. I mean,
he's the worst.
The best part about working remote is that we're not in the same room anymore every day, when working. That's the best part about it. Just for the Lynx part, that's. Guy's a handful.
More distance between him and us, the better.
Yep, amen.
10 seconds left.
Usually Flynn inhabits this role where we make fun of him, but now that he's actually back, there's like a bit of pity and guilt for making fun of him for all these years while he was in the literal Canadian wilderness. And now he's back, and he has to work with Demo, and I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. So now we make fun of Lynx.
Oh, man. I love Rainbow Six Siege and the talent members.
Well, it's all good fun. At this current point in the match, not that we want you to tune out, but the 2 things to watch for when we got this match started was Luminosity could not lose 3 rounds if they wanted to go into the LCQ. Well, as you can see from the scoreline, OXG have won more than 3 rounds, which means that Luminosity's hopes of fighting in the LCQ are gone. Mirage will be the team who does that. It means that Luminosity has to go into open quals. Whether they went in as the 8th seed or the 9th seed in the NA League came down to whether they could win 5 rounds. And as you can see again from the top of the scoreline, Luminosity have won 5 rounds, which means that Beastcoast's fate is sealed. They will finish in 9th place at the very bottom of the North American League. Luminosity will be above them, but not by much. So in this instance, for Luminosity, there really isn't that much that you're playing for from this point onward. You've hit that one break point that you needed to. OXG probably would like a win. They've won 2 rounds in a row, and Luminosity still taking it seriously. They called their timeout at the tail end of the previous round after OXG had won 2 in a row.
It's the good old OXG keep all 5 members alive here. They've doubled up on drone work. Yogg on the Twitch, Dream still on Flores round by round. And they've done a great job of just progressing through the map in a pace that's acceptable. 1 minute 20 left, and they're about to hit that first issue. That dragon and drum situation. I'm taking control of a drum now. But what's next is where OXG usually struggles the most. It's to break this barrier of getting that opening kill and then getting a foothold in the upcoming rooms and then hit the bomb site afterwards. Got the Lion Skins to go out. Members will trade one of another. So just play together here. They should be having a good chance in this round. It comes down to gunplay.
Critical part of attacking this office site is Dragon, and that's where Silent has a beautiful shot as he removes Fish from the server. Lion cannot terrorize you any longer, and guess what? Silent's feeling it. 15 kills. Snake not far off with 14 kills. Silent gets away with his life intact. Now it's Eddie, next one up inside a Dragon. There goes Asian at the hands of Foxay. Not all hope is lost for OXG, but they're gonna have to battle the clock. 3 players on OXG. 20 seconds to go. Foxay taking down Silent. Now it's Yogg to remove Eddie. Suddenly,
attackers have recovered
LG in bad shape. Snake gets on the board. Twist looking for more than a single kill. You can have a lineup onto Yaga. Walking on through. There goes Twist. Yaga wins the fight. Snake hiding out. Past the point of no return. Snake, you got to stop him. And he gets a kill, but it's ultimately lost as there's still one player left for OXG. Match point.
That was the most disgusting one tap that Yogg just hit on Twist on bar. He walked in, pre-aiming crouch still with a DMR, just one taps him, plants with 1 second left on the clock, right before they lose the round, and then they try and play it out, just prone, hide, Snake is playing it out, it gets the kill in the wrong, arguably wrong member, the cover, not the planter. It's a clutch round for OXG. And again, they did the thing they have not been able to do so far on their attacks, walk in together and get the kills. And they didn't really do it in that round either. Silent got the 2 kills on Dragon, we see it right here, and the initial push was shut down immediately because there's no follow-up. He even swings deep into that area which is their office of T. But Foxy has been the mid-round hero in so many of these rounds, on defense and on attack, where he will find 1 or 2 kills to even back the man count, so that like 3 versus 3 or 2 versus 2, and then OXG that finds success afterwards. It really is just like an entry duel issue for OXG right now. And also, if you look at the scoreboard, if you kill Snake or Silent or both, well, the races don't really account for that much. Eddie on 5 kills, Twist on a single, Asian on 6. Whereas if you look at OXG, okay, yeah, Yogg's on 15, but then you got 3 on Neuro who had a very slow game, 5 on Dream, 6 on Fish, 12 on Foxy. So it kind of is that 2 versus 2, but the difference is Silent and Snake are like the entry players and early gun duelers of LG versus like the mid to late round of Foxy and Yogg. So there is a chance that if the entries of XG can kill out the, the high gunning players of LG, of Snake and Silent, all of a sudden you got the top gunners versus bottom gunners from XG's favor.
LG waiting out this EE1D. We go back to office again. It was a close one. Here he holds, as we said earlier, and we've said in many, many matches, that go to the same bomb site again, because you think that you can make some minor adjustments and ultimately come out on top. That's the hope here for Luminosity. If they're unsuccessful, that's the ballgame. No, XG wins in regulation. All 3 points are theirs. When it was OXG on defense, Luminosity on attack, OXG was giving LG ample opportunity to get these first picks with how aggressive OXG were off-site. Luminosity are not doing the same thing. A bit rude of them, some would say. Though LG is quite off-site. You see 3 players right now playing down by bedroom, playing down by house side. It works out. First blood technically goes in LG's favor, but it's answered right back. Yaga, an impressive 2-piece. Twist and Asian gone. If this really is the final round, it'll be a disappointing finish for Twist, who's on 1 and 10. Vertical play still here for LG. Oxygen reducing numbers on site. Eddie and Snake last alive. There goes Snake. 4 players from OXG all searching for the final kill. It'll be the clutch of Eddie's career. Time working against him. Retaking house stairs is a dangerous prospect. Even just making it to the top is uncertain, especially when there's going to be 4 people looking your way. Fish sees him and gets credited with the kill. 4 rounds in a row, won by OXG. All Luminosity needed to do was hit that 5th and fateful round. He did it. And OXG seals the deal in regulation. Still 3 more matches to go, but that's it for you and I, Nick. We'll go to a break and we'll come back with more of the North America League.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the play do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
It's pretty hard, yeah. I didn't realize it'll go by that fast. Bang. Okay, sounds good. So the most popular bomb site on Bank is going to be the basement. And you know, one of the most common executes attack can do is bring a shield through server and try to plant on the server bomb. So what you'll actually see a lot of players do is hold the blue stairs with the smoke, triple ADS, and maybe a shield at the top, and then a guy behind the server rack with also a lot of burn. Right? In order to prevent that plant further, you can also bring a Goyo on top of that and stack that all for the server side plant, which is a really common play you see in Pro League, which is a smoke and Goyo combo to completely deny the server plant for almost 1.5 minutes on end. Right? Another thing you could do, especially with the hatch control in open area being so crucial to the site, is roam up an open area with a guy playing red hatch on the hatch with it open and ready to fall at any time. Right? Putting multiple roamers in open areas is really strong to make sure that they can't just get the hatch control for free. And looking out for that lobby execute is also important, right? Because there's also 2 back hatches people can drop, making sure you have people rotating over onto the site itself. Being ready for that is really crucial. Mirage is a tiny lurk point. Make sure you have a guy there, DP there. That's it. I had a lot of time. I thought I had a lot of time, and then I looked at the clock. I was like, oh, I don't have enough time.
What's so funny, Rare?
Well, because I already know the answer is. I know what I'm picking.
I know the 2 people they're gonna pick. For sure.
Me?
Oh.
What are y'all talking about? What operator do I play that's off meta, bro?
He is.
What do you mean, me? I'll do what needs to be done. Like, you'll catch me in the mud and at least expect it.
That boy George.
Wow.
Snake.
Really, bro?
As soon as the operator came out, he picked it.
I think I'm the thinker. I'm the thinker for sure.
And
that's interesting. That one's pretty obvious too.
There it is. All gas, no brakes on that guy.
That was obvious.
Yeah, like I said, I am definitely a thinker. I make the plays. I'm hit.
Okay.
What? Mass is kind of like a rat on attack.
I'd agree.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. I know you're gonna say George.
Bro, I already know.
What? Why would I TK?
Because you're always just flicking around everywhere.
Wish TK'd me yesterday. He opened a wall in front of me and I just kind of smoked him.
Yeah, I dropped the hatch and he killed me.
Really, folks?
Intentional TKs though, that's J9.
Nah, I walk in front of Jack, I just die, bro.
Why are you smiling, Rare?
Me?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna put me in, it's just false accusations. Nah, that's rigged. I may sleep up until the scrim, but I'm always on time, so.
Well, I remember we had to call you to wake you up for a game, and you woke up and you were dead, bro.
That was at like 10 a.m. You expect me to wake up
You're
that
so
early?
sleepy.
There's only one right answer for this one.
Pretty much. I remember when you called your dad once and you got mad.
Yeah.
Me, bro.
I'm the rooster. I'm I'm there at 7 a.m. just screaming, bro. Like.
Can you do the noise again?
Oh, yeah. Gonna have a bunch of different answers for that one.
It's between 2 people for me right now, so I don't know.
They hate me, bro. I fold.
Kansan just kills everybody. Like.
Whenever he's in like a 1v2, I've never been more confident in my life that we're gonna win the round. That's the thing. I like Snake.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
I said false because whenever I see him in like a 1v2, 1v3, like I know there's a chance that we win that.
I think Jack. I think he's one of the most mechanically gifted. in the game. When he's feeling it, I don't think anyone can stop him.
You know what? It ain't a gift. It's talent. That's hard work.
The genetics, I would say, even.
The genetics is born with it.
OXG were already playoff bound. We knew that before today even started. But then they put LG in the dirt and lock LG into bottom 2, which means now if they want to qualify any further than they have, then they got to do it through one additional qualifier step. Let's talk to Fish real fast before we move on to the rest of the day. Dude, again, congrats. So give me the overall now. With the LG game out of the way, you've played all your best of ones already. How has it been in your very first stage with the guys on OXG?
I think it's been fun. I think it's been pretty decent so far. And we know that the group stage doesn't really matter as much as the playoffs. And I think we're sitting in a good spot. Definitely not top 2 where we aim to be, but we're doing all right.
Well, Fish, you get the regulation win today, but it was a tough one for you guys. It was kind of teetering on the edge there. Felt like you and Newers kind of had a slow start, struggling a little bit on those early rounds, but then after the TAC timeout, you punish a run out, and then everything just seems to kind of click. What happened on those last 4 rounds to really turn things around for you guys?
I think more on the attack, on that map specifically, like we were able to control like the speed that the game was played at. And taking our time, getting entries in, getting the first pick on attack really like helped set the pace for us to win the rounds later on.
Mm-hmm. All right, Fish. Give me a smile. You just won. Like, come on now. Like, you're giving me these, like, all right, man, like, we got the win. I need a little bit more. But, again, congrats on the win nonetheless. But what I want to say is, what's the practice schedule going to look like now that you guys have secured your spot and now going forward you need to secure Atlanta? What's the practice schedule going to look like?
I mean, it depends.
There's that smile.
Boo Boo's getting the no scrim first place. So if those guys aren't scrimming, then we might as well not be either.
Is that going to be the trend? Hopes ain't going for that. Hopes and Redeem ain't going for that.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. You guys, don't believe what Fish just said. I'm telling you right now, Hopes ain't letting that happen.
Before I let you go, man, you don't know who your opponent is tomorrow. The only thing that we know for sure is the top 2 ain't happening for you guys, which isn't the worst thing in the world. It just means from here on out, it's do or die in best of 3s. Does it necessarily concern you that you don't immediately know who your opponent is? Is there going to be any prep switch depending on whether, like, whoever ends up becoming your opponent over the course of the next couple of hours? Or is it just all good, all relaxed, just kind of do whatever until you know who that's going to be?
I think like specifically in like terms of Siege competing, like if there's only 3 spots and the top 6 teams are going to play, it doesn't really matter who you play against. You have to win to qualify, and if you don't win, you don't deserve to be there. So for us, it's kind of like we focus on ourselves, and we came here to play, we came here to win, and as long as we play like we practice, then we should be okay.
All right, strong words, dude. Congrats again on the way that this first stage has gone. I mean, for you, not your first, but considerably better than stage 1. Good luck in the rest of playoffs, dude.
Fish, I'm just glad you're doing better. That's all I want to say.
Thanks, Lux. Good to see you too. Doing good.
Hey, we're both thriving out here.
It looks like you're both in considerably better spots than you were back in stage 1. So
I'm happy to see him finding success. Like I said, and we've touched up on him. Fish is a player that I know has tons of potential, and I'm just glad that he fell where he did because Oxygen is going to allow him to improve so much. And again, I'm just glad to see him performing.
Good thing for them to get that regulation win on Skyscraper too.
Absolutely. Of course, we'll take a look at the standings in a little bit and kind of see how things are shaking out. But through this match, they've got to feel good about pulling it back. It really was not looking good for them. When we saw LG on attack, this play from Eddie was fantastic. They were getting a lot of those opening picks. The casters touched on it. Newers had a really tough start. He's always kind of been this player who is going to get into those early round engagements, and it just feels like the couple of games we've watched Oxygen play on Skyscraper have not been kind to Newers. I go back to that Mirage game that OXG played as well. He was struggling on the entry, playing on the Yana. Often it was that Solace and the ability to deny drones that was making his life very difficult. I think that happened again here today. The difference, though, between that Mirage game and this game is they were able to really turn things around once they moved to attack.
And it just goes to show, Newers is a phenomenal player. He showed why he became a Rookie of the Year and all his performances. He can have a bad game. They happen. But I know he's going to do what he needs to do in his due diligence to make those improvements going forward, because it is do or die, as you were saying, Jacob. So you have to be on point.
That was the last game of the group stage for both of those squads. We know LG is locked into bottom 2 at this point, but for OXG, it gets a little more complicated because there's a couple other teams that have the ability to surpass them now. They're in second, but they're not going to hold on to this.
The reason why they cannot finish second, Jacob, is because Wildcard and Dark Zero play each other. They will get a minimum of 2 rounds delivered to one of those teams, and we've run the math. We've seen all the possible scenarios. None of them have Oxygen staying top 2, but third place is doable. 4th, 5th, 6th, they're going to finish somewhere in that range. Getting as many points as they have, 15 on the board, means that they're going to be in a slightly better position to finish in 3rd place overall, which would potentially get them an easier matchup. Whether that's SSG, Sonics, we still don't know.
And I like the mentality that Fish said. It doesn't really matter where they get placed, where they're put. They got to win. They got to beat everyone if they want to make it, and that's the mentality you got to have. Whether you want to look at someone as, you know, an easy opponent or a harder opponent, at the end of the day, you have to win every single match to secure Atlanta.
Look, man, it's best of 3 territory. Yep. Once you get there and it's all single elim and you've got no more room for error, that's a lot of pressure to put on those guys. Some of them will absolutely crumble under said pressure, and some of them are going to have to go to Atlanta by buying their own ticket and their own travel to get there, which, funnily enough, you can also do right now. Welcome back to the seeding show, everybody. None of the games necessarily matter for placement because top 6 is spoken for, bottom 3 is spoken for. I think actually now literally the bottom 3 cannot move at this point because now all of the games are just trying to figure out exactly where the order is for top 6. DZ have a doubleheader. Space Station is on the back end of their doubleheader, and they're playing up next.
Indeed they are, and for both these squads, there is stuff to play for, right? We talk about how important placing is for Dark Zero. Top 2 very much still on the cards.
So if we look at probability real fast, not everything looks all that good for Space Station because, I mean, when this comes up, you'll see, yeah, they can't get top 2, but that's the entire thing that Dark Zero at this point is playing for because Laxing, they still have an opportunity to get 6 points on the day.
Yeah, that's still a great feat in alone. I'm pretty sure they can grab first, no? If I'm correct? Yeah, they can grab first if they get those wins in regulation. So that's a huge feat for DZ. I know everyone on DZ is going to want that. Again, at least everyone here now, they are going to be in playoffs no matter what. So that alone, it's got to feel good. You put in all the work, you're here, you're in playoffs. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, and the key thing, too, from that graphic is for Dark Zero, the percentages didn't change a whole lot. Regulation win to regulation loss, it's only 60-40. That's because their next game is against Wildcard.
Yep.
And those are the 2 teams who are going head-to-head for that final top 2 spot. So realistically, this game, not the most important for Dark Zero, but next game is going to be the one they really need to win for top 2.
The conversation has been all M80, all Wildcard for the first place spot. But for Dark Zero to come in and steal that right at the very end is an absolute possibility because they have a dynamic duo who have been killing it, not just specifically for this stage. They've been doing it since the beginning of 2021. It's NJR and Pambazoo.
Yeah, these stats are kind of crazy. So this is the overall KD ratios that both Pambazoo and NJR have been putting up throughout their career, going back to, as you mentioned, Jacob, 2022. The key thing I want to highlight here is not only have they both been good, solid 1.0s their entire careers on Dark Zeros or higher. They've now been great. Last stage, in Stage 1 of 2023, they both set records for their highest KD ratios ever in a single stage of the North American League. They are on pace to break it once again. 1.58 from Pambazoo, 1.47 from NJR. Both these players have been absurdly good. Pamba had a good game last week when we saw him play on Chalet, where he was really, really dominant. And in their last match, NJR as well. Not quite as many frags, but staying alive so consistently. I think he was was 13-1 in the last game that they played for Dark Zero up against Luminosity. So you can see the dominance from these two players. The amount of work they are putting into the server has been incredible.
Yeah, and it's truly impressive. I mean, you look at Pamba, you know, I'm going to go from left to right, a 1.10, then to a 1.19, then to a 1.6, that's a fall off, but then to a 1.33, then to a 1.58. So that means he's just progressively improving throughout his gameplay. And what more do you want from that? I mean, that's what any player wants to do to bounce back. And then looking at NJR, I mean, again, it's almost the exact same thing. Starts out strong, falls off a little bit, makes it creep a little bit, but then a huge skyrocket, and then he still goes further with NJR. Two phenomenal players that keep improving.
I mean, and everyone thought that you needed Gavin on this team to come in and be a huge showmaker. You haven't needed that because those guys are just consistently so good.
Yeah, Gavin's been playing well too, but those two have really been popping off, especially in the stats. Obviously important to note those last numbers, still work in progress. They could still change, could still go down, but on pace now to break those records.
I was going to say, this game against SSG could absolutely freaking ruin those KDs right off the rip. It could happen in this game, specifically because Space Station are also playing with a lot to fight for. They've already done most of the dirty work, but if we just look at the standings one more time, you'll see what 3 points is capable of getting these guys. It's really, really close for them to fight for at least a slightly better matchup. 3 points, and suddenly they're tied with Wildcard, at least right now before Wildcard play their game later tonight. But even still, they lost their first 4. They could then win their back 4.
I mean, I love seeing these standings right now because when you looked at it from day one or the first week, this is not really what you saw, obviously, because games haven't been played, but how it's shaken up and where some of these teams are at right now and where they can be, it is very interesting to see.
Yeah, and I think Space Station Dark Zero as well is a game that we have historically hyped up as a matchup between two titans of North America. There have been periods of time where these were the best two teams in all of NA, and I think we were a little bit worried coming to this on the final day, like, oh man, Space Station probably going to roll over to Dark Zero. This is going to be a DZ easy win. Not so much anymore. Based on how they played that last game earlier today, and of course last week as well, Space Station Gaming absolutely putting in a case that they deserve to be in that top 3, top 4 conversation.
No, they're looking extremely dominant. And if in comparison to both DZ, I think DZ still is having trouble with their mid to late round in some areas, where I'm seeing a lot of SSG in the beginning. They weren't looking very strong. Games were being dragged out. But from these recent games that we're seeing from them, they're looking very, very strong, and I can see this game just being a slugfest.
I also don't think very many people tagged Dark Zero as being #1 potential, but they could absolutely do it. Yeah. They need a couple things to go their way, right? They need to get like all 6 points or something today to then tie them with the most that M80 could get. They need M80 to lose. They need Wildcard to lose, but it's there. It's within their grasp, and it's because guys like Pamba and NJR have been going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's still within their grasp, as you said. It's in their control, too, right? Because they play 2 games. They can win both of them with good round counts, 3-0s each time. They should be feeling very, very good. I think going back to maybe Pamba and NJR a little bit, too, I really like their duo because Pamba has been that guy fragging in the early round, the one getting in that entry, being able to start off the round so strong for Dark Zero. And then for NJR, I feel like he's been so strong, being able to just work picks on attack, coming in behind sometimes Pambazoo and being able to be that kind of second entry or that second person coming into the building to be able to clean things up a little bit later. And then on defense, man, the Fenrir play coming from NJR has been some of the best that we've seen in all of the North American League.
These guys have looked good. It looks like their playstyles certainly mesh, at least to a certain extent. But let's get ourselves a good old-fashioned Breaking Point Grand Final rematch. Jesse, where are we going in this map veto?
I don't know, Jacob. I am kind of feeling another consulate. Neither of these teams tend to ban this map, so I'm hoping for another cons. That's what I predicted in my notes. And I am wrong. It got pretty far into the ban phase.
Both of the new ones did, and we went to Oregon. We got Consulate and Labs in the back 3, and we went to Oregon?
Yeah. My main note here was that there was a very good chance that we see a new map, and there was, but we didn't end up there instead. For Space Station Gaming, they have an absurd 5-1 record on closed competition throughout Stage 1. They beat Mirage, Parabellum, M80, Elevate, and Scars. Their only loss was against Wolves. However, that was a 7-0. Very impressive record historically from Space Station. Not a lot of recent plays, but still, historically, they love this map.
Yeah, this kind of stumped me. I thought I was going to see Nighthaven for sure. So it going to an Oregon with both these teams' play styles, I can kind of see it heavily favoring SSG because they are the more aggressive team. But again, Oregon is a very default map. There's not a whole lot that you can do to really stump a team. It's really just winning those gunfights. And if SSG is coming out hot after that most recent win, it's going to be a good one.
I just want to know, and Lax, to get your professional opinion on this, it might be a little bit too soon to say this, but knowing that Space Station lost their first 4, and all of that was mostly overtime losses, is Space Station back? Or is it way too soon to be saying that? Like, can we call those first 4 games a fluke because they were so close, literally in some cases down to 8-7? There was only one game where they didn't get any points off of any of the best of ones that they've played. Now they're at a point where they easily can get to like 4th place or something ridiculous. Are they back?
I'll say yes. We've seen it many times in Siege, whether it's been in regular season or even in bigger tournaments, majors, SI championships. Look at NIP, the one that they lost to SSG. They came all the way back from losers bracket and made that run all the way into the finals and got 2nd place. This could easily be the same thing. And truthfully, when you're in that situation, when you are losing every single game, one, it doesn't feel good. That's obvious. But you learn from it and you realize, okay, like everything matters now. We can't make mistakes. We got to be the better team today. And if we aren't fixing those mistakes, we're going to be done. So the pressure is applied. And when you have great players on the team, everyone can pick that up. Everyone can realize what they need to improve on, to come into the scrim the next day, to come into the game day and keep honing in on the things that they need to fix. So SSG, I can see them being back.
I 100% agree. And I think if you go look at that match that they just played against Mirage, I think you can look at it in 2 halves, right? On attack, I think it's difficult to say that that will carry over to these games because I think it was so focused on consulate. Yeah. Their executes were perfect. Yes. They were great, but that's going to be hard to replicate on other maps. I think that's very specific to that practice. But then you look at defense, and it was a lot of big individual moments from Ashen.
Ashen specifically.
That is the guy you need to see popping off if you're an SSG fan, and he was doing that finally. I think early stage SSG, he wasn't bad. He was just a little quiet. And now he is very loud.
And that's where, as a newer player, and you're coming in and putting up that performance around your veterans, that should be an indicator for the veterans to be like, okay, I got to step it up. I can't be letting this rookie show me up. I got to show my worth because Ashen's doing it for me. So, yeah. But regardless, I want to see Ashen do the exact same thing he was doing last game.
Well, before we jump into this thing, we're still waiting on a couple of people to get in the lobby, including Panba. It is currently not Panba party time. We're still waiting on that boy to get in here. Before we do that, let's cut to a couple of the really good highlights that we had from week 2. Roll it.
Opportunity to get in the kitchen unchallenged, and that's where he wants to go, but instead just sprints in. How did they allow him to go like that, Nick? Nobody watching him? That's so puzzling by OXG. You've been doing so much better, but now it's Mirage in the driver's seat. Vertical finding all 3 kills, positioned the wrong way. 4 for him.
يعني سابقينهم شويه كده يعملوش الراوند خلاص قربت تخلص بس هشوم مستني مو يخلص على بعده على طول وتريكسد يقدر يجيب دوفاكين وفجأة الترابيزه تتقلب بالكامل على تريبل وهشوم اعتقد بالتريبل كيل.
Acontece agora entre FaZe Clan e Pijamas, o tempo tá acabando, só sobra o Range vivo, pode tentar fazer o plant, o Psycho, mas ainda tá numa situação complicada, a Solis pode enxergar o jogador, não vai conseguir pegar, será que pode varar? Medalha!
That one does down Shepard, and he was the man with the kit, so suddenly 10 seconds, 2 versus 1. They got to see if they can either find the kit, get it planted, or get the player itself. It is just the watch here, the cover, the swing round. He's able to win out the first. He goes for the second. It's a post-plant round, and Ezra gets the clutch on a quad kill. Sit back into their favor. Shaiko wants to get some revenge here, but how he found that, I don't know. He's looking for one more inside the side, and he gets it, Shaiko! 13-3, waiting for the last player to drop. Brede covers up the cover, and there's Shaiko!
Quien tiene a su presa, veamos si la puede conseguir. Ahí está, le quita el sombrero al señor Haas y tiene ahora capacidad de seguir enfrentando a los operadores. Gracias. ¡No! ¡Pero ya! ¿Pero qué estás dibujando tú, mi hermano? Tremenda la triple que se acaba de aventar el francés. Mítica, Iván Gans y el buen Jay de Alpha Teris. Ay, claro, de regalos. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué no? ¡Otro más!
Welcome in, everybody, to Oregon, starting off as we had a momentary hiccup for getting people into the lobby, but welcome into the back half of the last day of the group stage here in Stage 2 for the North American League. Flynn joined by Demo, and we are indeed heading to Oregon between Dark Zero and Space Station. Now, Space Station, this is their last game of the group stage. Dark Zero still have this game and another game to round out the evening against Wildcard to potentially play for that first seed. Now, Demo, this is a very important game. We've seen a very up and down stage from Space Station. They seem to be on the upswing. And quite the performance against Mirage on consulate to start the day off.
Yeah, good win for SSG to kick things off. Rob, we didn't even get a toss, Rob, but we had to go in just dry. That's, do you want to do a Jacob impression? Or maybe I could do one? What does Jacob sound like? What, Midwestern? Is that kind of the vibe, or?
Guess. I think he's from like Colorado. He's usually just throwing different variations of our names up.
Let me put my glasses on to see if that helps. Hold on. We're going to toss it over to Rob Flynn and Harry Dempster.
There you go. Beauty toss.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, we made up for it.
Because he uses the real names for some reason. I say real names, that is actually our names, but it's not the names that we're usually known as. Well, your name's a bit boring because it is just your last name.
Yeah, I'm not very creative. Unfortunate, but like the desk talked about, both of these teams had the opportunity. We had the two new maps for the last three, as well as Oregon, and yet we end up on Oregon. So we had the opportunity to have some fun. Both of these teams actually throughout the stage have demonstrated that they're not afraid to play on either Labs or Consulate, as we saw earlier today. SSG winning 7-2 against Mirage on Consulate. We've seen Dark Zero head to Labs, I believe, twice already in the stage. So neither team afraid to head to those maps, and yet we end up on a very bog standard, run-of-the-mill. We've seen this map a billion times in our lives, and we'll see it a billion times more. Oregon. It should be a fun matchup, though, as Dark Zero, like I said, looking to challenge for that #1 seed. And I think Space Station trying to climb up the ladder as much as possible, just trying to build more momentum after a bit of a rocky start.
Yeah, it's a map that both teams, I wouldn't say, very high preference. It's not a map where it's like their best. I think for DZ, it's certainly on the kind of lower end of the spectrum of maps that they would like to go to. In terms of actually the playstyle and how the meta that Oregon's developed into, Rob, I think it does favor SSG a little bit more. We know SSG can play those quick operators, those quick rushes. It works really well on a map like Oregon, where you can utilize operators like Forest on that blitz. It's a really good blitz map. You've got these tight corridors, not too many angles you have to deal with, and usually a lot of the time whenever you're attacking, you're pushing kind of from one way, and that suits blitz really well, because blitz does really badly in situation where there's about 20 different doors. You look at your consulates, you look at your night havens, those can be tricky for them sometimes in big open rooms, but for Oregon, you don't really have that.
No, and as we repeat the fly through here, we are just waiting for another person to jump back into the lobby. So a couple more moments here. Apologies for the delay. And today has been a day that has been focused on math, everyone's least favorite subject when it comes to these
Jesse likes math?
Yeah, Jesse, I don't trust him to do the math. That's why we have a math person. Spra is the much superior math person out of all this.
Agreed.
Jesse should not have gotten his major in math at all. So now we have a situation where Dark Zero and Space Station are both playing for different things. Dark Zero is playing for the opportunity to jump up into that 1 seed potential. If SSG, however, are able to win 6 rounds on this Oregon matchup against Dark Zero, that will in turn confirm M80 into the top 2. So there's a lot of math and a lot of implications from games that don't involve teams having their eventualities, their destinies decided outside of their control.
Yeah, it's just really the seeding now that we're into. We know who's the top 6, we know who are the bottom 3, that's been decided. I also think a lot of this is for teams just to build momentum going into the playoffs. I think that's a big thing for these sides. Some of these teams only have, just the 1 game left. I'm looking at, our next game, M80 and Sonics, for example. That's the game for, doesn't really mean too much, but it's just for a bit of confidence, a bit of morale for the sides. And I think certainly a team like SSG, who have been through the ringer, as we know, missing out that first week, they've had double play days every time. This is a good way just to round off the kind of first stage of the season for them, and I think they've done pretty well. Going up against DZ, I think it's a household name. Really both of these teams are a household name, but DZ especially, being major champions last year, for example, that was a big one for them. Rob, this is quite a historic matchup as well. If we actually look into the kind of deep dive of both of these sides, they've played each other I think it's been like 26 matches, and this is match number 27. That is, wow, a lot of games.
A lot of games, a lot of history. We've even seen a couple members from each other's rosters end up on the opposite roster later on down the road. Hot and Cold's a perfect
Hot and
example.
Mint were teaming the first time these two sides ever clashed against each other. You had just got your first cast in Pro League whenever these two teams were playing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to need a little bit longer to sort things out with the lobby. It seems there's a couple more tech issues. So we're going to throw to a couple of quick tip segments, and we'll be right back on the other side.
I felt pretty good. I think your most useful operator on Villa is going to be Legion. I don't think... Because I think there's a lot of, like, hitting the back on that map. You kind of got to have info. Like, a lot of people will... Like, if you're statue, for example, people will come from the study side late. Or if you're study, people will go master side late. So just having your Legion mines, like, on, like, the red stairs, or at the study doors, or in master, like, blue stairs, it's going to help you, like, get information on the like the late push coming from that side. So I think you'll feel a lot safer defending the site, like coming into the late round and even early round sometimes, because people will try something fast sometimes. I think that's about it. I felt pretty good. Finished a little early, but
It's pretty hard, yeah. I didn't realize it'll go by that fast. Bank. Okay, sounds good. So the most popular bomb site on Bank is going to be the basement. And you know, one of the most common executes attack can do is bring a shield through server and try to plant on the server bomb. So what you'll actually see a lot of players do is hold the blue stairs with the smoke, triple ADS, and maybe a shield at the top, and then a guy behind the server rack with also a lot of burn, right? In order to prevent that plant further, you can also bring a Goyo on top of that and stack that all for the server side plant, which is a really common play you see in Pro League, which is a smoke and Goyo combo to completely deny the server plant for almost, 1.5 minutes on end. Right? Another thing you could do, especially with the hatch control in open area being so crucial to the site, is roam up an open area with a guy playing red hatch on the hatch with it open and ready to fall at any time. Right? Putting multiple roamers in open areas is really strong to make sure that they can't just get the hatch control for free. And looking out for that lobby execute is also important, right? Because there's also 2 back hatches people can drop, making sure you have people rotating over onto the site itself. Being ready for that is really crucial. Mirage is a tiny lurk point. Make sure you have a guy there, a peek there. That's it. I had a lot of time. I thought I had a lot of time, and then I looked at the clock. I was like, oh, I don't have the time.
Just say random stuff about a ob. It's like kind of ridiculous. Yeah, let's do it. In my opinion, having Fenrir on that map, Skyscraper, is very, very overpowered, overwhelming as well. And I feel like the way how to counter him is bringing either a Twitch. Hopefully you can get lucky enough those traps are activated. If not, you're gonna have to toss a nade at him. But also having Brava on right by your side to like counter those Fenrirs, those Omen flashes are gonna be really like strong, especially if you want like an entry to walk up the stairs and hopefully to shoot him right in the, like having him right at you, and then, or even having to like shoot those 2 Fenrirs right off the spot, because the way how like he's designed, if you shoot those 2 Fenrirs, well, the activity, he will only have 1 more Fenrir trap to like activate, and I feel like Fenrir on that map is very, very strong. Or even just maybe hopefully you just spawn kill him. The guy to counter or just toss a nade right at him, and I feel like he's just too strong. I have not practiced that enough. I've only scrimmed that map like at least 3 times.
I thought it was gonna be way longer, to be honest. Nice. Okay, sweet. Okay, so starting off, I think the most popular bomb site has to be maps and aviators. I think that Master is probably a close second, but in ranked, AV is played first no matter what. So to hold a good AV attack, you're gonna have to have top main control and Master side control and top red control. You need a shield for top main or middle main, but you need that staircase no matter what. And you want to have players starting Master side to basically have the first layer of denial for the entry players from attack. So if you can deny the entry and shoot drones Master side, waste time, that's perfect. If they push from main, you have to make sure that you have a smoke or a Goyo holding the main stairs so they can't rush and take that plat, because once they take that plat, they have the bar hall, and if they have the bar hall, then they can get 90 control, so you don't want that at all. And I think a big part is playing in bar if they're pushing from Master, and then potentially going below for a C4 in AV, or you can just deny both the entrances from bar itself. That felt like a very fast 60 seconds.
Hello, friendos. How we doing? How's it going, chat? I've missed you. We haven't really been able to talk to you very much because we've just been talking about how all the games have been so far. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're having a wonderful, what day is today? I forget.
Wednesday?
I hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday in North America right now. It's currently Thursday morning here, just a little bit past midnight. Right now, Dark Zero is currently in the middle of a storm, and because the team house for DZ is in Vegas, that's proven to be a little bit of a problem. So we're still trying to get everybody into the lobby. It might take a hot second, but yeah, how are we, gentlemen?
Well, I'll say this. For starters, LV Net, that was very popular in the NAL league, and most houses having it.
Yeah.
Yeah. One cloud goes over, you're done. It's that simple. LV Net, step it up.
So every time you had a team house in Vegas, it was kind of the same problem.
Oh, literally.
over and
I'm
over.
telling you, like, you could have that beautiful cloud that you're looking at me like, what shape is that? What does that look like? Well, what you do know, if you don't know the shape, is you don't have internet. And this is a result of that.
We love it.
I love that we're doing cloud analysis and Laxing is the oldest one on the desk, so it basically translates to old man shouts at cloud. I don't know. It's just...
Hey, man. Hey.
We have a good time here.
I'm old.
It's all right.
You're not much older. You have, what, 2 years on me?
That is a long time. Do you know what can happen in 2 years?
No, genuinely no.
I retired in 3 months or like 2 months. So, I mean, that goes to show a lot can happen.
Jumped on a whole new career at this point.
I did.
Yeah, well, we're still waiting on these two to get in lobby. We've already gone through implications. We haven't really gone through who we think is going to win, though I mean, is there necessarily any doubt that DZ can pull this win out? It's a known map for both teams. We already know the Hot Streak Space Station are on themselves, but is that enough to stop DZ? Just kind of initial thoughts right here about using the map in your predictions. Jesse, what do you think?
I really like the way Space Station have been playing. However, I really, really like the way Dark Zero have been playing. I think DZ are right on the track to finish first place in this stage. They'll be close with M80. Might come down to some round diff. We'll figure that one out. But all in all, I think Dark Zero have been playing so consistent, so solid. They had that one slip up very beginning of the stage, losing, I think it was 7-2 to M80 on border. Since then, they've really not skipped a beat. Bit of a shaky map on Nighthaven, I think it was, to Sonics. One little loss there, but it's a new map. I'm willing to wash it off. Say, listen, it's just one map on a new playing field. I think now with Dark Zero, the way that they've been so consistent throughout all their other games, their attacks have been so clean. I think it should be an easy DZ, not easy, but I think it should be a solid DZ win.
Well, you were talking about in the comparison of an old SSG for the fans. I don't know if you want to touch a little bit on that because I can kind of go into with what I was talking about in terms of playing against that SSG.
Yeah, I mean, historically, one thing that we were talking about as the casters were on is that these two have gone head-to-head on Oregon 4 times throughout their history. Dark Zero leads that record 3-1. However, when you go back and you look at those games, 3 of those matches are from 2021. One of them is from 2022. So realistically, they have kind of changed up a bit.
And that's where I'm going to come into here because that old SSG is not even remotely close to the SSG that it is currently. The old SSG was the best way to put it is they were very methodical, almost similar to Dark Zero. So those two, whenever they played against each other, and I look at DZ and SSG as like a big rivalry in NA. I think it's always been that way, just how I looked at similar to TSM and Reciprocity or TSM OXG, like that was a good rivalry. So in terms of going back to what I was saying, this being a new SSG, it makes me more curious with these head-to-heads. Is now what is that going to look like on this map? Is it going to still keep that trend of SSG looking stronger? Or is DZ just going to be better because SSG now plays aggressive?
Well, we're going to wait another little bit before this rivalry game actually has the possibility of going anywhere. We're going to let the guys on Space Station go T-Hunt for a little bit and let the guys on DZ hopefully reconnect, and then we'll see if they can emerge from the eye of the storm. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I got no idea.
Oh, brother.
I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Shoot, this is a weird one.
Okay, what is this?
There could be so many possibilities.
I'm gonna go with Villa Kitchen.
Villa Kitchen?
Is this next to Vault Door on Villa?
I'm gonna guess that that's a Villa.
Maybe Cafe? Probably Oregon though.
Oh, I know what this is. It's Oregon.
Maybe like Oregon?
Oh my god.
I'll be ready for this next one.
There's lots of maps with offices.
This could definitely be like 2 of 3 maps.
Consulate, admin, a lot of files in that room. This would be Canal.
I'm gonna say top small tower, Oregon.
Logistics on Clubhouse.
I'm gonna go with Consulate in the admin room.
I don't know where, but I'm just gonna say bank.
Bank?
No!
There's no way I'm guessing that right.
I've literally never seen that, so...
I know there's a chunk of statue on Villa Art.
I don't know any of the casual maps, so...
Probably Oregon kids.
I think Pool. I think it would be Pool and Unhaven.
Maybe like Stadium Bravo.
I have no clue, to be honest.
I'm gonna go Oregon Junkyard.
The only place I've seen chibis is when I do T-Hunt on House in the kids' room.
It would be House the Playroom.
Oh my god, man.
I am not good at this.
I've seen this before.
It's like a washing machine.
The wall looks like it'd be Consulate or Bank.
It's gotta be like Consulate upstairs and like admin.
I'm just going Clubhouse. I have no idea.
I'll go Oregon laundry room.
The brick is making me think it's like Consulate.
Is that in the spawn of Bank by Alley?
I think it's Chalet basement, like beside the car garage.
That's Chalet and like the trench hallway area.
First one on the board.
Wow, not even close.
I've been playing this game for like 6 years. I feel like I should know these. I would not assume Clubhouse because it's like a biker gang. There'd be never gonna be a teddy bear there.
It's on a leather back chair. That's okay. That's a good. thing to think about.
I had to guess. That's just Oregon kids. Cafe and like the VIP.
It looks like a leather booth, so I kind of want to say like cafe.
Leatherback chair. Leatherback chairs. Leatherback. Where are leatherback chairs?
I would assume it would be cafe. It looks like it'd be from cafe.
Wait, that's a bench it's on. This is cafe, like tables.
My first initial thought is like this is somewhere on cafe.
Dining room cafe.
Yeah!
I had no idea.
At least I got one.
Ram's got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker can have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
Like so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her Ram drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Amaro repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You can definitely walk through a barbed wire with a Ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're in there.
If you panic when there's a Ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the Ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass consulate and Night Heaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes. And now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, like, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not going to work out.
Yeah, we're a family, We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
There's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just got to believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, Iconic, is just, got tired of losing to that guy, and he's just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret. You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
We always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. They took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
There's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think, by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
it's going to feel like a new map, but feel familiar at the same time.
It's a really big map and just like so many rooms.
It has a ton of narrow chokes.
The piano room and the server room underneath tellers, I think those are two key areas that might have been overlooked in the past that are going to be way more vital to the actual take itself on any site on the map.
On the defensive side, it's a lot of contesting the initial like entry points, so like it'll be Visa, admin, and then maybe the garage side.
And then what a lot of teams will do is stacking uppers like traps and Fenrirs for those narrow chokes, as well as abusing shotguns in the limited space.
I think on the attack side, it's going to be important to kind of confuse the defense and like break down and make the defense look at more things and worry about more things before you just do it like a linear style of attack. So
the opposite would work really well in consulate. Dokubi, Jacko, Line. So basically we'd be going back to the old meta.
If you want to go in there and really have a good time, play a bunch of shotguns, play a bunch of Monty, play a bunch of Ying, right? And I think you guys will all have a blast.
The Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining keeper barricades, to be a big nitro here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The three go for VP!
Everything falls to Spoit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No! Better!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets! He's making the 1v4 look so winnable! There's no way! Resets to ace to 1v4! Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with Element 1. In the first phase, you have 2 open qualifiers, so that's 2 different chances to register your team. You will need to quickly sign up since there are only 32 slots per qualifier, and it's first come, first served. This phase is over 3 days with the first 2 Swiss format. If you lose 4 games in this phase of Alpha, you're going home. And if you're in the top 12 teams on day 2, you go through to our closed qualifier. During the closed qualifiers, teams face single elimination matches, with the top 4 teams from each open qualifier moving on to the next stage. In phase beta, 8 qualifying teams will meet Element 1's 8 invited teams for a classic Swiss format knockout bracket. 3 strikes and you're out. But win 3, and congratulations, you just made the final phase. Phase Gamma is our playoff bracket, where the top 8 teams from the open qualifiers and invites will face each other in a single elimination bracket until we get to the grand final. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the $25,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to $10,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
57 degrees Fahrenheit and a little rain in Las Vegas is all that's standing between Dark Zero and joining the lobby right now. And we're going to give them a little bit more time to actually get in, and hopefully the weather situation sorts itself out, which means this game is being pushed back, at least for right now. It's not completely dead. We will come back to it at some point, DZ's internet permitting, which means we're going to move from Game 4 right into Game 5. We're not talking M80 and DZ, we're talking Sonics and M80 instead. This bad boy still has some top 2 to top 6 implications. I think Spur Bunny has a graphic, and it's the world's shortest graphic for implications when it comes up in a sec. The only thing is that M80 just have to win a couple rounds, and suddenly they're in top 2.
Not just a couple, Jacob. They need 3 rounds.
There you go.
Specifically. They gotta sneeze 3 rounds into existence, and then they lock themselves in. Even if they get 7-0'd, obviously there are still ways for them to secure top 2. We'll take a look at the standings here. And yeah, M80, they're so high up already. They just need 3 rounds to get them high enough on round differential, which they already lead everybody in. And then they'll be locked in for top 2. Sonics as well, kind of in an interesting spot as well. They can temporarily jump into second place, overtake Oxygen with a 7-4 win or better. If they can win 7-4 or better, then they will guarantee themselves top 4, as they will be mathematically guaranteed to be leading over both Oxygen and Space Station Gaming.
Now, as much as I want to give Sonics the benefit of the doubt and being able to do that against a team like M80, I do see the struggle there because Sonics have been struggling with their mid to late round, where M80 has practically been perfect across the board.
Yep, I think that Sonics, you know, they've really been struggling on attacks in particular. That's kind of been the area that we've been most critical of, and they've been critical of themselves. They've only won 2 attacking halves all stage long. They were able to beat Mirage and LG on their attacking halves. They tied with Oxygen, then they lost their attacking halves to Space Station, Dark Zero, Beastcoast, and Wildcard. So for Sonics, as you mentioned, I think that they really need to try to figure things out into that mid-round. Particularly the teams that were able to beat them. You know, for Dark Zero, I thought that they were very good at kind of delaying time and backing up, making it so they always had a strong late round inside of the sites. And when SSG beats Sonics on their defensive half, I feel like they did a really good job of just making things chaotic in the late round, making it very difficult for Sonics to try to execute in those later few seconds. So I'm hoping we see a little bit of that from M80 as well. I'm sure they've been studying SQ and know their weaknesses, and it'll be interesting to see how they try to exploit that.
And to touch up on Sonics, talking about them needing to fix those mid to late round, I think it's important that they do acknowledge that, because you only can hound on it so many times throughout scrims, throughout the matches, that you can only hope going into then the next game, you did fix those problems.
Well, they're separated by several points in the standings currently, but it's just funny because Sonics right now are trying to fend off Space Station. They're only 1 point of difference right now, and Space Station actually has the potential to win their back 4 games and climb above SQ. Right now, though, SQ look like they're doing pretty well, with a couple of players having bounce back performances, namely Grixer, but somebody named Diaz is right next to him in terms of overall performance level waxing.
Yeah, both these players come from my personal standpoint. They might play different roles, but they have a very similar play style. And in that play style, you gotta be very wary of your cognitive thinking, and that's being aware of what's going on, your responsiveness, basically everything that plays into the fundamentals of understanding what is going on and what you are doing as a player. And why these players are so important to have on each of their team is when they hit the late round flanks or they cause a distraction, when you interrupt the flow of comms, that is so detrimental to a team when you think that you have the round and then all of a sudden, oh, Diaz is flanking me. Oh, Grixer's hit me from the side. That just throws everyone off guard. And obviously sometimes you do tend to pick up on and like, no, this person's doing this. But interrupting comms doesn't get talked about enough in Siege, in my opinion. When you can ruin comms for any team, I'm telling you, it is a tough mental fortitude that teams just have to realize, like, okay, this is happening. Let's just focus on someone focusing on that 1v1, and let's focus on now what's in front of us.
Yeah, kind of something interesting that you notice on that stat sheet were the entry numbers, right? Those were only entry picks, but they were very small. 3, I believe, from Grixer, and then 6 is what we saw coming through from Diaz. And that kind of tells you that these are not the early round players. These are the guys who are going to be playing more in that mid round, fighting more in that late round, which, as we talked about, has been that weak point for Sonic. So I'll be interested to see, especially how they match up against one another. If Diaz and Grixer come into contact against one another in the server, it'll likely be late round. It'll likely be extremely impactful to how the round actually turns out.
Matt Vito is up next. Let's figure out where we're going for this bad boy. Our unofficial game 4 that's actually game 5. I like me some Nighthaven in this context.
Okay. Yeah, Lax, I think we were both predicting a Chalet here. Yeah, M80 decide to ban it out, though. They'll take us to Nighthaven Labs instead, as Sonics don't want to go to Cafe. Obviously, for SQ, they found a win over Dark Zero in a 15-round match in the second week of Stage 2, but it was a very high-level game. Thought both teams played that very well. And for M80, they ran Nighthaven in their very first game of Stage 2. Week 2, they beat Space Station Gaming 7-1.
I was going to say, it's a very night and day difference between both these teams on Nighthaven. But both teams have bods on each other, so it's going to be interesting to see who's doing a little more research and implicating different strats or positioning a person somewhere else. And that's another thing that I also want to talk about in Siege, interrupting comms and anything. Whether you're doing bod reviews or not, you only have that little bit to go off of, but if you're changing a positioning of one player or two players, that can interrupt flow in terms of how you think the round's going to go, because you're saying, let's clear this person here, but now they aren't there. So everything that you had leading up to that is now irrelevant, and now you have to fumble back and be like, okay, well, now this person's here, or they brought this operator here. So that's why I'm saying, going into this match, I'm curious of what both these teams with these VODs that they have, are they going to make any of those adjustments, or is M80 just super confident with what they got?
All right, let's hop into this bad boy. Sonics are already playing tomorrow, that's confirmed. But if M80 win just 3 rounds in this game, they think they're guaranteed for next week. They get a bye. They get a whole other week off to make sure that they can prepare for the rest of playoffs. So let's go ahead and jump into this bad boy. It's Nighthaven Labs yet again, and it's Harry Flynn and Rob Dempster with the call.
Okay.
Make him do that again.
Names are
Make
one
him
thing.
do that again. Nah.
Throw it back to them. Let's
Go
run
back
that
to
one
him,
back
please.
there, Jacob. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Nighthaven Labs. We believed early on that we were going to start things off on the back half of the last day of the group stage with Dark Zero against Space Station, and that, unfortunately, is not the case. We are praying, fingers crossed, that Dark Zero's connections problems will get resolved, because they're involved in our next 2 games.
Yep.
So we're on a knife's edge here. We're just going to focus on M80 and Sonics for right now. We head to Nighthaven, like the Des touched on, different stories, different track records, but ultimately 1 win and 1 loss for both of these teams on Nighthaven. Sonics with some attacking issues throughout the stage, and they will look to correct those woes at the very beginning of this matchup as they start on the attack for Nighthaven.
Yeah, let's hope that this game can get us in and we can watch some Siege. It's obviously been a bit of a delayed start with DZ, and as Lax said, just 1 cloud and that's it for Vegas. That's the way it works, and I'll take his word for it. He's been there, he's done that, he's played the game. We know that, he's played the game before. And yeah, Nighthaven, gonna be good, gonna be fun. I want to see improvement on the attacking half from Sonics. I think that's where they struggled with against DZ. I think DZ in general are a very good defensive side anyway, so I suppose that's what you expect. But yeah, I want to see some improvements from Sonics. M80, they are just that team at the moment, Rob, and it's, even though Sonics are a great team and definitely one of the big teams out of NA, M80 is always going to be the team to beat.
So we've seen a lack of any kind of animosity in the all chat. We're actually going to get some friendliness between the 2 teams in all chat here.
Diaz is eating something.
Spoit's charm.
Diaz is eating. What's he got in his mouth? What's he got?
That's one way to word that. We are getting some pregame munchies going from Dios, as obviously this game is slightly ahead of schedule. We did delay there for a little while to give Dark Zero a chance, but slightly ahead of schedule here for both of these teams. Regardless, we are getting underway, and our operator bands taken off the board from availability will be the Maverick, which has seen a fair bit of play at Nighthaven so far, the Ying, which has been ever present through a lot of these NAL games, the Azami, and the Valkyrie. He's still munching. He's still munching. He's getting the carbs in. He's getting carb loaded, getting ready to go to again, maybe make a statement. Like Jesse said, 3 rounds and they're confirmed top 2. Like Jacob said, if they do secure that top 2 position, they don't play tomorrow. It'll be the 3v6 and the 4v5 seeds playing tomorrow for an opportunity to play the 1 and 2 seeds out of group stage next week. So another week off, one less game to play. And like Jacob said a couple times, it's do or die. It's single elimination. They are best of 3 matches heading into the deciders for the second stage. But it's single elimination. You lose your best of 3 tomorrow if you end up being one of the 3 through 6 seeds. You're going down to a placement game and then the LCQ.
Going to the basement right off the rip. No surprise to see M80 go for an extension, trying to hold above. With so much verticality in both bomb sites, you have 1 or 2 options. You can either try and play very heavy with C4 denials and really stop the attacks from getting in there with the verticality, or you can decide to play the verticality yourself, completely just leave the site, try and hold above, use your own vertical angles and use it against attackers if they want to push direct. But as we know, Sonics they're not going to fall for that one. They're going to go for the roam clear right off the rip. They're going to see that setup. You'll be able to see a Jackal come in, a Lion come in. These are operators that excel in hunting these roamers, hunting these players who are not going to be in the bomb site. So yeah, I think Sonics have chose the correct lineup. Let's see how they do with clearing these roamers out.
So we get the IT breach opened up immediately, and the push in from Rex into the top of Aqua will grab the roaming smoke once again of Kino. So there's some top support there for the Castle of Iconic and Gomez down below, playing by Storage. They're going to lose their top support and their smoke early. A good entry there for Rexon, good entry for the Sonics. First Lion EOD from Grixer will ring out, trying to hold the defenders on the rotations in place as well. And this is a good start here for the Sonics. Get the IT breach open, they get the opener onto the top floor roamer. They're able to push down towards Garage and assert a lot of control on the map so far.
And I think also taking out the smoke, it gives you just an extra couple of seconds. You know that Kino's always going to be on that operator, so certainly eliminating that smoke early on, yeah, it's going to free you up a lot more of your Sonics. Sonics have done well. They've got themselves into storage. That's usually the main area that the defenders want to hold. There's a lot of verticality in that room that we know of course, so getting someone in there early, it's just going to assist them with controlling that map, be able to pick up a few roamers if they're not aware that Sonics are in that position. Sonics obviously seeing that they've lost the first kill. They're not going to feel comfortable with holding above. Therefore, all 4 of them have now fall back into the bomb site, and Sonics can just start ripping up the floor. A minute to go. This is great time management from Sonics. Not any C4s on board for M80 as well, so it's very, very safe right now for Sonics to do all of this, and it's just, all you do is just grind out the result now. You've got the set, you've got everything on your hands. Sonics just don't fumble it.
So they're trying to hold the flank, getting tagged up by Spoit. He tries to walk up the storage stairs, and he will grab one. Yes, there on Exo as well. EOD will hold them in place as 2 members trapped for M80 on the Exo stairs, but the retreat back to the bomb site as Geo is getting the plant down now. No plant denial here, as the Nitro cell was pre-placed on the ceiling above and was not retrievable. Some impacts will ring out, but Spoit hits the deck. Now a technical 4v2 here. Grixer traded out by Gomez. The collapse from DS and Gomez in towards the bomb site, but the top cover is too strong here. Gomez going to attempt a revive. They try to push their way out of Nano back towards the diffuser, but it's not going to happen. Gunner shooting them down from the top of the floorboard. It's just Gomez alone now in a 1v3. Caught on a drone mid-vault, and Geo will clean it up. And the Sonics saying goodbye to their early stage woes when it comes to attack. A very clean, clinical, surgical win on the attack that round.
And very simple, Rob. You look at Sonics in their attack, didn't do anything flashy. There was nothing that was unique or crazy. It was just good siege. And I think for a team like Sonics, good siege is what you want. Obviously, Sonics, they started off the season, pretty slow. They did that last stage as well. But as we know, this team will just start to come into their own and really start to ramp up in towards those best of threes, of course. And that's what I think it is for Sonics today. It's gaining that momentum, gaining a bit of confidence going into those best of threes. So yeah, simple siege. It worked really well. M80 just need to wake up a little bit there. They didn't really put up a fight.
Yeah, no, and I think, honestly, for the Sonics, like you said, gaining some momentum, just getting some confidence heading into the deciders. As I believe Jesse said, they're already locked in to play tomorrow. They cannot acquire a top 2 seed and skip tomorrow's games. So they will be playing for their lives tomorrow in a best of 3. It just depends based on how these matches shape up for the rest of the evening, who their opponent will be in that game tomorrow. I think for the Sonics, though, you know, brushing these best of 1s off and kind of forgetting about them is the best course of action. They're already locked in for playoffs. I think we've heard Fish in his interview and a couple other interviews as well from players saying, you know, best of 1s are best of 1s. Anyone really can pull off an upset or pull off a victory on a best of 1. Once you get to those best of 3s, that's when it matters. And the Sonics have confirmed that they cannot skip tomorrow. They are in the best of 3 segments in a 3 through 6 seeding. Nothing really to worry about here. It's just about ironing out some kinks and making sure that you're pushing forward with some confidence tomorrow.
And of course, I think as you go into the best of 3s, Rob, you want to have a map like Nighthaven, or, you know, under wraps to pull out in those best of 3s. That's going to help you quite a lot, you know, with the diverse map pool that we now have in Siege, where we have a lot of different play styles with these maps. M80, obviously moving away now from that basement. They don't want to go there again. They've opted for that top floor. Sonics, pretty heavy utility lineup. You have Sophia making an entrance, Flores also making an entrance. So any shields that may be left up, they're not going to be an issue. But really no shields on the side of M80 to worry about. Mirror Windows has been their main point that they want to bring into the defense. And as we know, Mirror so strong for holding down these different rooms that are very difficult otherwise. Only concern you would have with Sonics is going up against Mirror Windows. You don't have the greatest of lineups, because you don't really have nades. You can't go below and nade them. Twitch would have been good. I suppose the real thing you could look for is an ace combo, but if there's a mute jammer, then you need to make sure that Lion's in position, ready to go with the EMPs.
You see here a lot of presence towards Terrace and making their way in towards Connector, and that'll force the reinforcement beside the server mirror to make sure that you've locked off the wall, put another bandit battery on. Gomez may attempt a trick later on, but he's currently deeper towards the A chassis instead. So as soon as you get one of those EMPs, like you mentioned, 2 remaining on Grixer, onto that bandited wall inside of Connector, that breach could be free, and you could provide some problems here for the defense. Lots of teams coming out in towards the bomb site. They have reinforced all of Triple, so Geo will now open things up. An attempted bandit trick with the last bandit, but it's muted. There's 2 mute jammers on the opposite side and the bandit battery that Gomez continues to pick up and put back down, and it will be successful. There goes Rexon dropping Spoit, and man, this is just going nowhere for Sonics.
So slow, Rob. The fact that the mute jammer was there stopping the equipment, they still go off. Never mind, they still got the wall open. It looked as if Gomez missed one of the walls. I thought he was just going to go and electrify all of them, clear the utility off, but that wall is open now. That does give them something to play off now, but Sonics, they need to move fast. 25 seconds, Mirror Windows staring them down. They're starting to get some kills, Rob. This can be a close one.
There goes Grixer taking down Kino. Iconic being pushed to the top of blue stairs as well, and he's gonna have to retreat downstairs to the bomb site. Almost entirely being vacated here by M80. It's just Gomez laying prone inside of the command desk, looking for any entries in. He will collect one, springs up and grabs another one onto Geo. So a 5v3 quickly levels to a 3v3, but cannot survive the onslaught. The Nitro will miss from Iconic. And here comes the plant now from Grixer. Diaz trying to push his way back in from the top of blue stairs with the aid of the mirror window. The Nitro cell goes soaring, and it will not be successful. It's actually Iconic getting down the SMG-12 for Diaz. Successful onto Grixer. He's brought this back now down to a 1v2. Citizen and Rexon still on high HP against an SMG-12 or a shotgun on the Warden of Diaz. Gonna circle his way around command, get point blank with that shotgun, but Citizen staying at range will cut him down through the breach that Sonics were eventually able to get open. And a little hiccup there, but same result for the Sonics. They're up 2-0.
Yeah, again, another good execute there. Very important kill there for Citizen, being able to get that refrag onto the Bandit. I mean, I think Bandit has done really, really well there to get those 2 kills that he did. You have to question the drone and how's he been allowed to stay in there with that wall open. But maybe it's just running low on time there for Sonics. That could be the issue. There was a lot of things that happened in towards that kind of minute mark, Rob, where that triple wall was reinforced. You think, okay, plenty of hard breach. You have an ace, you have a Thermite. Get that wall opened. Oh no, it's muted. Bandit's also on the other side of the wall. I'm sitting there thinking the wall's going to get opened. Then it's not. There's mute jammers. Grixer needs to be quicker with the EMPs. He's very, very fortunate that we didn't see the Bandit go and put out a shock wire on every single wall, or else that Thermite charge would have been gone. The ace charges were gone. That would have been a different round entirely. So misplays on both sides, but Sonics end up coming out the better of it.
Yeah, I think these site collapses, especially for the Sonics, have looked good. Like you said, you know, the ability for DS to kind of lay prone inside a command center, one little oversight, but the Sonics still overcome that. They have the man advantage to play trades onto the bomb site on their execute. So everything still works out in the end for the Sonics, looking strong here. And again, we have a few plays on Nighthaven, but we don't have the full story on this map. We don't have a certified whether this is a defender-sided map or attacker-sided map. We probably won't for a little while yet. So for the Sonics, like we talked about heading into the game, like the Des talked about, their attacks have been the weaker point between the two sides so far through the stage, and I think they're showing excellent proficiency on the attack right now. Really good efficiency too on the time use. You know, you mentioned it was getting close there at the end of the round, but still enough time to get in, get the plant going down, get look clean on the entire bomb site, clear of defenders. You know, this is really impressive from the Sonics.
Yeah, they're playing a lot more of a controlled playstyle. They're not allowing M80 to get up to their old tricks. We know M80 have just so many good players who can kill you just time and time again. So being able to slow it down to your pace and control the game and do the basics right for Sonics, get the walls open, all that, they're doing that well. We now move into a mid-floor. Again, similar to how the basement plays out, it's all about verticality. You will see the defenders try and hold above. Attackers are going to try and want to go for that. Oh, as Kino, I think Kino's used his gadget to see the Inox scanner through the wall, off at pop, shotgun through the wall. That's a dead Jackal. Love that little bit of counterplay. Soulless counters Jackal. If he has his Inox on, you will see him.
We saw some lethal plays from Solaces with P90s earlier today in the NAL, but here comes the ITA long barrel coming out in the hands of Kino. Good start there. The opener onto Rexon, like you're saying, possibly able to see the Inox scanner from Rexon with the HUD of Solus. Top control, though, ultimately afforded to the Sonics here. Not a whole lot of resistance being put up, just time on the board that's been taken off by M80. They peeled back, they got their opener. Try and work their way back to the bomb site. The only problem with this bomb site is there's no real verticality from below. You're going to have to go for a flank or play on the same horizontal plane as the objective. That could get dangerous here with how proficient we've seen the Sonics being clearing out the bomb site with this much verticality.
Not necessarily. I think there is definitely options for C4s. They do have one player below with a C4 in hand, and that is towards the storage, but nobody actually in towards the control room at the moment, which is probably the only thing you would look at is if they get into that room, how are you going to stop the plant? I think right now, if you're M8, you want to hold on to that man advantage, and, well, oh, never mind, they still have it. I thought they tossed it away, as I say, but no, still kills come back. I think Spoit picked up Citizen. Yes, he did, and now for Sonics, they have to play from behind into the final execute, which they haven't had to do before.
Geo was pushing in towards Garage for the plant, but bails out, heads out to the storage window. The last line EOD will propel Geo in through the window. More flashbangs going out for sound cover. The Solus still are taken off the board as Kino has fallen. Geo gets off the plant though. 6 seconds ticking away and tries to reinitiate a plant. He's able to bait the run in there from Spoit, and everyone is too far away to try and collapse back onto this. Geo into the overtime now, trying to get the plant down. It's Gunner and Geo. The Gunner last gun still up. The Nitro will miss. The spray will connect though from Iconic to drop Geo, leaving Gunner alone now in a 1v2. He has some top control. He does have some visibility, some kill holes towards the diffuser. That Legion Mine should reveal his position, and Iconic comes sprinting up the stairs to try and collect this kill. Both of them make it to the top of the stairwell. Some missed shots there on a quick peek, and Iconic will collect it. M80 able to win out in the post plant. A beautiful attempt there from Geo on the bait plant. Just wasn't enough in the end in the retake, and a beautiful round there for M80 to bring that one back.
Yeah, Gunner, I'll be honest, kind of sent him down the basket there, down the river. Holding with the pistol. I don't know. I think you had time to reload there, probably. Obviously, it's difficult trying to hold two angles, two doorways into that site. But I think he probably should have got one kill out of that at least. Go into a 1v1, you have vertical pressure. You know, that's kind of what you're after. Oh, this is interesting. A timeout. They just want a round. It's only going into round 4. They've called the timeout. My thought process is, one, they're even giving a better thought into their next defense, which will probably be defense. Or 2, they're going to just give Diaz a bit more time to finish his food.
I was going to say, you know, we're 3 rounds in. We're heading into round 4 and attack timeout now just to prolong things a little bit more. And Diaz is still munching away. So it went from a pre-game snack to a mid-game snack. And we'll see if that trend continues. M80 get on the board, though. Able to be victorious on what is often the tertiary site, which is not the often success rotation on defensive sites on Nighthaven. But like I said, very small sample size at our availability to understand what the most powerful sites are and what kind of defensive or attacker-sided leaning this map will have in the end after it's been figured out and run through the meta a little bit longer. Man, Diaz he's still going, man. He's still going.
He's got a fork now. What is he eating with a fork?
Listen, man, the schedule kind of got turned upside down. He was expecting to be able to watch Dark Zero and Space Station and kind of get his pregame meal in then, and it's thrown him for a loop. I think for Sonics, though, you don't really worry about that. They're still able to get the plant down. That round came down very close. Man, I'm just really impressed with the Sonics attacks and their ability to clear off roams. Like, their ability to get in the map, assert as much map control as possible, and then turn their attention towards the bomb site. It's been efficient. Like, that was really the first round where you see it kind of go sideways, and even then you surrender the opening pick if you're the Sonics, but you still are afforded all that top control. Like, it's really impressive here from the Sonics in their opening portions of the round, and even that conversion to the site execute has been strong too.
Yeah, they're a solid team, and I think one thing that everyone says about Sonics is they're always going to have a win in them. You know, they're always going to appear with these big wins against these big sides. It's the reason why we see them do so well at internationals. Remember, if we take away, you know, just the regional standings, this is your best team in NA. This is the team that got the farthest in the major.
Yep. So we're heading back upstairs for the defense here for M80, and hopefully we don't have a mute jammer bandit battery fiasco on the garage triple wall for the Sonics this time around, even though it did all work out in the end just fine. And there isn't actually a third. Okay, now there is. Iconic will be late reinforcing triple, and see if they'll do the same in towards connector as well. No Mira being brought this time by M80, swapping out the operators. They brought the mute, the Kaid, and the bandits. And the Warden, so they're very concerned about making sure they can hold down these walls. Rex on the flank through meeting back towards connector didn't have a whole lot of effect on the round last time. Really a lot of focus through garage and IT after they're able to get the breach down and the collapse onto the bomb site. See if there's more effect here from the sledge being able to arrive to the bomb site on the flank.
Yeah, one thing that people might be seeing is that was a very early reinforce coming in from the Sonics. We've seen them reinforce that triple wall again. The reason why you have to reinforce that once that main breach gets opened is you can't hold garage. Without Azami, you're not holding that position. It's so difficult. Same way that we see in Clubhouse. Without Azami, nobody really goes to the cash room site because of that catwalk. Exactly the same for this. Catwalk is a pain if you don't have those barriers. So that's why we see them early reinforce it off, because there's no point. Sonics are going to go for a bit of a split push now this time, Rob. They went very direct in through the triple wall garage. Now they're attacking the backside. They're looking to push in towards connector, in towards electrical as best they can, and some nades below, which was one thing I did say they were missing the last attack with some nades.
Well, Spoit as well, going to be playing inside a connector with an M870 on the Jaeger instead of the 416. Ace Selmas appear to be going out onto that wall and towards the server bomb site as well, and this could be the perfect opportunity for Spoit to go to the swing. But he did also hear the window opening up beside him. The quick swing, he'll lose about half his health and retreat back towards the bomb site now. Now Doc in play, a much more common operator these days, and the ADSs will recharge as the EMP wears off. So now Spoit's still holding in a strong position here with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, they've tried to EMP the ADSs away, but because of that, the nades don't work, and Spoit is still in such a strong position. Out comes a shotgun, one goes down, Gomez cleans up the other, and now Citizen and Geo have to do the heavy lifting. Just Citizen now, Geo is gone, but as I say that, Citizen also gets mowed down. M80, a very clean collapse in that defense. Rob, just that they've tried to use the EMPs on the rooftop, and then the radius would then catch all of the ADSs. They would be disabled. Nade goes in to electrical. Bang, dead Spoit. Didn't happen. EMP did not catch them. Means he stays alive, and look what he's done.
Yeah, it looked like there was still one ADS that was unaffected by the EMP, so just very unfortunate there for the Sonics. This was great coordination, and Spoit really did seem to be the last domino ready to fall there for M80 as the push towards the bomb site was actually garnering some success on the fish side for the Sonics, picking up a couple picks on the flank. But yeah, an M870 able to persevere inside of connector, and M80, they're going to level things up. They get 2 of the 3 rounds they need to confirm a top 2 position and be able to skip tomorrow. Again, their position in the standings is pretty well secured them of that fact, but it would be nice to have it mathematically confirmed as well if you're M80. I think a good response here, back-to-back rounds on the defense, able to adapt to what the Sonics are bringing.
I've got a replay for Bro eating his food. Like, I'll be honest, is it just me, or see whenever you're playing games and your food comes, I can't concentrate. Because it's always like, you know, I want to enjoy my food. I can't play games if I'm enjoying the food, you know?
Yeah, no, I can't eat and play at the same time.
It's difficult, and if I am, then good luck to whoever's in my stack, because that's a troll stack.
I'm reloading.
No in between.
Rest in peace. We go downstairs now for M80 on the defense, looking to make it a clean sweep, just in a very different order than we originally would have imagined. They win their storage defense. They had topside to retry it. 1-1 on that site now. 0-1 downstairs, trying to equalize that count as well. Trying to get a 3-2 lead heading into the last round of the first half. And it's a very nice opening pick from Rexon topside onto Kino the last time they attacked this bomb site. Gunner pushing in towards the top of the garage rafters this time. And it looks like, again, for M80, slight alteration to the defense. No top floor roamer as of right now.
Yeah.
That, again, is just going to allow Sonics to get in very quickly, assert a lot of control, and start working that verticality.
Yeah, this is plan B. This is go for the C4s. This is the other option of how you can defend this. I do like the fact that you can also use pulse as a way of gaining info for anyone who could maybe rotate up staircases. Remember, there is 2 staircases that you can use and abuse on that site. One of them is where Kino's situated. He's got 2 ADSs stacked up, so nades aren't going to be an issue for him at the moment. And if he has Iconic below feeding that information, that is a scary combo, because this guy, if he knows where you are and he has that shotgun in his hand, you're a dead man.
Attackers have located
REX sensor from Iconic, ready and waiting to try and assist with that as well, as the sledgehammer will connect under the floorboards. A Nitro cell from Iconic looking to detonate, and it will collect Gunner. So there goes the sledge. A little bit of verticality done, but now Citizen taking damage up through the hatch as well, inside of storage. It's a tough one here for Citizen to try and fight back through. Very tight pixel angle, and again, the opening pick now afforded to M80 on the defense. Seen the Exo stairs flank attempted a couple times, and Iconic's looking skyward through the hatches, trying to make sure that with little time remaining, a little over a minute now, the Sonics aren't able to convert into that site execute that they were so successful in the first time around. Gio's got the single breach open into Animus with the diffuser as well, trying to crouch walk his way in, and very slowly, very quietly, very sneakily making his way in, and will spot one of the bomb site. There goes Kino, and here comes the flood from the Sonics.
Oh, I love it from Gio. I love it. He's been really making these plays at the moment on the attack where things haven't looked too good for Sonics, and they've just exploded into the site now. Grixer and Rexon add on with kill each, and now M80, Spoit and Diaz have to try and get it back. Spoit, oh, he gets eliminated. Rexon, the backstab down the back stairs, takes him out. Now Diaz is much on the food for the majority of this game, and it doesn't help him here. He doesn't power up into the clutch mode. Sonics, a great opportunity spotted. Gio, he made that, he made the call, but you have to give credit to Grixer. He was with him all the way. He sees, Gio says, come with me, this site is open, we can go for this. Grixer's like, I'm on it, straight in, bang. Use the alliance scans, creates that space. Love it, love it, love it.
Love a lot there. And like you said, Gio making that play, getting the opener, bringing the team with him. And for the Sonics, 3 rounds on the attacking side of Nighthaven Labs. So at the very least, if worst case scenario, they lose the 6th round. Still a 3-3 half. Still a very good position to be in to transition to the defense. And like you said, we're seeing adaptations here. It's a much better response from the Sonics in terms of recognizing that they have the top floor clear. They're able to enter in. They're worried about some staircase. They're worried about some Nitro. But at the end of the day, they're still able to identify the hole that was open on the bomb site that M80 had afforded to them. Great IGLing, great adaptation mid-round from the Sonics, and they take the lead once again.
M80. Last defense. 5 seconds left. Need to make this one work for them. The basement not playing out well. They tried the 2 variations of the strategies that I mentioned. You can either go for that roam or go for the turtle. Both have failed. I think it's a credit to Sonics, and even, I think a big credit to Sonics that last round. Playing without the sledge. You know, that C4 worked really well for Iconic. You're attacking that site with no verticality. That's not easy to do. So yeah, credit to them. And now I want to see how they're going to move into the mid floor now, because this was one of the rounds that Sonics, you know, they looked a little bit weaker on. They lost the opening pick. I want to say that, you know, Gunner probably could have done better in the post plant to win that round. So let's see if they can improve on that.
Yeah, this was the first bomb site that M80 were able to be successful on their defensive side. It seems like, again, we did see it last time from M80, the last time they went to this bomb site in storage and control. They did try a late flank topside, but it got shut down, I believe, by Gunner upstairs. So we'll see if the Sonics are ready to read that one out. We do have a top 4 roamer right now. Spoit is taking damage through the windowsill. He has not dealt nearly as much as he's received. Down to about 30 HP, leaving connector back in towards server. And again, a collapse coming from the garage rafters. Pretty sure that's Grixer it is with the V308. We've seen a lot of 417 DMR play on Lions. First EOD will hold Spoit in place on the server pillar. He's kind of got nowhere to go. He's just going to play his life and try and see how many he can take with him. And it's 0. Gunner will shut him down. Kino thinking about coming in support will impact the triple wall in towards Mirage, but he's going to back out knowing that they've surrendered the opening pick. Yeah, he's still hanging around top fish. We'll see what he does here.
Yeah, well, once again, this is where Sonic's want M80 is to be a man down, especially taking out Spoit. We know that's a heavy hitter for M80. And Sonic's, again, this is where they can slow it down. They have that man advantage. They can control the pace, and they just need to grind out the win. Use that man advantage, which I think they've played really well with, being able to use that extra man in a position that they're not ready for. Very, very good from Sonics. And I think now for M80, this is where they should realize, hey, us sitting back hasn't really worked. We need to go out there. We need to try and get in there and get a kill back, which is actually one thing that I think Spoit was doing really well. He's been taken out now.
Yeah, not able to assist there as he was droned out at the top of the blue stairs and went for the retreat back towards the bomb site. See everyone in M80, like you say, not looking to stretch out. Maybe they should. They would man down, although low on the clock. If they're able to keep their eyes towards the bomb site, could be a good position to be in. Diaz will get droned out at the top of the cargo stairs. Trying to hold for any pushes in towards the bottom of Garage. But there goes Gio collecting another one onto Gomez. Diaz will at least trade one back under Rexon. The pre-fire will not collect a headshot. Gunner drops Kino, and now the plant going down from Gio as it's just iconic remaining on the pulse. No Nitro Cell left in hand in a 1v4, and he will not be long for this world as Gio will shut it down. You can see the celebrations from Gunner and the Sonics up 4-2 at the half. It's a beautiful display of dominance coming out from the Sonics right now.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Realistically there for Sonics. M80 just sat, didn't move. Just bags of cement, realistically, Rob. No movement, no trying to look for a retake up the stairs. One thing that we have to look at as a team like M8 is what they done the first round they defended that, was they were going for retakes upstairs. They were sending 2 to take out 1. Why are they not doing the same that time? There was one guy on the aqua stairs. Send 2 to get him. Get rid of him. Then you can attack that top floor. We've talked about the verticality. You can end up use that. There's nowhere safe that you can plant in that site that cannot be seen from above.
Well, I think for M80 here, it's write some notes down for next time you end up playing this map, because like I said, 1 win, 1 loss for both of these teams so far through the stage on this map, and it seems like the Sonics have definitely worked on this map in terms of being able to get their attacks down and executes down as well. I think Gio's been a standout so far in terms of round adaptation calls, and even some critical picks in towards the bomb site to open up the opportunity to get the play going down. Gio's been unreal so far this game, and Citizen is going to start things off. I think Spoit's been alive for about 1:30 combined for the last 3 rounds. So this is early deaths here for Spoit. Another beautiful start here for the Sonics. And man, you're trying to take a 5-2 lead early on. Gio's going to go for the bandit trick. And it is good. So you're able to destroy one Selma, one detonates, and it will open up a vault hole onto the double breach wall.
And the thing is that hole isn't that good because you can't really play from a long angle to cover the bomb site. You need to kind of swing into the trench, therefore it's an easy pre-fire, an easy C4. It gives you time to almost move into sight, knowing that a guy isn't going to be sat all the way back at the boxes with the angle opened up. That spawn kill, obviously it's going to play a big impact in the round. You've taken out Jackal, you've got that first pick. The mentality factor. Spoit getting spawn peek right off the rip by Citizen is going to be a tilter because you're getting prepared. Okay, here we go, attack time. Oh, I'm dead straight away. You know, that's where you're going to sit there and think, oh, it's not a good day.
Phone call come out from Kino as he steps directly into a goo mine, the opposite of the windowsill. Let's push in for M80 towards the middle floor here. A lot more time burn just ascertaining the position of these defenders, and I'm not actually convinced that M80 have figured out where these roamers or the Sonics are. Rexon's still top blue, Gunner's in control looking to retreat back towards the cargo stairs. He knows his flank hold is present outside the window. Not sure if he's prepared for the elevation, and he's not. He'll get gunned down from behind. The attempted sprint back to the site. Yas will collect him. We level out in a man count here, but Rexon's still on the roam. Could be an absolute ace in the hole here for the Sonics.
Nades go in. Nobody's died as of yet with the nades, and this is tense. This is where we can really start to see Rexon, for example, just light up the show. He could be on for a deadly flank. Kino looking to push down in towards pillar stairs. Just checking his angles. Doesn't have any calls left to assist him. Critical action will also be done, but you want to look at Rexa now. This is the man to watch.
See, the solo push here is now joined. Kino with the diffuser tried to push down the exo stairs and has made his way all the way into the bomb site. Gomez had joined him on the Amaro, and here comes the drop from Rex, and that flank potential towards exo stairs is now nullified. Ricks are turning, and they will notice that the plant is going down. The spray comes through, but not before the plant is completed, and Geo will actually be cut down in turn. There goes Grixer as well. So now it's a 2v4 for Citizen and Rexen to work their way out of, make it a 4v1 now. This is just Rexen alone, the man who could have gone for the supreme flank. Ends up coming back Animus, and it just isn't the right flanking route to take. And M80 able to bring one back.
Yeah, strange round that. M80 just looked as if they were playing on a prayer. You know, let's hope they're not here. Let's hope we're not going to get flanked. Even Kino wasn't sure if he wanted the plant or not in that position. I think Rexen just needed to commit to that flank. He drops down the hatch. Was I call? Maybe his team call him back to site. I would have went for the flank, definitely. Because again, they cannot plant if you're above with that gadget.
Yeah, I think, man, Diaz still working away on the food here. We're 7 rounds deep, heading into round number 8. The Sonics still have the advantage here. Still up 4-3. And with that now, obviously that is M80's 3rd round on the map. That is confirmation that M80 will be confirmed for top 2. They don't have to play tomorrow. They will either have the 1 or the 2 seed, depending on what happens with Dark Zero and their games after this. Seems like we're having a tack here. I didn't hear anything about a technical issue, so I believe this would be the Sonics tactical.
No, we're good.
Okay, we're good to go. Taking a little long there to get through the prep phase and everyone talking, but
we were just looking at
Sonics still have
replays,
attack in the back pocket. And looking at replays, and we're good to go with Iconic on the Blitz.
Yeah, this is always a fun one. Blitz comes in, Nighthaven. There's some good points that you can really use Blitz in. I think Garage is a good one to take control of. Obviously, kind of, you know, looking at a one-way angle, you just push in, fight, do your best. Other than that, I think Basement is definitely a site you want to stay away from. Other areas you can use your Blitz really good in Connector Room. Again, these one-way fights you want to be taking are very strong. I'm curious to see how they're going to use them. The only thing is, you may be thinking, oh, why don't we push him in towards here? Why don't we push in towards Aqua and then into site from there? There's feet holes usually made along the double wall into site. That's not very good for Blitz because you're only going to get shot from the side as you try and run in the door. There's a few issues sometimes with Blitz there. So yeah, I'll just wait until I see what he wants to go for.
Terrace Breach looking to get opened up here from Diaz. No mute jammer, so it's just the bandit battery. So the fact that he was able to place the thermite charge means he's free to go. And the wall will get blown wide open by the exothermic. There's a mirror staring directly at it, though. Gunner will be playing that from inside a server. So for M80 here, gonna have to do some more work as running face first into that mirror is not the most ideal strategy. Some entries in towards Garage. And Gomez down below with the buck, trying to cause some havoc from underneath the skeleton key. Triple wall getting opened up from inside of Garage rafters as well from Spoit. Here comes Iconic on the Blitz. Seems to be an attack on all fronts from M80.
Yeah, he's going to try and push down through Aqua. That's going to be his avenue. Like I said, it's just you need to try and clear behind the bomb before you move into that room because it can be deadly. You've got guys playing obviously in towards Pillar. Oh, that's an important pick. That was the guy downstairs trying to clear out those angles for the Blitz to move in freely. Now with him gone, I don't know if Iconic's able to do what he wants to do now.
Well, here comes the Blitz, though. He is able to flash, punch, and finish off Geo. Kino will grab one onto Grixer, pushing through IT as well, and Citizen trying to come for the flank up blue. Again, he's just milliseconds behind where he needs to be. The coverage from outside on the balcony as well is good as it will repel him back down with a flashbang. Nitro Cell thought about being ripped there from Gunner. The second Nitro goes out, but there's no one home. Citizen somehow gets the knife through the shield onto Iconic, juked him out there, and we level at a 3v3 man count.
Oh, decision making from Iconic. He's decided to chase for the kill. I'll be honest, I would have done the same, Rob, so I don't blame him for it, but he has lost that knife. If you stab at the same time, it's literally down to luck who gets it. Now Citizen, look at this angle he has, can kill the players he walks through. That's freeing around for Citizen. There's another player there. They know he's below, and now Citizen has a 1v2. Flashbang goes in. 7 seconds. They have to try and go for a plant. And the good news is, Rob, there's no C4.
No C4 for Citizen and no identification of where the plant is going down. Good news is here for Citizen that one of the guns still up is Spoit on about 5 HP. Lots of shots ring out towards the triple wall breach that was opened up by M80. As the retreat back up towards the garage rafters here for Citizen. Perilous, but not impossible. Indecisive on which angle he wants to take is the priority. Looking back towards servers, the breach hole. Unsure if he should keep holding this IT as no one is moving. The time is ticking away from Citizen here as he needs to make an entry. Needs to spot one person out. He's able to bait out the peek from Spoit, but Diaz will collect. Citizen unable to ace to save the round, and M80 level things up at 4-4.
Oh, great try from Citizen. In that 1v2, the call would have been for M80. Spoit does not swing until they hear shots first. So Spoit will not be swinging that until he hears his teammate shoot first. And I think Citizen's done so well to bait that out of M80. He jiggle peeks. You know, obviously a shot comes in from the Thermite. He knows that Spoit's going to swing. He picks up that kill. It's just so unfortunate not to win the final engagement. He almost had that. You know, Citizen's played a blinder. Oh boy, we've got some hack of a game here, Rob. We do. Brilliant.
Back and forth it goes. You could see Citizen's reaction there. He was close. He was real close on that one. And that will prompt the Sonics to actually take their tac timeout. So I was off by a round on the prediction there. But it is the Sonics now taking their tac timeout. That's both timeouts used. And we head into the last portion of this map on Nighthaven at a 4-4 scoreline. I guess we're just going to keep everyone up to date round after round after round on Diaz. He's still eating. He's still eating. It's been 8 rounds. We're going into round number 9, and the man is still munching away. Let's see if that's able to propel M80 on a bit of a winning streak here, as they've got 2 rounds in a row in the bag now. Trying to bring it all the way back for a regulation win here, secure as many points as possible. They already have secured top 2 for tomorrow, or sorry, for next week, as that will mean they don't have to play tomorrow. They would like the number 1 seed. They would like the bragging rights of being the team with the most points in group stage, and theoretically the better matchup is the 1 versus the lower seed later on, but no real guarantees when we've seen how close these top 6 teams are in NA.
Yeah, I think NA's been very competitive, very, very competitive this season. You really don't know what you're going to get a lot of the time. You know, I think even M80 have looked weak at times against other teams. You know, M80 have obviously suffered losses. I think it's a credit to the region, and I think they've looked good, especially on testing out the new maps. You know, Nighthaven and Consulate, these have kind of been 2 maps that, obviously EU, for example, they haven't really taken to them per se, but over here in NA, my goodness, they love it.
So we got the EMPs coming out from the back pocket of the Montaigne on Kino as well. The bandit trick, once again from Geo, be successful onto a different wall. So was able to bandit trick the left panel, and this one getting opened up, yeah, is the better for the attackers, as you do have the longer angle to be played over towards the exo door as well, in towards bomb site. So better opportunity here for M80 to have some attacking routes and some visibility in towards the bomb site, towards the exo doorway, should they be able to get a plant down. Better for diffuser coverage. Other than that, though, M80 not taking a whole lot of map control. Still outside the map itself. Minute in, again, no roam coming out from the Sonics. So it's just taking a minute for M80 to ascertain the position of these Sonics defenders and know that they're free to go. Spoit, though, as I say that, will jump in through lobby and grab Gunner. He was at 90, I guess. Yep. Wow. So there goes the roaming Legion, the only roamer that the Sonics had. It's a good opener again for M80.
Same way we talk about how the opening pick is very important for Sonics and their attacks, equally for M80. Getting that opening pick, it sets the tone, it gives you that control now. M80 have a Monty. They're going to play this. You know, we talked about Sonics playing a controlled version. That's ×2 now with a Monty. He's literally there just to set the tempo, can give that information, can realistically push wherever he wants. If I look at that lineup from Sonics, there's nothing as a Monty player I'm scared of. The C4, sure you may gets a C4. You can just walk back. You can play around the C4. A good multiplayer will know how to do that. Getting rid of Legion is so vital. It's been a big issue. Oh dear, as I've said all that, they've then died to a roaming Fenrir.
There goes Citizen on the flank. Again, he's loving the MP7 between last round and this round. He's got 5 kills on MP7 right now. Actually, 4. He did get one with his knife onto Iconic on the Blitz. Nonetheless, levels up the man count, and now 45 seconds left. All that talk you said, Harry, about the Montaigne, it's not going to be the disruptor.
Steve Austin just came in, and he stunned me. That's what that's like right now.
Still more soft destruction being done here from Iconic onto the Buck now. It's usually Gomez you see on that one, but taking damage up through those kill holes as the Nitro Cell had flown errant and had not connected. Gritcher will be dropped by Spoit as he makes it to the bottom of Exo stairs as well. Looking in towards the bomb site, I imagine unaware of the Solus, lying underneath the hatch, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to spring out and be devastating. Rexon will cut down one, looking for another one, but a good trade there from Spoit. Reacquires the diffuser and pushing in towards the bomb site. Geo will drop Iconic, so it's down to the 2v2 and only one gun standing right now from Diaz. Outside the double breach, a good shot there, a nice trade, and now pulling off the diffuser. Spoit, with less than a second left on the board, pulls off the plan and will clutch it out.
How's he done that? He's not allowed to be that good. You can't be that. You can't. I was stunned by this Kino boy. This honest him with a Monty. I don't know what how that Fenrir's killed him. How he's not aware of that, I don't know. I don't know. Spoit has dragged his team through the mud there. 100%. He's just dragged them through.
That's 4 on the round for Spoit, and we're going to need a slow-mo of how much time was left on the clock. I didn't think it was possible for Spoit to pull off, and yet I thought he had it too, honestly. I thought it was going to be another round we're walking away complimenting Geo. We might be able to see how much time is left here. 2, 1, 0. He's
20.
pulling off with less
20.
than a second. It was
yeah. He got the kill at
2/10 of a second. Yeah, 2/10 of a second left on the clock, ticking away from him. Spoit finds the headshot with the PDW, so beautiful round there from Spoit, like you said, dragging the rest of the team with them as they lose the Monty, not knowing where Citizen was on the flank at the top of the cargo stairs. So, M80, 3 in a row. They've been very close rounds back and forth, honestly. A couple more coin flips go opposite ways, and we're talking about Sonics winning this thing like a 7-2, a 7-3 scoreline, and yet here we are with M80 in control.
I think Sonics have been the better team in the game. I think they have. But I think that showcases that, great teams can win rounds out of nothing. And M80 do that. That's just the way they are. Nah, that...
You see Kino ping the Claymore like, buddy, are you going to do your job? Nice attempt there for Citizen. It does not go the way he wants it to. He will be the opening death. So a huge superstar round, a couple rounds ago. And actually, last round as well, being a difference maker, able to cut down Kino, who's on that Monte on the flank. This time around, he's done about 40 damage to Gomez, about 50 damage to Kino. He has surrendered his life, but his Frost Mats will persevere beyond his demise.
M80, lead again in the opening kill department. So it's going to be that mid-floor, so as we know, it's going to be a bit of time before we start to see really any action in towards the site. The main key component the attackers need is that top floor. Use that verticality, of course. Gunner's going to try and keep himself safe with his Fenrir gadgets, make sure nobody can push him in from behind. He will get that indicator, of course. But M80 again, they'll take their sweet time with it. They don't need to rush. They know they are in command. They know they have the lead, and it's up to Sonics, of course, to try and get these kills back. Just making sure there's everything going for M80 in this round, making sure they can clear every bit of utility. Not wanting to risk anything. That's a C4 wasted, gets no kills there. Rexon. Geo still has his C4, of course, but Rexon does make up for it, though. A kill with the SMG-11. And M80 now, maybe they're looking to go a little bit more direct, just straight into the site.
Yeah, it seems like they've kind of lost control of the top floor as a flank was coming up the blue stairs as well. They are repelling it momentarily. It's the Warden right now of Geo debating going for that flank, just waiting for the attention from the balcony to turn away at the most opportune time. Spoit thinking about going into the cargo window as well. Instead, he's going to try and pop the cargo door with a Selma, but instead this just allows the approach towards the cargo window even closer now with a shotgun as Rexon will pull out the SMG-11 instead. Gomez will grab one, but there's the swing on direction to drop Spoit. It's Diaz carrying the diffuser, who will be all important in this round. Iconic, though, will drop Gunner, and he's heading towards the basement, so that'll leave a 2v2. He's coming back up the cargo stairs now. 25 seconds left on the clock here. You still got some top control from M80. trying to work their way towards the bomb site. Time is ticking away from them, and it's slipping away from them here. Diaz, like I said, carrying that diffuser. There's 12 seconds on the clock, vaulting into the garage window. Will head in towards support. Now Geo on the flank. Once again, they have no idea. Iconic cut down, the plant going down, and Geo will put him on the floor. A beautiful reaction, and Geo will tie this thing up once again. What a classic prime performance from Geo we're seeing.
Oh, I was really worried as they both went in through the door. He kind of missed the opportunity, and I was afraid that maybe then the Lion was going to swing him. Oh, but no. Gets away with it, cleans up the 2 kills. Yeah, really well done there by Sonics to gain control. I have to highlight Rexon in that position. Missed the C4 in the beginning, gets a kill back, I think playing the vertical. This is so important. You lose Spoit. M8 were looking to use Spoit as a way of kind of creating that clamp where you have 2 attacks coming in from either direction to really shake Sonics and make them have to worry about, you know, Spoit getting into that site. I love the preemptive swing that Rexon goes for. I think he had a suspicion they were hunting for him. So the fact that he plays a little bit more aggressive just catches Spoit, you know, just a deer in the headlights. So yeah, have to highlight Rexon. Done very impressive there with the 2 kills.
Like I said, it feels like we're turning back the clock here. Geo 13-6. By no means is he a bad player. It's just when you see the lineup for the Sonics, you see Gunner and Citizen, Grixer, Rexon, Geo playing on support roles these days. Not always the standout in terms of fragging department, and it's not just been the frags that we've called out a couple times. His IGLing and his mid-round adaptations have also been evident and crucial in terms of securing round wins. We stand at a 5-5 now. We're going to need all 12 rounds of regulation at minimum, if not overtime. And for M80 here, they do get 3 rounds in a row to start the second half. Sonic's able to respond in kind and nice Kaid trick there from Citizen. I think he was able to get 1 Selma at least. Pulled the claw off, backed off there. So 2 Selmas will be successful partially. The left one will get Electroclad actually on the return, and they shot off the right one. So there's no actual traversable hole to get in towards the bomb site for the breach here for M80. That could be problematic later on. Citizen is late reinforcing the single wall into Anubis as well, and he gets away with it.
He does indeed. Yeah, that will cause them a lot of issues. They still have 1 hard breach gadget from Iconic, but the issue then you're stuck with is, do you then open up the breach? That means you forfeit a hatch. Another way that you can pressure the attackers in the bomb site. So yeah, a big stumbling block that now we're going to see how quick M80 can think in their feet, because that is a big thing that it's something that I feel you don't prep for because it shouldn't happen to begin with. So I'm going to be really impressed to see if M8 actually win this round, because I think Sonics now, just that misplay, they're in such a good position. And the thing is with Sonics, they probably won't even know that they are.
Sensor on.
All right, we'll see if we even turn our attention back towards the bomb site. Is this roam clear? Not starting off too hot as Spoit once again, the first one to meet their maker in the round. Geo with a shotgun paying point blank inside a connector. The phone calls will ring out, and they'll dissuade him from swinging with the M590. Nice shots ring out here from Rexon, and then on the re-engagement collects the head of Iconic. So like I said, whether or not we actually get to the bomb site is determined on whether or not this roam clear is successful. And there hasn't been a whole lot of success for M80 thus far.
Yeah, that's the second time now we've seen in this game where the Jackal gets killed by the Solus through the wall, seeing the gadget active. Oh, Gunner, great swing. Diaz had no idea you were there, using the Vigil to a great cause. And wow, this is shut, closed. It's gone. The restaurant isn't here. It's done. M80, not here to cook. Very poor round, losing the bite rob in the early stages. They have a full roam set, a roam hunting setup as well. You have a Dokkaebi, you have a Jackal. It's done nothing against these.
Well, Gomez will get 1, but Rexon with a quick 2-piece to wrap it up and put us on match point. The roam, too dominant for the Sonics, for M80 to clear. And like I said, 6-5. Map point here in favor of the Sonics, stumbling a little bit into the beginning of the second half, but regaining control, regaining the momentum, and again, reasserting their dominance. And like we said a couple rounds ago, SQ have seemed like the better team throughout the majority of this map.
Yeah, again, I think they've had the more dominant round wins, like you mentioned before. If, you know, a couple of things, you know, even just one thing went right for Sonics in a few of those rounds, Sonics would have won by now. M8 have been kind of playing off moments, it feels like. Look at Spoit, for example. That was a moment that they needed to get, for example. So, yeah, I think Sonics... I would assume now that the momentum's firmly with Sonics. If they go on to win this now in regulation, I think it's well deserved. Certainly is. You know, you look at the stats, very top heavy for M80. You know, you kind of start to see, you know, obviously Spoit, Diaz, Gomez, and then it kind of drops off. Whereas Sonics, you've got, you know, good stability there. 10, 13, 13. Those performances is where you win the games.
Well, the Sonics will be looking to do that exact point, win in regulation, secure all 3 points for their final game of the group stage, secure as high a seed as possible. We still have yet to figure out what's going to happen with Dark Zero in their games later today. The Sonics might have an opportunity here to sneak further up in the standings than even previously predicted, considering Dark Zero had 2 games in hand and just the opportunity of points on the board for them. Pretty daunting. But it all comes down to this round here, and they'll head topside to try and close things out. Another blitz coming out from Iconic. We'll see if he's a little more successful and a little more sight-focused this time around, as, like you said, it was an enticing chase down Aqua Stairs to try and go get Citizen. It just didn't go his way. Observation blocker will also stop any intel gathering in towards the garage, and we haven't lost any breaching materials as of yet. Bandit trick won't be attempted either, as Citizen will just place another battery down and head off towards Connector. The IT wall get opened up relatively free, 1 EMP having to be used, or 2 actually, from Kino. And now there goes the triple wall reinforcement into garage as well. The Sonics will burn a minute, but they're peeling back towards the bomb site.
I feel as though Citizen probably could have banned the trick there for a little bit longer. You know, no nades on the lineup of M80 to worry about, but maybe he wants to try and ban the trick the other side, and oh, he misses the wrong side. Luckily, we didn't see the commitment from Diaz to open up the right side of the wall. And you can see the drop-off as well. And this is the thing is, that we haven't really mentioned about top floor. You kind of have these layers. You have those outer walls that you can try and bandit trick and stop. And once they get broken through eventually, then you can just go back to the next 2. You know, you have that triple wall in garage, and you have the 2 inside a pillar. It's very difficult for the attackers, and it wastes a lot of time and a lot of utility. And that's why you will see at least 2 breaches for a top floor at all times. You know, both teams have been very adamant about that. Firm and Ace have always been brought to these top floors.
Well, once again, we're ticking down on the clock here, and not a whole lot has been accomplished. But here come the EMPs, and here come the Selmas onto the triple wall into garage. Good position to be in, though, if you're Sonics. And ticking away for M80 to get a move on into the bomb site. They do still have Iconic standing on the blitz, and you get the drones pouring into the bomb site to ascertain the location of these defenders, anchoring into some stronger positions. Positions are getting eroded slowly, and Iconic's actually going to go for an entry downstairs by kitchen. Geo using that Warden glass to try and persevere the flashbangs, and here comes the blitz, but the knife, it will win out and drop Geo to the floor for the opening pick in the round with 38 seconds on the clock. Rexon trying to repel any particular entry in towards IT, and Kino will grab another one onto Rexon. The blitz comes rushing into the bomb site, absorbing as much damage as possible. Diaz grabs 1, Gomez with another, and now it's just Gunner alone in a 1v5. He'll make it a 1v4 onto Diaz. The plant is going down from Kino, though. And he's going to be point blank against the blitz. Does a lot of damage with that DMR, but he's going to have to peel back towards the server, rotate. The shots will ring it onto the soft wall. And this is a tough spot here for Gunner. Collects another one onto Kino, but gets shredded in turn by the AR-33, and we are going to overtime.
Yeah, overtime it is. Now, the change that Sonics tried to make was an operator change, where they had placed now Geo on a Warden towards Aqua Stairs. As we know, Warden, you can't be flashed by Blitz. It makes you a very strong operator to go up against Blitz. You know, if Blitz doesn't have his flash, he's just a guy with a pistol and a shield, which you can obviously play around, hit his shield, kill him, all that kind of stuff. A lot more difficult doing that if you can't see him. But I think it was a bit of poor timing for Geo. He goes for the swing, and as he goes for a swing, he doesn't kind of hold his position towards the stairs. We've seen he went for the peak, goes back, and a Blitz is just right in front of him. He just appeared out of nowhere. So it is a little bit unfortunate for Geo with that timing, but you know, I think Blitz is still always going to be oppressive no matter what you do, and it is sometimes really difficult whenever you don't know where he is, and that's what we've seen from Iconic. Iconic sat outside the map for, what, about 2 minutes 15? Because he knew he didn't want to give himself away that he was that Blitz. If you know a team has a Blitz, you change your mindset. At 45 seconds, and you know, at that stage you would assume, okay, there's probably no Blitz now, because we would have heard him or seen him by now. That makes it so much more difficult to deal with because you're not expecting it.
Well, we head into overtime in an attacking-sided Nighthaven Labs, and it will be Sonics who have looked the better team through most of these rounds. They'll be having to win at least one defensive round to take 2 points. Neither team has the opportunity for 3. The regulation win is surrendered, with both teams at least securing 1 point thus far. It's just 3 rounds to try and decide who gets that last point. Come away with a 2-point overtime victory. Kino with the diffuser, with the Montaigne. We got a lot of stacking outside the double breach as well. This could be a very fast round from M80 here.
We're going to go all open this time. Looks like we will. So much better for M80, has to be said, than previously. Sonics trying to employ that same strategy of the roam game, and M80 not wanting to deal with that whatsoever. They're going very direct. Once again, Rob, like we mentioned before, the kind of wrong side of the wall is going to be opened up.
Smoke come pouring out, and the glass will be able to peer on through that as Spoit will cut down Citizen. The Nitrocell unable to affect the round. We level out the man count as Iconic was the first pick at the hands of Gunner off site. Rexon, again, trying to spot this plant coming out from Kino. A bait from Kino now will try and draw the range from Exo and draw the engagement. Pushing all the way up to the mirror now, and yeah, he's walking away here. He's trying to look in towards Tank, trying to figure out where these defenders are. Halfway through the round now, and he might end up actually trying to plant on the mirror wall. This is a tough spot to be in if you're Kino, but he's backing out now towards the half wall.
Yeah.
Gunner's still on the flank here. This could be dangerous here for M80. They're not committing to the plant as of yet.
Oh, I'm terrified because if Kino makes the wrong decision, it is over. Diffuser's going to be cold in the middle of a room. I'm surprised he's not just going to try and go for the default plant. Oh, what a pick from Diaz. Sees Gunner in the garage, and now that does give them an advantage. I mean, Kino, maybe they went for let's gain some information before we try and go for the plant. Now he's by himself. He's out in towards Exo, and Grixer, he has to try and do it all in a 1v4. I don't know what's really happened this round, but it's working out so well for M80. They've won it. Rob,
yeah.
This is like, these rounds that M80 are winning, I don't know how they're doing it. For the second time in the basement, they don't really know what they're doing themselves, and it works out. Really strange.
It does work out. I think Kino was able to wander his way through the bomb site unimpeded for the most part and just kind of call out positions to his teammates one by one, and every single one of those gunfights goes the way of M80 with the intel gathered by Kino. I thought that flank from Gunner was going to be a lot more impactful on the round, having some top control, some impacts if Kino ever did go for the plant. Well caught by Diaz, well caught by M80, and now they stand on match point. Yeah, that was a beautiful flank catch there.
Yeah, just weird. I mean, using the Monty really well, it does showcase how strong he is. There's not another, there is no other operator that can do that. You know, it's incredible what a good Monty player can do. It's just the worry if he makes the wrong decision, the round's done. You know, that's the risk that Kino's playing with. He is playing with fire. So yeah, it's one of them. But M80, match point. Sonics on their beloved attack, where we have said they've looked really good on as well, Rob. So it's not all doom and gloom now for the Sonics fans. There's still a chance here that we can go all the way to 15.
Yep.
Attackers are moving.
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see this go to 15, honestly, with how good the Sonics looked on their attacking side. The only hiccup here is this is the top floor bomb site, where when the bomb site was not upstairs, we saw Sonics getting in very quickly, very easily, grabbing a lot of top floor map control and able to work their way down. Top floor took a little bit longer, but their site collapse was still effective nonetheless. So the Sonics here, this is probably going to be a little bit more towards the end of the round than it was in previous attacks onto different bomb sites. Gunner trying to contend with some mute jammers onto the terrace wall, and Richard's preoccupied with the EMPs over towards IT for the moment. So lots of breaching trying to get accomplished simultaneously, and they're each going to have to wait their turn.
Again, taking their time, Sonics. Make sure this wall can get opened up. Down goes the Selma, down goes the Thermite charge. That just stops it so Bandit cannot get both sides. He has to get one or the other, so that wall will be open no matter what. Just a little tip for anyone there if you are struggling with getting walls opened. Oh dear.
Except it didn't.
Dear.
We'll see if this corrects things. Yeah, I guess we'll find out if that corrected things later.
Medics has left us in a cliffhanger. Did the wall get opened? Yes. Okay.
Yes. Good. Okay. It all works out in the end. It's a very unfortunate set of circumstances there for the Sonics, but they do get the wall they wanted to open into IT nonetheless. And here comes Rexon again towards meeting. Wasn't the sledge the last time he pushed on this side? He's time onto the Jackal, the C7E. Gunner looking trying to breach in towards servers as well, as the EMP from Citizen will help him accomplish that task. He does have enough radius there to grab it, and this is another good circling attack here for the Sonics, trying to open up as many angles as possible.
Yeah, the issue is because they had to use that other Thermite charge, they cannot open up triple wall. And that means that, oh, that is a pick you should not be getting. Geo just walks in, finds Kino dancing on the table, gets taken down. The issue with not having triple wall open though for Sonics is it doesn't give them that kind of bite. Spoit in that same position again with that shotgun, swings, eliminates one. Is he going to go for another? Pulls out the pistol, doesn't know what he wants to do. He's just running around now, Rob. Is he going to go for it? Oh, almost.
Looks like Iconic got one in the fray there, but that is Spoit shut down, so the M870's rampage comes to an end short. And Gomez still laying prone behind the command center desk. Health advantage onto the side of M80. Still got a shotgun here from Diaz holding the IT door. Pushing from connector, taking some damage. And now there goes Gomez dropping Geo. This could be the closer here for M80 on their defense. Rexon trying to push his way back towards the server breach. Now still dealing with swings from connector. There's the Magnum coming out, and Gomez will clean it up. M80 down 4-2 at the half, bring it all the way back and win it 8-6 in overtime.
The issue is trying to get across is because they can't open up that triple wall inside a garage. Those defenders can sit as happy as anything to hold the other bomb site, hold those long angles. You don't have that same pressure from Sonics and MAE. It didn't look clean in some of the rounds, but they will get the win nonetheless. We're going to go to a break, and then we'll be back with an S to break it all down.
I think Nighthaven is one of the most fun maps we've had in the comp pool for a while.
The single word comes to mind, and it's just massive.
It's just so big.
I really like the way Nighthaven plays. It honestly reminds me of how Clubhouse used to play out a lot, kind of strangling the defense by just like slowly opening walls.
If you leave a gap on defense, it will get taken advantage of, and it's up to you how to retake that gap.
Teamwork on the defensive side is going to be big, just because you're pretty spread.
You want to be trying to play that rafter area. Gets us a good spot where you can waste time. It's very hard to clear a defender out of there.
As an attacker, I think a very important part of the map that you want to take control of quickly is the upstairs second floor, because that cuts off a big section of the map where people can flank from.
When you are let free on the lurk, will it help you win rounds on the map?
Nighthaven's probably like one of my favorite maps now.
Dude, the 60 goes by so fast. Alright,
I'll just use Tellers and Archives as an example, I guess. Something that I thought is really good and really strong to do is opening up the outer wall with like a Hibana or an Ace, and then trying to open up like the Visa hatch near like the doorway, and then having people push from garage side and basically just full pinch the basement. So have like say like 2 garage side and then 2 pushing through the outer wall and then 1 dropping that hatch. And then just all like full pinching basement, because what a lot of people I've noticed do is they heavy hold admin, so they have 2 to 3 people top floor, mid floor, and then only 2 people in the basement. So if you just, you know, it's a 5v2 in the basement, you just gotta trade each other out well. I will say Archives is a huge room, so you always gotta like have a drone in front of somebody and just find the people where they are, because there's like 800 different corners there now and the room is huge. So you just gotta find where they are in the basement, just isolate the picks, and then you can get the bomb down. Hopefully we will play console on game day before that airs, because I might have just leaked our attack, but whatever.
Opportunity to get in the kitchen unchallenged, and that's where he wants to go, but instead just sprints in. How did they allow him to go like that, Nick? He just, nobody watching him? That's so puzzling by OXG. You've been doing so much better, but now it's Mirage in the driver's seat. Vertical finding all 3 kills, positioned the wrong way. 4 for him.
يعني سابقينهم شويه كده يعملوش الراوند، خلاص قربت تخلص، بس هشوم مستني مو يخلص على بعده على طول، وتريكسد يقدر يجيب دوفاكين، وفجأة الترابيزه تتقلب بالكامل على تريبل، وهشوم اعتقد بالتريبل كيل.
Acontece agora entre FaZe Clan e Pijamas, o tempo tá acabando, só sobra o Range vivo, pode tentar fazer o plant, o Psycho, mas ainda tá numa situação complicada, a Solis pode enxergar o jogador, não vai conseguir pegar, será que pode parar? Retalha!
That one does down Shepard, and he was the man with the kit, so suddenly 10 seconds 2 versus 1. They gotta see if they can either find the kit, get it planted, or get the player itself. It is just the watch here, the cover, the swing round. He's able to win out the first, he goes for the second, it's a post-plant round, and Ezra gets the clutch on a quad kill. Sit back to their favor, Shaco wants to get some revenge here, but how he found that, I don't know. He's looking for one more inside the side, and he gets it, Shaco! 13-3, waiting for the last player to drop. Bride covers up the cover, and there's Shaco!
Quien tiene a su presa, veamos si la puede conseguir. Ahí está, le quita el sombrero al señor Haas y tiene ahora capacidad de seguir enfrentando a los operadores. Gracias. ¡No! ¡Pero ya! ¿Pero qué estás dibujando tú, mi hermano? Tremenda la triple que se acaba de aventar el francés.
Mítica, Iván Gans y el buen Jay de Alpha Tennis. Ay, claro, de regalo. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué no? ¡Toma!
And just like that, the regular season for both Sonics and M80 has come to a close. One of them will be playing tomorrow. That's Sonics. We kind of knew that coming into today. But for M80, they've now got a first-round bye. They don't play tomorrow, and they've got 6 more days until they worry about playing a best-of-3 starting in the playoffs. Let's talk to Spoit real quick. Dude, Will, my boy, the Wonder Kid in the flesh. You've got this entire group stage already over and done with. How good does it finally feel being done with best-of-1s?
I mean, like, we're not really a best-of-1 team, to be honest. Like,
you sure? Really you're pretty damn good at it from what we saw.
I mean, yeah, so far we had pretty good results. I mean, in best-of-1s, anything can really happen. So, you know, I'm just happy, you know, we got the best-of-1s over, and now is when the actual NEL starts, you know, with playoffs, best-of-3s, you know, all that good stuff.
Not a best-of-1 team yet, looking very likely to finish first place after the best-of-1s are over. Well, listen, I wanted to ask you about that one round in basement. You're going down, you get a pick on the roam, you push down through EXO, you get off of the plant with like half a second remaining, kill the last player with like 0.2 seconds remaining. What was going through your head during that round? What calls were you getting that enabled you to make such a sick play?
I mean, I knew like the time was low, right? So they managed to get a. So I initially wasn't the one supposed to be planting. I was supposed to cover Gomez running in, but they had a player sneaking in cryo and hiding in the corner. So that caught Gomez off guard. So the cover was kind of lost on my side of things. It was lucky they were actually both on site that round. But it was like 5 seconds left, and I knew they had to double swing DS on the breach. And it's all about, in those fast moments, it's all about taking the first initiative, even if it's a smart move or not. You just gotta do it together with your teammate. And I mean, he managed to kill one, which was huge, and I just hopped off, and I just killed him.
It was a big play.
I love the breakdown of that. I think that was a great question. I love to always hear the insight of those rounds. But a question I got for you, now that you guys secured top 2, what's the practice? What are you guys gonna be doing differently going into these coming up matches and these best of 3s?
I mean, nothing in particular. We're gonna continue like we are, looking over certain strats, making new strats, always evolving, which is important, and just keep going.
For sure. All right, you guys don't play until next week, so anything else you want to say before we let you go? Any, I don't know, any charm you want to plug?
Don't forget to, follow It's Spoit on Twitch, and also get the Prime, and get the charm and whatnot.
What's up, Kiki?
Yeah. Also, I want to say thank you to all the supporters as well. You guys have been amazing, and yeah.
I love you, Lex.
I love you. I love you too, pal.
Good
All
grief.
right.
Eu amo Brazil.
There you go. Yeah, someone had to finally say it. Well, we'll see you next week, man. Congratulations on the top 2 finish.
Thank you, guys. See you later.
And that is how those boys get the first round bye. Let's go to highlights real fast just for how this game went, because it was a banger, and I love the fact that we're getting overtime on Nighthaven to see what these guys are really made of.
Started off a very different story from how it finished. We saw Sonics really starting to take the lead, a 4-2 split favoring for them on their attacks, and we kind of harped on them in the pregame. They're not being able to execute, not really doing well in those late rounds when they're on attack. I thought Sonics' pushes were really solid, and that they made big strides in being able to work together on those executes. They were finding a lot of good picks early in the round. Kino in particular was getting caught out a lot on smoke, but you really got to credit Sonics for being able to find those picks and start so strong in that first half, converting so many executes.
No, I think Demo said it best. Sonics did look better in my personal opinion. Even the notes that I was taking, it just came down to those little minute details that were M80 weren't fumbling, that SQ were, and M80 were just capitalizing on top of it and running away with it. Again, it just falls down to that SQ of trying to figure out these mid to late round adaptations and trying to figure out where they need to, improve on, and M80 was capitalizing on it.
Well, they don't have very long until they have to go and start really fixing things, because Sonics will play tomorrow, M80 will play next week. They just don't know exactly who they're playing yet, because we have to wait for the results of our last 2 games. DZ is about to play a crazy-looking doubleheader, and Sonics don't have any idea who their opponent is, but we did get Gunner on the speedrun for the very first situation. Let's see how he did. Gunner, man, not setting a great example for SQ. Sub 30 seconds. Well, over 30 seconds, not sub. Still problematic, because that is bottom of the leaderboard for that situation speedrun.
You can tell, and as someone who runs it very often, you could tell that was his first time running it. That was a sloppy performance.
This is the first time he's played it since the game launched.
I don't think he understood where the, where the opponents were.
Yeah.
Well,
Tisk.
That's okay. You don't have to use that as practice. We'll keep on getting a couple more speed runs and see if anybody can top the DZ guys all the way up at the very top of said charts. But speaking of DZ, they were supposed to be playing a game 4, have a break, and then play their last game. Instead, because of the internet issues in Las Vegas, their games have been switched, which means they play Space Station right now, and then they immediately transition into their game against Wildcard right after. So if we just throw the standings up, they have the potential for 6 points in back-to-back matches starting right now.
Yeah, so Dark Zero really could shift all over the board at the moment. First place still possible. Also, take a look at Space Station. The ability to jump over Dark Zero. If they lose both these games regulation, they could drop down to 5th.
No, DZ's looking pretty, in my opinion, here. If they can just close these out in regulation, they're going to propel themselves so high and be in a great standing for playoffs.
Just on a on a percentages front, because I know that there are some people that really, really like hard numbers like that. Our good pal Super Bunny has been providing us all of these probability stats so far. We obviously thank him for what he's been able to do for all these broadcasts worldwide, but just because he's got this one prepped and we don't want his hard work to go to waste, let's look at what we've got specifically for this matchup, because it is dependent for DZ. Again, reminder, Space Station can't do anything to get top 2, but that is the thing DZ are fighting for. And they can get 6 points. They can get first place if they get every single point from these next 2 games.
They can. The big thing here is that this game is not going to change a lot for Dark Zero, 60% to 40%. What really matters is going to be that next game versus Wildcard, regardless of this result from Dark Zero. But if they can win this game in regulation, then the round diff math is going to work a little bit more in their favor, and they're going to have a slightly easier time in that game against Wildcard.
Yeah, it's just overall going to set them up for higher success if they can get this win. But again, with the wild card DZ head-to-head, that's where it's really going to matter and who's going to come out on top there.
Yeah.
So even if we get through this game, it'll be a second, or I mean, an hour-ish, give or take a little bit, up until we know what the wild card map ban looks like. So yeah, this one's going to be important because Space Station are really trying to do what they can to make sure that they're not the 16th and have a much harder opponent to face. Just as a reminder, this is what the ban phase looked like. We did this about 2 hours ago. The ban phase itself, and then we revealed it an hour ago, even though we weren't actually able to play it, so nothing here has changed. Still interested to see what Oregon's going to look like between both these teams.
Once again, Oregon, very good map for Space Station. Historically, 5-1 record in close competition this year. Not bad for Dark Zero by any stretch of the imagination, but I think SSG in particular are happy to be going here.
And this is where we touched up on, you said they did historically look really good on it, but that was the old SSG. That was the more methodical SSG that heavily relied on their strats and their setups, where this SSG, don't get me wrong, they have their strats and they have their setups, but they are a far significantly different team just in terms of play style and the aggressiveness that they have now.
All right, let's do this thing. Weather in Vegas be damned, this game is absolutely still happening, and Dark Zero are gonna hope the hot hand fallacy isn't a fallacy and that they can win this thing and go right into their game against Wildcard looking as good as possible. It's Hob, Dylan, and Rary Femster with the call.
Brother. What are these names, Jacob? What are these names? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the, I guess, pre-roll of Oregon. We ran this one time, and then Dark Zero had their connection issues, and we had to postpone the game. But we're back. Dark Zero, like the desk have touched on a couple times, forced to play a double header. They will play this first game against Space Station and then immediately roll into another best of one against Wildcard to close out the best of one segments of stage 2 here in the North American League. But we get further than we did last time. We do actually see the map coming into view in the ban phase beginning for operator bans. I saw Ashen holding this before. It says Adonis. I can't make out who's in the picture though. Is that Houghton?
It's someone with a headset.
Someone is an Adonis, according to Ashen. Ashen, I'm sorry, I cannot see who's in the photo.
Is it Troy?
But he was holding it up last game too against Mirage.
I don't know who it is.
I don't know who it is either.
It's
okay. Anyway.
Yeah. It's very small.
It's Mango, SSG's analyst, according to Jacob. Interesting. I'm not entirely certain I've ever seen his face before, so this is good to know. I'm glad Ashen thinks so highly of you, Mango. Sounds good. Well, game crash. So, man, we go from connection issues to lobby stability issues to, man, Dark Zero's just not having a fun day. The operator bans we can talk about momentarily.
Houghton puts the storm is brewing. We don't want that. We don't want the storm back.
I saw the Space Station Twitter respond to Dark Zero's tweet saying you guys took going dark a little too literally. And as we round out the operators, we lose the zombie and Fenrir, Montaigne, and Amaru.
Amaru. That's, I mean, again, SSG are that weird team. They are.
Yep.
They are the team that will play, you know, I look at SSG and I think they're the kind of counterpart to what EUL has in the former Wild, where they're these two teams that play very differently to everyone else in their league. And every team will know what to expect, which is utter mayhem. You know, I think if you look at SSG, I think the bans that always go out against them is either Ying or Blitz, and I think that showcases the character of that team, and it showcases what they're all about. It is that fast gameplay, which I'm a lover of that gameplay. It's my preferred way of how you want to play, you know, Siege, and I think DZ going with an Amari ban, it just shows that they know something that maybe we don't, and maybe it's putting a bit of respect on SSG and what they can actually do with an operator. I assume right off the rip, Roberts, getting to tier 3 early, kids window, armory window, you know, there's a few places you can use that Amari to good use.
Absolutely. So we were promised by Troy that we should be able to get a quick rejoin into the lobby and finally get this match underway, as it's been over an hour waiting for this game to get underway. We had to play a whole other one in the meantime, waiting for some weather patterns to subside in Las Vegas. I think for Dark Zero here, the opportunity to be able to claim the 1 seed, though, is very tantalizing. Like we said, the best of 1s, anything can happen, and when you can get to those best of 3s, it's where you can really prove your mettle. We saw that last stage in stage 1 in the deciders for North America, both the 5 and the 6 seeds winning in their best of 3s against the 3 and the 4 seeds. So very impressive showing to be able to upset there. I think that's how close it is once again here in stage 2, the 1 through 6 all being very, very close together. And we do actually jump in for round number 1. But I think for Dark Zero, just the ability to skip tomorrow altogether, not have to worry about playing an extra BO3 and have another week to kind of practice and iron out some kinks is a very nice commodity to have, and they'll be playing exceptionally hard for the back-to-back wins here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with DZ, it's not easy games as well to do it, and they have to go up against SSG, obviously, who are a good side, and then Wildcard, who have been the surprise, as we know, this season, but they're both teams that will give you a battle. You will have to work extremely hard for it. It's not as if you're going up against the bottom 3 teams where, let's say if this was like a doubleheader of like Beastcoast and Luminosity, you'd be like, okay, yeah, DZ, away you go. But it's not that circumstance. It is now the point where DZ have to play probably some of the best Siege that they're going to have to play this stage.
So we're going to start with Dark Zero on the defense on Oregon, which hopefully everybody by now should understand. Pretty defensive-sided, but you never know. This is a lot of difficulty here for Rice. He's going to shake us off on the observation there. Doesn't want us witnessing the whiff onto the drone. I think the drone is still alive there. J9O has been able to push all the way up through dining in towards the bottom of White Stairs and try and lock down any potential roam coming out from Rice. Looks like he's going to take that opportunity whiffing on the drone to evacuate down the freezer stairs. Canadian and Pamba both trying to retreat up tower stairs as well, trying to apply some pressure towards T1. It's a slow-going offense here for SSG, still trying to get some T3 control, work their way down at the back, and right now for Dark Zero, they're sitting pretty.
See what they want to go for SSG. Their lineup is a little bit more tame than what we're used to seeing. No Ying on the board, which is a bit of a surprise. It's certainly an operator that we know they will like to go for. But then again, Warden being up doesn't make the Ying a little bit more obsolete. Rice, as a Warden player, you need to be on your game. If you know you're up against a team like SSG, you are vital. Obviously, he doesn't know that the lineup doesn't really affect him that much. There's not a single flash grenade or smoke on the side of SSG, so he's just got an MPX, that's really it. But I would say in later games, that Warden role is going to be very, very important for stopping SSG and their pushes.
See Houghton bringing up the Twitch in response to the Mira as well, being able to clear out any kind of ADSs or Legion mines being brought by Dark Zero's defense. A lot of rotations back and forth here for Space Station on the attacks. They set up for T3. They also had pressure towards the armory stairs. Entry from dining side from J9O and the Yana. It sounds like that Twitch drone from Houghton was successful in popping the closet mirror. One less tool at the defender's advantage, and there goes Bolt getting the opener on Pamba. The drop down as it tried to swing there into the E-box. Doesn't go so hot. Will leave many SSG members on the floor now. It's an onslaught now as Houghton is stuck outside of blue. DMR in hand trying to do battle in towards barrels onto the smoke as he's the last man standing. Forrest finally collected, pushing his way in towards elbow. There's not much to be done here for Houghton. Stuck between a rock and a hard place with 13 rounds and a DMR magazine. Working his way out towards Pillar. Should be an easy lockdown here as NJR will swing out with the M590 and lock it down with ease. And Dark Zero, they surrender the opener, but they're able to weather the storm in the bomb site. And I guess weather the storm IRL.
A quad for NJR to get us going. Where's your blue player? Where is Houghton? Where? I want to say that NJR made a really smart move. We didn't catch it, but what I want to say happened is he used his smoke grenade towards barrels. He then blocked Hot and Cold from pushing in. NJR then makes the rotate and kills them from behind, swinging through Shaiko door. That's what I want to say happened. Obviously, we didn't see it, but I assume that's what he's done because he's used a gas canister. I know for a fact he's used one of them, and I didn't see it go anywhere near us as we were catching the kind of action. So if he did that, yeah, great play from NJR, but SSG must do better in that scenario.
I think for Space Station here, slight change up in terms of the operators. Rice going to bring the mirror now instead of being on the Warden. This is quite the setup here for Dark Zero. Not quite sure I've ever seen both those wall reinforced in a professional game, but there's always a first for everything. And Dark Zero, like we said, they still have the opportunity to secure that one seed, but this may also be an opportunity for them to test some stuff.
Yeah, just try and run from ahead, thinking about that double reinforce with the mirror window. What it does do is it sets up a bit of a kill box towards double window. A team like SSG, where they are used to playing fast, double window is going to be like an entry point, a very fast entry point at that. Fully reinforcing that wall stops anyone jumping in through double window and being able to push deep in towards kids, take that engagement. And almost baits, I want to say it baits in SSG to almost go for that jump in. Did you think, oh, it's fully reinforced, we can go for an easy plan? There's a mirror window can be popped open, and you can toss your C4s, you can toss your impacts through that, and perhaps get it down. That could also be an option for them, but I need to see how it plays out. In my head, that's what I think they're going to go for, is almost like a bait for SSG to jump in and then C4 them in a kill box.
We'll see what the response is here from Space Station. A lot of drone work being done here from Fultz and Forest with the Twitch and the Flores. There was the first Twitch drone taken off the board, though. Still one in pocket for Forest to be used later, and Fultz only using one Rotero drone in towards games. He did a nice maneuver to get it off the roof into the game's window, which was nice to see. Houghton making an entry down below on the Nook. No nades, though. He's got the hard breach tools. Nonetheless, it's NJR to start things off on default. So there goes the Flores. I imagine either camped outside the game's window or on rappel. It's a nice shot there with an SMG-11 for NJR to start things off, and Gavini will go down and turn to Ashen, pushing his way alone against a mirror window into Master.
Good kill to get back. Certainly is eliminating that Warden. Gav goes down. J-No-No. He has nades though. Houghton didn't, but he does. Nade goes in. Rice now. He's tangoing with Destiny. J-No-No. Is it going to go straight for the hatch? Is Rice going to suffer? Oh, the hatch gets broken and it falls down to him. Oh, what an aid, Rice. Question him there, Rob. Standing on the software hatch, knowing there's a guy below you nading you. What's the thought process?
Houghton millimeters away from collecting a headshot in towards games, as well as NJR will hit the deck to just try and survive a little bit longer. J9L will cut down Pamba. Lots of damage going out, but it's all going the way of SSG in favor of them. It's just Canadian alone now stuck inside of the kid's rotate, trying to push his way towards Attic. Got the game's rappel on lock. There goes Ashen. Houghton's on 10 HP towards the top of White Stairs, but it is Houghton to collect a headshot nonetheless. So whether or not it was a bait from Dark Zero to get SSG to turn their focus towards Big Window, that is what happens, yet SSG comes away victorious.
Yeah, SSG seeing the double reinforced walls, they seen the mirror window, they know someone's going to be inside of kids. Reinforcing that double wall, putting that mirror window, it eliminates one thing for the attackers, and that is a rotation that is usually used in between, big window into kids. You have a rotation that you can then have as defense. If you lose the players inside of kids, there is then nothing stopping those guys jumping in double window. The mirror can't C4, can't play off that mirror window. There's no one in kids to then really, call out. They've jumped in, whatever it is. SSG analyze the situation as, let's kill the guy in kids. I have to say, Rice basically just stopped working. If you're getting naded from below, I don't know why he's standing there still. I would run into Attic. That is a concrete floor. You can't get naded there. Where else are you going to die from? Nobody's pushing up White. There's no pressure anywhere on the map. Main wall wasn't even opened. There is no pressure from anywhere that you could die from moving inside of kids, moving out of kids. So I have to question Rice there.
Attackers are moving
Tough
out
one
to
there. We
locate
did
a
see the
bomb
mirror
and defuse
window
it.
be popped, whether that was by the defense or the Twitch drone of Forest. Not sure. Didn't catch it quite on the round. I imagine it would be by the defense to try and contest towards big window, but it didn't work out. No Nitrocell was able to get launched through as there was no one surviving still inside of Kids. It was just Canadian alone in a 1v3. So we're going to retry the bomb site. Didn't get to see the setup as cleanly, so we're unsure if we're running that back. I imagine, though, Dark Zero have opted to swap things around a little bit and maybe save that one for the workshop, try and work that one in a little bit later. They do still have the same attic mirror in towards Trophy and Master, though. Oh, are we running it back? We're running it back. Okay, Dark Zero wanting to give this another run on game day. Like I said, the first seed is still up for grabs here. Houghton does swap off the hard breach charges as well. So he's got the nades. Force has got nades as well. Houghton's just working his way up white. This could be a quick one here for Space Station. But no, Houghton gets cut down by Pamba. There goes Gavin as well. 2 quick responses from Space Station, making a third though. Ashen on the G36 barges his way into Trophy. A round that seemed to be getting away from Space Station suddenly turns in their favor.
Don't know how it has, and they've just tried to walk into the site. Didn't work for Houghton, but it's worked for everyone else. As once again, Troy Canadian in the clutch. 1 versus 3. Plan to go down with a very little contest. C4 wasted from below. Didn't get a kill with that one. Canadian has to push up the white stairs. A familiar position he's been in all too often. And he gets eliminated. Had to do it. Of course you have to mention that. You have to.
You had to bring it up. Incredible. Incredible. For Space Station, 5v3 disadvantage. Dark Zero get the first 2 picks, and yet the flood into the bomb site, Ashen really being the difference maker on that round with his entry on the opposite side of Houghton. Houghton trying to push in through white stairs here. He gets cut down, but then it's the push from Ashen at the top of Armory stairs. It really is the difference maker. And I know in tandem, it's just the beautiful execute on the opposite side. Houghton playing a little bit of a distraction, and then the real attack comes in from the top of Armory. So for Dark Zero, they run back their double reinforcement of big window walls with a mirror window on it, crouch height, and it fails both times. So now I imagine we're not going to see that again.
Yeah, I think basement obviously is the best. I mean, this in my opinion is like the best bomb site in the game. This defense, it is just, yeah, the creme de la creme of what a living embodiment, you know, fortress is this bomb site right here. That last round, one thing you have to say about SSG again is they do things which on the surface seem very idiotic at sometimes. You know, Houghton just walk up white stairs into like 3 different crossfires, but they all do it together. You know, they do it with confidence. That's one thing about it. If you think something isn't going to work, at least, you know, try and sell it. And Houghton sold it so well. And when we've seen what the rest of the team did, so yeah, I love the team play. I love that from SSG. I feel sorry for Houghton that he has to bait himself, but hey, I don't think he'll mind.
No. I think honestly playing that sacrificial lamb was honestly the difference maker. All the attention is turned towards, you know, it's 30 seconds into the round. And, oh my God, there's a guy in sight. He came up white. Everyone's attention turns towards there, and then two G36s come bearing down on you from Armory, and it's lights out from there. So yeah, like you said, for Dark Zero, we're turning to a stronger bomb site, although I really do believe the top floor is a very defensible bomb site as well. The grand scheme of things, just odd strategy being employed here for Dark Zero. Trying to make it work. Doesn't work as much. This looks more like a scrim than anything. Doesn't work the first time, they run it back the second time. Okay, now we'll head back downstairs.
I wonder how the scrims went, if that's how the real games went. Yeah, we've seen there that the angle for T1 stairs tried to get opened up there by Forest, but as we know, that was going to be reinforced. He doesn't get that luxury. Would have picked up 2 great kills, as we've seen 2 players stacked up on the T1, but it's not going to be an issue as Ashen still gets control of T1 nonetheless. Realistically for SSG, it's just getting the basics done now for this basement. Get the hatches open, do the drone work, figure out the weak point for DZ, which, I mean, on this basement, it's very difficult to pinpoint a weak point, especially with Mira up. If Mira's up for basement, it makes things so much more difficult, because you almost have to, like, play around with your operators. You know, we've seen them bring a Twitch in, for example, you know, previously, and that, you know, kind of helped them with the Mira window situation, but not this time around. Certainly having the bees, which I mean, it does help for Pillar, which is probably one of the more trickier positions you want to deal with. But it's just do your basics right. I want to see a good collapse here from SSG.
Frag grenade from Ashen will put Canadian on the floor as the Lamai, so some irony there, and an attempted push up the tower stairs will be thwarted by those bees. Houghton saving his own life momentarily as Pambo is thinking about it. Canadian will get revived though on the B-bomb chassis that supply. We're back to a 5v5. Health advantage strongly in the favor of Space Station, and Houghton again will win his engagement from the tower stairs landing. Frag grenade goes soaring down. That one will get caught by a magnet this time around, and now a drop into the electrical box as Rice will turn his attention back towards Freezer. False grabs Canadian, what was left of him anyway, for a 2-minute advantage very quickly here. Rice, though, able to shut down the Freezer flank of J9O. Being shot from behind. He's on 1 HP, and they can see his feet through the drone hole. Nice pickup there from Faults. 15 seconds ticking away, and a bulletproof camera having full visibility on the attempted plant. But it's still a 2v4 to work out of here for Gavini and NJR. Gavini will get one, but he's left alone in the 1v3. His force will drop his teammate. Another one hits the deck. No plant coming out from Ashen. Why is he pushing with the diffuser? And Gavini will get every single one of them with the Vector? You gotta be kidding me!
Why do they all push? Just plant! Plant! They've chased the kill! Why have they chased the kill? Oh. They done everything right, Rob. The difference that they had to the previous time they attacked that was they disabled NGR in blue. NGR was not able just to swing in towards Shaiko and kill the players from behind. Then a good execute, good opening pick. You win that engagement in pillar. You start pushing in towards the site. Oh, Ashen has diffuser. Now this is where you have to think. Should Ashen have diffuser? And did Ashen know he had diffuser? Iana shouldn't be having that, especially Ashen. It should be the ace. Why he has the diffuser, I don't know what's happened there. If he didn't know that, that's on him. That just mess, absolute mess.
Well, much like we saw in the M80 Sonics game, a round just snatched away. Like we saw with Spoit with 0.2 seconds left on the clock. It'll pull off a plant and save the round.
5 seconds left.
Gavini afforded the opportunity to save the round from SSG's misstep there. And hey, they're victorious twice in a row downstairs, where it really looked like SSG should be in control of this game. With 3 consecutive attacking rounds onto Oregon, it's a great spot to be in, but wow, Gavini able to win out, and I don't want to take anything away from him, but like you said, the lack of a plant attempt coming out there for Space Station and for Ashen with the diffuser. Okay, that's one oversight. We'll see if Dark Zero is able to capitalize on any more oversights throughout this game. Seems like the meeting wall is getting opened up now as Dark Zero, instead of heading back topside for a 3rd time, will try and get a tertiary bomb site going immediately in kitchen.
Haven't seen this yet. Bird bomb site choice. I wonder what the idea now for SSG is going to be, because after losing that round, it's certainly a bit of a tilter. You have to sit there and think, wow, how have we messed that one? And then they need to kind of clear the brain and just focus on the next round. What's done is done. You can't change that. Now they have to try and attack this 3rd site. I will say that I think for DZ, the defense game has obviously been a little bit weak, I think, in getting, the kills. Obviously, Gav's still a great example of maybe why that's not true what I'm saying, but certainly I think SSG have had kind of one up on them in terms of the kill department. So I would like to see DZ with a little bit more of a fight back. I want to see some players step up here. I want to see Rice get involved. I want to see Pamba. Pamba having a quiet game. That shouldn't happen.
No, we're looking for some more Pamba party time here, but here comes Ashen, and again, a little too early, and Gavini will decapitate him on the spray towards the Freezer stairs. Ashen missing with the SMG-12, and he will be the first casualty of the round. Bolt's able to establish some top control here for Space Station, as the roamers were up here, looking at both Rice and Pamba. Both fall off. Sorry, Gavini on the Valkyrie, who was up here previously. They've both fallen off now, but these Valkyrie cameras relaying so much intel towards the defenders here with a man advantage. It's a great spot to be in as a minute ticks away here for SSG on the attack.
I see you.
Use those cameras to great use, being able to relay that information. DZ with a lot of control now still around the map. I think Ashen giving himself up with those Dokkaebi calls is not going to do his team any favors. In the 40 seconds, SSG, maybe it looks as if they want to move in towards Kitchen, but can't really drop Kitchen if you've got guys still inside of server. Houghton moves himself out towards free window, and oh, he's just caught lacking. Rice gets an absolute freebie on the window. Faults has dropped into sight, but with nobody to help him. I wonder where he's going to go. Let's get that refrag onto Rice, but here comes the players on server. NGR misses the shots. Faults pick up 2. Gavini, though, eliminates 1 and still control falls with DZ.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, case in hand here for Fultz. He's trying to get a plant down on stage, but he's visible from the bulletproof camera and the attack from above. Canadian will drop Fultz, and Gavini will chew through J90. And Dark Zero able to again survive the onslaught in towards the bomb site, as it was the one-man Fultz show, pushing him with Diffuser. But again, an unsuccessful attempt on the attacking side leaves Dark Zero up 3-2 now. They just won't be able to go back towards kitchen and meeting or downstairs. They will have to choose to try the top floor for a third time or head to kitchen and dining to try all 4 bomb sites in the defense.
Oh, SSG is not looking good. I'm surprised that the timeout hasn't came in. I would have thought that would have been something to look at. You know, this is your final attack, and you really need to make this one count if you want to have a really big advantage. I think 4-2 is the kind of generic split that defense has. But what's to stop SSG going for that even split and getting themselves set up nicely for a defense?
Yeah, I think your space station here, maybe a timeout now, but you only got 1 round left in the half. Maybe you want to save that for later on, because we've said it a few times now. The 1 seed is an opportunity here for Dark Zero to collect both games as a victory in regulation this game against Space Station and their last game against Wildcard.
Attackers are moving out.
For Space Station here, they still have the opportunity to move up. This is their last game, though. They only have 3 points available to them on the board to move up in the standings and secure themselves a different matchup for tomorrow. They are locked in to play tomorrow. So really the only thing that changes for SSG is who they play in that best of 3. For Dark Zero, it's the opportunity to skip a best of 3 entirely.
And be crowned, you know, first place in the normal standings. So obviously pressure on DZ to perform well. I was going to comment that SSG haven't looked like the SSG that we thought we would see, Rob, apart from really that 1 round where they kind of went for that quick rush upstairs. That worked really well for them. And I was questioning, you know, where's their Ying? You know, where are the blitzes? Where are the signature operators that SSG like to take? Finally, we're going to see a Ying. We're going to see something come in. This is now where you're looking at your Warden player to do really well. Oh my goodness, Forrest, take a back seat. Again, a Dokkaebi dies right off the rip, Rob. Wasted utility. It shouldn't be happening.
No, it's just Forrest walking into a pre-fire Pam, but with a cut down meeting split, though, as he's trying to swing towards lobby onto Fultz. So at least a trade out there and health advantage onto the side of Space Station. Looks like Canadian is still going to be hunted downstairs. He's going to try and burn as much time as possible and take anyone else with him that can. Unless SSG have no designs on progressing towards him. This might be the perfect flanking opportunity as Candela's come pouring out. Rice is going to have to bail out of pit. And a lockdown as he's going to see the Gemini, and he's taking some damage now from elsewhere. Smokes out towards the big window. It's a collapse onto the bomb site.
Yeah, the Wamai discs, I think, add up some of the utility there, and that didn't really work out too well for them. So they've had to now retreat back out of Attic. They've wasted 2 of those Candelas. Still have some utility left, though. 2 Candelas left and 2 nades for J90, which need to try and hit their mark. I'm really surprised that they didn't go for the heart on Canadian. Canadian's downstairs with a Jackal ping on him. He's trapped down there. Send 2 players. Go get him.
Even more Candelas ring out now, and here come the frag grenades from J90, but he thinks twice about it. Not going to go for Rice, and Rice will continue to persevere inside of dorms, playing on the bomb chassis and the attic rotate. And here comes Canadian on the flank towards the bottom of tower stairs. Gavini holding for the push in through the top of White as well, and a lot of dancing going around here for NJR on the A chassis inside a big window, trying to avoid the frag grenades. Gavini will shut down Houghton. An immediate trade out there from the frag grenade and the push up White stairs from J90. Looking the wrong direction, but Ashen will save his life as Rice gets cut down inside of Kids. And now it's just Canadian left on the flank, the man they ignored on the hunt. Trying to retake back through attic, and his position will be known here. He's constantly cap firing away onto Fultz, dropping to him about 50 HP, but Ashen will go for the plant this time in a 3v1, and J90 will cut him down on the drop back through pit. It's SSG equalizing the round count here, able to tie things up at 3-3 into the half.
Hey, J90 and Ashen have been a great little duo in those entries, and I also think Fultz adding into the kills. It's really Forrest who's having the bad game. All the other 4 for SSG are playing pretty well at the moment. That's what we want to see from SSG. Utilize, you know, those operators that you do so well with. Use the Ying to the best of your abilities. Use the utility. Use the nades. Great nade on the NJR. That's where SSG excel, is that rapid style of play.
It's a very unfortunate one there for Forrest. Like you said, he's having an off one today and just walking into the pre-fire while Canadian is being tasered by the Twitch drone, red pinged by the Twitch drone, being called out by a teammate, and yet the MPX, it wins. It just wins. But for SSG, able to salvage the round there. They didn't go hunting for Canadian. They left him alone downstairs and instead of targeted the bomb site. Worked out well for them as they're able to win out those individual engagements with a little bit of teamwork and a little bit of a collapse with the remaining utility they had. So Dark Zero go 0 for 3 defending the top floor. We'll see if Space Station can better that, which I imagine won't be a difficult task to accomplish. We'll see if they're as proficient downstairs, as successful in the scoreline as Dark Zero were. Even when, again, it looked like Space Station probably should have won at least one attacking round towards the basement.
Downstairs we go. SSG, not afraid to bring, again, a similar lineup to what DZ were bringing. That's no surprise. It's pretty universally known that if Mira's up for the basement, you take it no matter what. I also like the addition of a Thorn, which is another good operator for basement. I think it helps if someone on the attack wants to late push. Having a trap operator does wonders for your side. Place it on freezer stairs, laundry stairs. As all of them, the main push comes in towards pillar, in towards the back stairs, there's that little bit of sound cue that helps you out. So I do like that as an addition. And especially over a team like DZ, they do have their fair share of backstabbers, so you can certainly play that role. Yeah, it's a good pickup.
You can see Dark Zero in their first attacking round, very cognizant and very paranoid about the possibility of a roamer being tucked away on Oregon, but no such defender for Space Station that we've been able to identify. There's one member of J9O slightly pushing his way up the tower stairs from the basement as the pre-fire rings out from Gavini's G36. That'll force the retreat there for the Space Station defender, and midway through the round here, J9O walks away completely 100 HP. And everyone for Space Station in a good spot. So a lot of time burn for Dark Zero just to assess the situation and make sure that there's no one hiding for a potential flank, and now the attention turned back towards the bomb site here. A lot of utility at their disposal, but these mirror windows with no Hibana, no range hard breach, no Twitch, are going to be difficult to deal with. You're really looking at these smoke grenades from either Rice or Troy on smoke bolts to be able to obscure the vision of the mirrors to allow your execute to be successful.
I'm really surprised that they're going to try and attempt to attack the mirror just with the lineup that you mentioned. They don't really have the greatest to go for it. They're going to try and blur the sight lines, it seems to be, with the smoke canisters. But nobody really wanting to push at the moment. Maybe waiting for phase 2, waiting for the second lot of utility to be dumped. The main thing now for SSG is just get your trades, get your refrags. That's the main thing. Fultz has a lot to do with smokes on the board. He needs to start picking up the kills, and he will start to do that, but he starts to get cooked alive inside of the closet.
Yeah, it looks like he was able to pop Canadian while he had the firebolt out. Does a lot of damage in return from the grave. Does Canadian's firebolt down the long hallway. Gavini as well will drop Forest. So slight health advantage and man advantage on the side of Space Station. But Fultz is not long for this world as Gavini will cut him down from the freezer doorway once again. No diffuser in hand here. I believe the diffuser was surrendered at the bottom of the laundry stairs. It was in the possession of Canadian. Dark Zero having to re-grab that now, and there goes Gavini in the fray, and now as Rice recollects the diffuser, all of his friends have met their maker, and just with 3 seconds ticking away on the clock now, Rice up against the punched-out mirror. There's nothing left to be done here, and Space Station will win out, even in that perilous situation.
Have to give credit to Fultz. A massive kill eliminates Canadian. We've seen the kind of knock-on effect. You don't think about it at the time, but losing that player with the diffuser, especially whenever Canadian's by himself, that's the issue. Because then you get control of site, and then you have to leave site. So all of that ground you've worked to get is gone, because you have to leave it. The defenders can then retake the side you've lost, and it's just you're stuck in that loop again. All credit to SSG. They played that really well. I think they've done their basics in defense. They haven't overpeaked. They haven't gave away kills that you would say that could have been avoided. They've done really well there to hold that down. But yeah, DZ just missing that diffuser again. Both these sides in this game, Rob, have struggled with getting that diffuser down.
Yeah, it's been a complicated game in terms of the attacking side, trying to complete the objective of the game. You still win rounds for killing all of your opponents, but there is, a bomb and a bomb site and a diffuser that can be used optionally, evidently. We're going upstairs now for Space Station. Their first crack at this. It was Dark Zero who went 0 for 3 up here. Now Space Station looking to try and set a better example of how to defend the top floor of Oregon. We've got quite the stretch downstairs as well. very antithetical to what we were seeing from Dark Zero. We've got a mirror on the kitchen wall in towards dining. We've got the extension rotated towards showers. Dark Zero with a lot to clear onto the west side of the building. Should they opt to go for that? He's starting out on an armory rappel. So Dark Zero might not look to entertain this roam for Space Station downstairs.
Bit of the early drone work being done to see if they can get SSG into the strong positions, but nothing comes off at the moment. Again, DZ, we know they're a team that will play slow if they need to. And I think the pressure is on them, of course. Rob, we know that this team needs to get all these wins if they want to try and push themselves up and get that first place. And at the moment, SSG doing a pretty good job of putting up a fight against them. These mirror windows obviously going to be the big talking point of Oregon, that we've seen just how strong she can be whenever she's allowed to stay up. And that lineup, again for DZ, doesn't look the greatest of dealing with it, Rob. I worry about how they're going to get in towards that attic.
Well, it looks like the Selmas were successful onto the games wall from inside a closet at the very least. But this window will persist momentarily. The EMP out, and there goes the last Selma. Will get shot off. A frag grenade comes in as well, but it only does about 40 damage to J9O. Ashton will get the first one off the Pamba. Impact comes soaring up to the floorboards, and Fultz is going to push all the way through the breach. More kills to be had here for Space Station as they all hit the floor, and that is the round being swept up in a flurry by Space Station. And Forrest even giving them an L in the all chat.
And he's bottom fragging this game as well, and he's typing L. Oh, the mental warfare.
Do not assume for 1 millisecond that Forrest won't talk, regardless of where he is on the scoreboard. That man was born to talk.
You would think that the SSG were attacking there. They all just kind of ran out of sight and just started aggressing onto DZ. The mirror window, Rob, like, come on, DZ. Come on. One mirror window on an attic wall. They should know that if you throw a Selma charge, it can be shot from anywhere in the site. Do they not realize that it's so easy to shoot that Selma off? The way you deal with that mirror window is you simply go to attic window. It is that easy. It's that easy. They have nades. It shouldn't be an issue.
10 seconds to go.
Take attic if you need. That's all there for you. But you shouldn't be tripping up to something so simple.
Well, Space Station, it's 2 defensive rounds on the bounce now, trying to make it 3 in a row, a complete sweep, and they've done the impossible seemingly in this game. They've won a top floor defense, so they now establish the 2-round advantage. Again, if they were able to be victorious here on their tertiary site, that would give them a 6-3 lead with the opportunity to head back down towards the basement, which has been the most successful bomb site so far this game. You see J9O trying to attack towards this entry onto the small tower side. Drones will spot him though, and he missed that fleeting moment of opportunity at the small tower door with a deployable setup as well to try and propel and prolong his excursion in towards dining, but it doesn't seem like Dark Zero are going to get caught off guard by that anytime soon. And for Dark Zero, trying to refocus their attention towards the top floors. That is one of the most important aspects of this attack towards meeting the pitch.
Amber and Fultz may get into a scuffle momentarily. Hammer knows he's there. A couple of shots, but oh, that's a good pick. Rice hitting almost a bit of a backstab with him and NGR. The main push coming in from that east side, and both of these players moving in from the west. Got his teammate up, so NGR is still alive, can still use that gadget, those ex-Kairos pellets, to open up that kitchen wall. This is some good utility taken as well from Canadian. Eliminates the foreign gadget. That may give them an option just to walk in through split.
Potentially, and I think he's hunting for Ashen's yokai drones. Ashen is currently operating one of them. He gets off, and looks like he's got both deployed if they are both standing. The Canadian's able to get a lot of intel in towards meeting. Ashen, though, will whip out the bearing. He'll get one, but immediately traded out by Cavini. And here comes the impact from Fultz, blazing bullets in towards Split. Drops Cavini, levels the man count. Very slight health advantage towards of SSG, as NJR is back to 20 after being revived inside a small tower after his engagement with J9O. Very spread attack remaining here for Dark Zero. Everyone in an individual angle. The Canadian again will spot Forrest pushing his way in towards Split. So everyone on DC is going to have to win their one here.
Yeah, that drone can be so crucial. It will give callouts to anyone inside of meeting. They'll let them know if Forrest moves from that position. Oh, what a pre-fire from Canadian. Has a suspicion of hot calls up in behind the bunk beds and will get that kill. And again, that camera will just keep feeding information. They're gonna know where Forrest is all the time. They know Forrest is left. And this should just be an execute here from DZ. And yes, it will be. Great information gathering from just these little drones in these hitaway places. And Forrest has to battle back against 3 of them. Canadian almost got the plant down, but Rice doesn't give him that stat line. He gets the kill instead. DZ much better from them. Canadian with the information gathering really made the difference.
Absolutely. So much intel gathered, and like you said, that pre-fire towards the big window upstairs, and the intel gathered on Force towards meaty split. So just great intel gathering. Good pushback there from Space Station as they momentarily lost control of the bomb site. Able to re-ascertain that later on, but again, manpower advantage to Dark Zero, slight health advantage in their way as well. Now for SSG, while they do drop the tertiary bomb site of meeting and kitchen, they are allowed to head back downstairs, and the round after that, should they be successful, they will be on map point with the ability to close out on the very pivotal top floor defense that we've seen be a bother for Dark Zero and not as much of a bother for Space Station. We do head downstairs with a 1-round advantage momentarily here for Space Station. Dark Zero, though, with the opportunity to bring this all the way back and could win 7-5. They could win in regulation. It would require quite a few attacking rounds on Oregon, which is not the standard. But if Dark Zero was allowed to go, allow this game to go into overtime, and that would lock M80 into the 1 seed. The 2 seed is still available, but should this game enter overtime, meaning should SSG win 1 more round, that would surrender the opportunity for the number 1 seed for Dark Zero, and the best they could do is second.
SSG still with that slight lead as we head into round number 10.
Drones ready.
And DZ, they're pulling some interesting operators. We've got the Grim, of course, and that Ying. A combination of SSG worked with and worked pretty well also in the midst of that. Oh, an early pick for Gav. Faults down, who's, I think, had a very good game. Has done a lot of work for his side, but doing much work in this round. He takes an early rest. So DZ already with a first pick on a basement. That is very, very strong. I said SSG the last time they defended down here, they did the basics right. Losing a player from a roam game as early as that is a basic that should not, that shouldn't be happening. I think SSG now with losing that man, this is where DZ can get really creative about where they want to place their players. They can send someone down blue, they can send someone down tower stairs. They have options now of that extra man.
Seeing a similar problem here for Dark Zero is they just don't have a whole lot to deal with these mirror windows. No twitch, no smoke grenades at all this time in the lineup. We got 3 flashbangs, but I imagine Ashen on the Warden will be able to utilize his utility and persevere through those flashbangs on the execute. So still a tough position here, and it looks like Dark Zero just want to go for the overwhelm with the Yin Candelas, the Bees giving away pings on the Grim from NJR, the last phone call, and the hacking of the Defender cameras coming out here from Rice as well. That phone was also surrendered by Fault on his roaming death to start off the round, so a lot of intel again to be had here for Dark Zero. I'm just very worried about their collapsing to the bomb site against these mirror windows.
Yeah, the mirror windows is going to be the main issue. We know that from the get-go. But I think with DZ bringing in that Ying, just being able just to flash the mirror off the angle is going to help them a lot. So once again, pressure goes back onto the shoulders of the Warden. He's the key player. If you know you're up against the Ying, you need to hit those shots, you need to get those kills, which they had done previously. Let's hope they can do it again. Gav looking for that early drop in. Will try and clear away some of the utility. Clears away the Wild Eyes, and in comes the Bees.
In come the Bees, and in come the Candelas. Pamba dropping down the laundry hatch. There's nobody playing the closet mirror, but Forrest will still grab him. So there goes the Ying. A 3v4 to work out of here for Space Station. Houghton, I think that C4 did get shot there. Now Canadian trying to push his way in against the mirror. Gavini will drop Force. The plant is going down in front of that mirror that was not being occupied by Space Station. There goes another one to hit the deck, and now it's just J90 alone. He'll grab one onto Gavini, but NJR will shut it down. It's consecutive attacking successful rounds here for Dark Zero. They're going to tie us up here at 5-5.
Yeah, I like the execute, burning through the Whammies, that then gives the go-ahead for the Grim to get in, gives go-ahead for the Candelas to get used by the Ying. That's what we want to see from DZ. Using that man advantage, gives himself an extra bit of time, just churn out the result. You know what you need to do, improving the basics. 10 times better than what they went for last time. They disabled the mirror window by just making sure the guy can't play on the mirror window, using the Candelas, flashing him out. Just that one operator choice, instead of trying to burn him alive using the Capital, just make it he can't shoot you. That's as easy as it is.
Well, for Space Station, they're looking to run it back. They believe that they can be successful on the downstairs defense, having just lost it. And I think there, like you said, the false roam, not the greatest start to the round. A lot of intel being picked up there for Dark Zero by Rice being able to hack the cameras, but also just one less nitro cell, one less man on site with a gun to be able to establish more crossfires. And maybe if they were in a 5v5, that closet mirror could have been played later into the round. And for Space Station here, this is going to get a little interesting though. As J9O is going to be spotted by a drone and detected outside running out the front door. Get a spawn peek, trying to bang through the garage wall. Pamba taking some damage, at least from the satellite window at the top of Armory Stairs. So SSG pulling out all the stops to try and get an opening pick in this round themselves.
Forest in the tower, being assisted by Ashen, using the information, seeing where the drones are going to come in from. I mean, this is obviously a risky maneuver, Rob. All it takes is one drone to see if there's two people here, and now both of these are going to start to get pressured. They do have an exit way, of course, through Attic, and they will try and go for that. It's always risky going for a roam. Whenever you are, of course, dealing with a basement site, it is very easy just to turtle and anchor, and oh my goodness, Ashen, what were you thinking?
Forrest might go for it again.
He's gonna go for it. He's gonna go for it.
Which would be an interesting waterfall of bodies come flying out of the T2 window. Just waiting for it, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Gavini waiting, 17 kills on the map so far from Gavini.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Just dying to feed him number 18. That he is going to back off. Now turning his attention back towards Attic. Forrest can't make up his mind, but it's SSG surrendering the opening pick once again on a basement defense, which could come back to haunt them here, although Dark Zero's attack moving a little bit slower as they are worried about the amount of map control that these Romans for Space Station still have.
Again, DZ have a chance to attack basement with having that man advantage. I cannot get across how crucial that is. There's nobody really in the bomb site. One player they have to kill. All they have to do is kill Fultz, and the site is completely open. They double reinforce Blue to give Fultz just a little bit more time so he doesn't get entirely rushed, but now he should be feeding that information, seeing that they're inside of Blue, and hopefully the team will start to retreat. J9O trying to hold on to that hatch as best as he can, but really the pressure's on Fultz. If they get into sight and get past him, then there is issues.
Yeah, this is very problematic. The real saving grace here is J9O and Forrest still above with some control. Houghton is able to retreat down Laundry Stairs and re-barricade it, so now at least Fultz has a partner in crime on site. Forrest still just waiting to go for the flank of Dreams here. And go for the vault out the tower window, potentially back in through the T1 door. And he is going to go. Houghton is able to retreat to stake and grab Canadian, but detected outside will reveal his position. J9O still up on the hatch. Fultz will use the impact grenades, just trying to survive inside of the closet, but he's not long for the war. The diffuser is surrender inside of Elbow, though, so having to repick that up. It's still a managed here as Forrest makes his way back down the tower stairs, sprinting through the bomb site, wildly throwing an impact, not checking for anything, as J9O will be the last man standing, whipping out the CZ as the plant is going down from Rice. The plant completed. He's got 2 members to find, and he can't find either of them. Dark Zero put together 3 attacking rounds in a row and put themselves on map point.
And that was the worry. If Fultz gets killed, the site is gone. You have to then retake that basement, and it's not easy. It's so difficult. I think Forrest has to do better in that scenario. What impact did he really have in that round? He just sat in T2 for, 2 minutes, and then jumped out a window, and then ran down the stairs into site and got killed. That's literally what Forrest did. He needs to do better there.
Very unfortunate. He wasn't really checking his surroundings either. It was very much just hold shift, hold W, get back to the bomb site as fast as possible, and You can see he zoomed past one on the single wall inside of supply. That J9O was luckily able to win that engagement, pushing back to the E-box door. But then there's also a guy Freezer that Force isn't checking. He's just swinging wildly into the middle of supply. I know the timer's low and you're just trying to catch whoever has that diffuser on a rotation, but Plant was already going down from Rice there. It's millimeters, but there's a big difference there if Force is able to stay up after J9O wins his fight. It's a 2v2 instead of a 2v1, and Rice is gunned down at the moment, putting the Plant down. It's just a very different story. But Dark Zero, all the credit to them, stacking 3 attacking rounds in a row on Oregon, a feat that is not the simplest. Now they stand on the precipice of walking away with a 7-5 victory in regulation, keeping that opportunity for the first seed alive, as it really did not look like it was going to be that way at a 5-3 scoreline in favor of SSG just moments ago.
Just got to take a bit of a breather, it looks like, as he may have a rehost, maybe not. Looks like, yeah, we're going to have a bit of a rehost here, Rob. So I think at the moment for DZ, they've looked good. I think obviously Gav has had a stellar performance. 17 kills he has, which is just, wow, that is, you're really pulling your weight. I think probably picking up the pieces from Pamba, who has not played all too well. 4 and 9 for Pamba, which is certainly unlike him, but Gav's obviously been there to lend a hand. But for SSG, I mean, I think J9O, Faults, and Ashen have all had good performances. I think Houghton and Forrest need to pick up the pace a little bit more.
All right, we got a lot of people leaving some chairs here, so I imagine this is going to take a minute. As this rehost is going to have to go through the paces, I suppose. It's interesting that it's SSG members getting up to leave, as we've seen more tech issues on the side of Dark Zero today specifically, but who knows what the issue is. We will just wait for the rehost to be wrapped up here, and unfortunately it's right on the precipice. On map point here as Dark Zero has stacked 3 attacking rounds in a row, a 5-3 deficit to a 6-5 lead. Like I said, it's 3 attacking rounds in a row. So Space Station on the defense, they have the freedom to go anywhere. They've tried consecutive defenses downstairs, much like Dark Zero tried to run their head into the brick wall that was the top 4 bomb site. I imagine, though, for Space Station, we'll probably head upstairs on this defense after 2 consecutive losses in the basement.
Yeah, I would expect it to be the case. I think you always try and go where you want to be strongest. DZ still in the lead, have that 1 point, and then that's them got the first win. Obviously the second game still to come right after this, Rob, obviously with the changes that we had in the scheduling. And Wildcard, they probably feel as though they've been waiting an eternity for their game, because it has been a long day. It's been a long day at the moment. I think we're just a little bit behind schedule, but we'll try and work our way back up there as best we can. It's a good thing that nobody's, casting from, not America, for example, Rob, and it's very late at night. It's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing that, we don't have anyone from EU.
Nope.
Particularly casting this game.
Yeah.
That would be really tragic.
Yeah, Nick's done. Nick was done.
Yep. Yeah, he's done.
Jesse Jacek is not happy that I've been saying that. Rubbing it in his face. Because obviously it's late for me. But the guys in the studio, that's an hour plus. Because it's 2:20 for me and it's 3:20 for them. So have fun, guys. Jesse seems a bit tired. He's sending me little sleepy emojis. That's
Poor
how
guy.
I feel when no, I'm not going to say that. That's too mean. I was going to say something.
I already know where you're going with that. But anyway, it seems like we got 10 people. Well, we can only see 8 people. I don't know what Rice and NJ are up to. They don't have their player cameras on. But we do have people from SSG returning to their chairs. So I'm very hopeful that we are...
We're in the invite process.
Yeah, we're getting closer to having a lobby set up and being able to jump back in. It'll be the last round of regulation, round number 12, when we do jump in. And just a reminder of the stakes here for Dark Zero. If they lose this round that's about to be played after the rehost, they have lost the ability to secure the number 1 seed. They could still get the number 2 seed and skip playing tomorrow altogether still, but they will lose the opportunity for the best possible seed and, like Demo said, the bragging rights of being the best team coming out of the best of one round robin group stage. And I think for Space Station here, they need a win, any kind of win, but an overtime win or a regulation win on this map. And now the only opportunity for Space Station is an overtime win. So they've dropped 6 rounds. They need a win to move up at all in the standings. So they need to win this round and then win 2 of 3 in overtime to move anywhere upwards in the standings, or they're going to be staying put where they are. And Dark Zero will have the opportunity to take one of those top 2 seeds away from, I believe it's Oxygen sitting up there right now. And their match with Wildcard will be very pivotal.
Yeah, I think Wildcard, they're a team which I've really enjoyed watching, and I think they're a team that understand their style of Siege. I think they understand the way they want to play Siege, which for some teams, especially newer teams, they try and like skip right to the end result without doing the journey, first of all, to get to that top team. They almost try and mimic and do all these, you know, fancy Siege things right off the rip, which they're just not ready for. Wildcard, I think, play pretty simple, basic Siege, where they want to play fast, they want to play aggressive, they rely heavily on their team play. That's who they want to be. They're not a team that's going to try and go for these, you know, really controlled executes where they try it and attack every bit of the bomb site at once. They just go, let's go here, bang, they're in. That's the style of Siege that they like to play. And I think that works out really well against a team like DZ, where they do want to try and control a lot more of the map. They do want to try and extend themselves a lot more. So I think that'll be a really good match coming up.
Absolutely. And to get there, I guess the mentals will kindly get reset there with the rehost. As we did mention, I believe Pamba has 1 kill through 11 rounds. It might be 2 after that last chaotic round, but it's not the Pamba party time that we're used to coming out. But Gavini on, like you said, 17 before the rehost. Definitely having a fun day. Yet the unfortunate fact of the matter here for Dark Zero is that they don't have a game in between now and their next one. Because of the delay they had with technical issues, they're going back to back, which means that Pamba is going to have to snap out of it, and Gavini's going to try and carry that momentum into the wildcard game regardless of the result.
Yeah, we should have Jesse do a weather segment just to let DZ know what the weather's going to be like and get things moved around. You know, we got that big TV screen for you know, we got use it for something. We can use it for the weather, of course. So, could be interesting. So, yep. DZ, see if they can finish it here and now. I suppose another point as well, because it is so quick after the point, Rob. DZ just want to get this finished. You know, they don't want to use up all the energy with just one game whenever they know they have to play immediately.
Yeah, I think that's really the difference maker here is that Dark Zero, they got to keep going. Space Station, honestly, their group stage is done after this game ends. Candela is used to try and push their way in towards meeting here. Pamba into towards the top of T1. Going to repel any aggression coming out from Space Station, trying to work their way. It's J9O once again trying to work his way up the tower stairs. SSG able to be quelled once again, pushed back towards the bomb site, wrangled in towards the objective, and now Dark Zero again. They have to turn their attention towards the collapse onto the bomb site, and I think these Candelas really are the ultimate answer. There's just no mirror windows to contend with this time for Space Station.
That's even easier if you think about it for DZ, not having to deal with the mirror windows. You can throw those Candelas, you know, deep in towards highway. Still, you can get them in towards the closet. Not having the mirror, I think, is a big blunder for SSG. Sure, it didn't work out for you last time, but it still causes issues for DZ. It's still something that they have to address. You cannot ignore them. So yeah, slight worry for SSG, but obviously they've valued operators such as Melusi on this site a little bit more. Melusi is going to be pretty strong for that initial push in. I'm just trying to figure out where they would have put the one. Would they put it just right on the double door heading in towards Laundry? I think they have. So that's going to be a strong one to stop. I think was it the Ying who came in that side last time, so that's going to help them. And then obviously one in towards Blue will slow down anyone wanting to hit a fast attack in through Elbow. DZ, again, just doing the generic prep work, but with 30 seconds, Rob, it's not going to be a front take, it's going to be the back take.
Yeah, 2 consecutive front takes for Dark Zero turn into success, but this time they'll be looking for a back take here. Impacts from soaring into the electrical box. Time ticks away in a 5v5. There go the Candelas, and Pamba trying to push his way in. The bees will reveal pings into the hallway, but it's all orange in the kill feed here. Space Station mercilessly cut down Dark Zero. It's a flawless round to send us into overtime. Ashen again saying that Mango is an Adonis as they will take away the opportunity for Dark Zero to be the #1 seed.
There we go. DZ have changed things up. But should they? Should they have changed things up? The front take worked well for them last time, and they thought, nope, sack that off, let's go for the back. Don't think they needed to go for it. Again, without those mirror windows towards the front, it just makes that take even easier as well. But one thing I really liked about SSG was the Melusi placements. You know, they substituted, you know, things in and around for that mirror, and Melusi was one of them. The Melusi gadget on the door right beside Pillar, that E-box drop, I think is so good. There's so many times where teams will use the Grim, use the Bees, get them in towards Pillar, and then drop E-box and push straight in towards Pillar. That Banshee helps out the defenders so much. So, yeah, I just little minor things which I just love. I just love about the way SSG have been playing. So yeah, thoroughly deserved 6 points will be shared. Let's just see who's going to get 2 and who's only going to remain with 1.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And it will be Space Station once again on the defense for their 7th consecutive round. They were on the defense on the second half. But for Dark Zero here, they're going to be attacking towards the top floor. This is honestly a good spot to be in if you're Dark Zero and Space Station. They did have the opportunity to run it back for a 4th time in a row downstairs as overtime resets your rotation parameter on the objectives. They opted not to. They're going to go top side. I guess imagine that Dark Zero would recognize the flaw in going for a back push and return to a front push that seems like SSG might not have an answer for as of yet. So that'll be a question we'll have to pay attention to later on in overtime. The Canadian once again with these Brava drones getting in and amassing as much intel as possible for Dark Zero.
Attackers have
a big
located a
storyline
bomb.
for Dark Zero on these attacking rounds, just how much intel they're able to have in the defense.
DZ looking to utilize that Brava drone, Canadian, locking down some of the cameras. SSG, a little bit more aggressive, you know, with the addition of the Oryx, you would expect some retake opportunities for them. There is, of course, the hatch that is certainly something that Hot and Cold can think about, jumping up through in towards kids if needed. But he will be using his Oryx at the moment inside of meeting. You can certainly get the leg stretch, roam around downstairs as staircases to use. And DZ, once again, pretty slow in their approach. DZ and their attack for top floor. Obviously, slow is kind of generic of what we're used to seeing, but I think the kind of win percentage of teams bringing, you know, the fast pushes have worked out a lot better. Hot and Cold, caught sleeping at the wheel. He goes down. Forrest all by himself on the mid floor now. And Pamba, he walked in, there was nobody there.
No. There goes the re-aggression, though, from Forrest. Will trade out Pamba. Now Rice trying to get involved in the engagement as he has punched out this mirror inside of kitchen looking towards dining. But Kavini here getting aggressed upon by 3 members of Space Station's defense. The frag grenade go in towards the 90 and it will collect Ashen. Ooh, tough positioning there for the rookie. Now the retreat from Forrest back through security all the way through the depths of the kitchen. It seems like he's running all the way back to Green Hall. Try and make his way back towards either meeting or head up the tower stairs. For Dark Zero, low time here, but they do have the man advantage. Forrest actually instead does a wrap all the way through meeting, makes it downstairs in the classroom. Now he doesn't have a nitro cell anymore. Fultz will drop Kavini though, and looking for even more at the top of White Stairs. And it looks like there was a trade there between Fultz and Rice, so now it's a 2v2. The swing coming in Forrest looking at the default camera instead. Canadian will collect on the super shorty. J90 trying to secure this from up above, tap firing away onto NJR as Canadian carries the diffuser and will be looking for the plant. The wraparound inside of Attic unsuccessful, and look at Canadian with the celebration as Dark Zero able to win the first round of overtime.
Ah, brilliant. Brilliant from DZ. Oh, bit of mayhem, which, I mean, is certainly something that we're used to seeing from SSG, a real back and forth round coming in, but yeah, Canadian really pumped up, really happy to get that one locked in. NGR's done well, you know, just to make sure he gets that cover for that defuse going down. SSG giving away that first pick, I think was a question mark. Then they get the kill back, but just remember what they had to use to get that kill back. We seen Forrest use his C4 to get a kill. Forrest was opening a rotate to then kill the guy with the MPX. You would ideally want to use that C4 to eliminate someone as they push in towards the site. Don't forget that anywhere you plant in towards that top floor, apart from some of the tables, or that little bit in towards, just as you walk into Trophy, is C4able. So, yeah, it's a bit of a question mark, but still. DZ have done well to capitalize, and we now are in the position again where DZ are 1 round away from winning the game.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Absolutely. So the result of this game here for Space Station, they do need to win this attacking round and then win the defensive round to round out an 8-7, all 15-round victory. We've almost done the maximum so far here, Demo, as we had an 8-6 in our first game between M80 and Sonics, 7-6 right now. Force bringing out the SSG to try and get us to bringing out the blitz on SSG to try and get us to round 15. Space Station need that win to be able to propel themselves up the standings. And for Dark Zero, getting the win now is pretty pointless, as it really just comes down to that Dark Zero game or that wildcard game. Just winner of that game head to head is going to pick up the 2 seed to be able to skip tomorrow.
Out comes the blitz from Force. We were waiting for it all day to see where this would come in from, and he has picked it. I mean, this is just a signature SSG lineup. You have the Dokkaebi, the assist, the blitz, and the Ying with just a little bit of information you can play on the move. Candelas, as if they're going to be used in towards T3. I hear a blitz, and a Ying starting to pop off, and there goes the first blood. Hot and Cold eliminates Gav, a big player off the board. SSG take an early lead.
See, Canadian was roaming there with Gavini, and he was able to escape down the tower stairs. Not the same fortunes falling for Gavini. So it'll be the opening death. And Space Station, like I said, trying to push this into a victory, push us to at least round 15 to start things off. Forrest again will absorb some damage due to his shield being bulletproof. He'll have to crouch to protect his shins, though. All important positioning here for the Blitz and for Forrest. Try and push his way into the bomb site without getting cut down from a crossfire.
Specchio looking
Space
out.
Station a man down, Dark Zero a man down, trying to repel the aggression from Space Station in towards the bomb site. You see these SSG attackers, they did have the Blitz at the bottom of the freezer stairs, but instead everyone for Space Station is circling, taking their own angle of engagement, trying to get towards the bomb site. There's going to be a flood from every possible angle from SSG, trying to swarm Dark Zero.
I hope the Canadians using that gadget to good use, being able to see where that blitz is and pinpoint the avenue of approach that Forrest wants to go for. Not using it at the moment. Dell is potentially going to be rattling in through E-Box hatch, and Forrest is lined up ready to go through laundry. The bees come in towards blue, and here comes the push. Forrest moves in, has the smoke. Just push deep, that's it. The Banshee goes off. There's a bulletproof right beside him. No, does not check his corner. NGR gets a freebie, but still kills go back and forth. Jane and O does one over NGR. Canadian all by himself, but no, it's not going to be a repeat of what we've seen Gav do. SSG lock it down this time. That is signature SSG at its finest.
Man, Ashen on 1 HP walks away. It was almost a repeat of that round with Gavini stuck in the closet as all of SSG collapsed to try and get the final kill and came up unsuccessful. So, Space Station, like I said, they needed to push for round 15. They now need to win round 15 to propel them further up the standings. For Dark Zero, the result matters a hell of a lot less, that they are now unable to get a full 6 points out of their 2 remaining games. The best they can do is 2 points here. The worst they can do is 1 point in this game. But it means just about nothing, because no matter what, the end result, the number of points, and the round differential directly against wildcard for the last game of the evening will dictate who ends up being the 2 seed and who ends up staying lower. I think right now for Dark Zero, trying to continue some momentum and get on the board and, acquire as many points as you can, but SSG really need this point right here, this last available point on the table in round 15, much more than Dark Zero did.
And it will be decided on the basement. This has been the most common sight we've seen all night, Rob, and I mean for good reason. I mentioned before, it is the best sight in the game for the defense. It's just,
attackers must locate.
What can you say? But again, SSG are not opting for those mirror windows. DZ, I hope that they don't go for that back take, because it didn't work out well for them. I want to see that front take, especially with their lineup. They have a Capital, which they did pull out the first time they attacked the basement, and they were trying to use the Capital in position to kill the man inside a closet, but it didn't work out too well for Canadian. As he swung, he got killed by, I think it was Faults in the Warden, I want to say. Yeah, I think it was. So that's the only thing he needs to be careful about, but I think certainly bringing the Capital, that just screams that they're going to try and go for the front take.
Yeah, this really should be a repeat, a replica of what we've seen be so successful here for Dark Zero. And like you said, it does look like we're shaping up to go for a front take here. But again, Dark Zero, very wary, very cautious of any potential roam or any potential flank coming out from Space Station, as both times they were successful in attacking this bomb site, they were afforded the opening pick onto a member of Space Station who had ventured away from the bomb site. So Dark Zero looking for that win condition on the round, as well as there is some push up the tower stairs once again from J9O. He's flirted with the idea of pushing away all the way up the tower stairs, but never quite gotten that far. And again, Free Fires will push him back towards the bomb site to join the rest of the team. Dark Zero again corralling everyone on SSG, making sure they're pushed back into the bomb site for the entirety of the round. Again, that collapse towards the front seems to be shaping up well here for Dark Zero. Lost a man, but they haven't picked up the opening pick either.
Utility usage goes in once again. Colts a little bit worried that maybe there might be a fast push, but we know DZ aren't really going to be that team to move quicker than they need to. We'll make that opening in that freezer wall, utilizing the Rotero drone. Becomes more of the regular drone. Just having that angle open, it means that the player inside of Laundry feels a little bit more open to somebody just immediately dropping in towards Freezer and getting that kill. Looks to be a bit of a split push actually happening here, Rob, where DZ are going to try and drop everywhere and put the pressure on all different angles for SSG. However, they do not have control of Blue Door. There's nobody pushing towards Blue Door, so it does free up SSG just a little bit to hold players such as Pamba. But realistically, the main push is going to come in with Canadian. He has the diffuser in hand. He has the Capita Bolts to try and clear anyone inside of Closet. The real fight always, though, happens in towards Freezer. Rice and NGR need to win their engagements to clear way for Canadian getting that diffuser down.
Canadians alone at the bottom of Laundry Stairs, and there goes the diffuser. Fultz wins out again, able to see through the smoke, and it's another flawless sweep there for Space Station Gaming as they're able to come away. Forrest laughing it up in the chat, Ashton celebrating with a picture of Mango, and it's Space Station Gaming coming away with the overtime victory, 8-7 on Oregon. They will move their way up the standings, and now it's all down to Dark Zero against Wildcard.
It is indeed. One game remains, and that'll be coming up right after the break.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
So let me get this straight. 4 games lost at the beginning of the stage, and then 4 games won right at the end of the stage, specifically the group stage. Like, the entirety of the best of 1 phase for Space Station looked like a massive V, given how everything went. They are not in last place. They are, in fact, in playoffs, and they managed to make sure that they're in 5th and not in 6th place. It's weird how everything's worked out for Space Station so far in this part of the NAL. But yeah, congratulations to them for knocking off DZ in overtime on Oregon. Let's talk to Ashton real quick, the rookie superstar on Space Station. Dude, last time you and I talked, it was breaking point. Now you've got this entire best of 1 phase of the NAL under your belt. Talk to me about what it's been like just going through this part of the process and playing NAL games with SSG.
Yeah, obviously I think I did learn a lot ever since like that breaking point tournament, like with the game day and stuff like that. But honestly, this has been like one of the hardest challenges of my life. You know, just like the amount of adversity that we've had to come back from. You know, being down 0-4. You know, there's a lot of teams out there who would just like call it quits at that. But you know, we won't be beat. So that's just how it is. You know, I'm leaving school early every day, so I come home and play this. So.
All right, well, Ashton, you've played this full stage now. Of course, you've got a lot of games under your belt. I want to know, what's been the most unexpected thing about playing in Tier 1 that you didn't really anticipate before you started this journey? Has it been the practice schedule, the teams you've been up against? What's really been shocking to you?
I'd probably say like the depth of the system that Call Out runs. Like it's just that's just like props to him, like the foundation he's built and stuff like that, and just also like how good my fucking teammates are. Not gonna lie, they're so good, bro.
All right, well, Ashton, I just want to say I'm genuinely impressed with you. I think you've been performing well and above beyond, so kudos to you for that. But a question to you is, how does it feel now that you're closer in contention to making your first major ever?
Oh, I'm ready to crank. You know, I know I have a lot of people watching me, so you know, it just we go in every game. You know, we follow the game plan. You know, we're just here to crank. So that's what our eyes are on. Just that major.
God,
I'm looking to miss more school. How's that? Miss more school.
I genuinely don't know if we have a thesis or call out to blame for the word crank suddenly entering all of our vocabularies at this point.
Definitely call out.
I was going to say, given the way that he runs the system, yeah. For you, just because of how quickly the transfer was from T3 into this system, from the aggro days playing in SCS all the way up to this, I mean, T2 wasn't a thing that you ever had to worry about at any point. Is there ever any whiplash that you're like, whoa, suddenly I'm doing one thing and suddenly I'm now on the big stages playing with this org of all teams? Like, is there ever a moment like that for you?
Yeah, you know, just like every win that we get, you know, just how supportable, like, or the amount of support that the fans get, and, you know, just like everyone just loves this org. You know, it's just I'm so grateful to be on this org and the amount that they've given us. You know, it's just like not a lot of orgs out there have that, and you know, we're really grateful to be on SSG. But back in my T3 days, you know, I always wanted to make T1, and then like once I actually did it, and you know, I thought for myself, I thought I was doing pretty well. You know, it's like, you know, you have that finally, like, I made it moment, and, you know, I'm just here to keep cranking. You know, just crank. That's all it is. Just crank. That's all it is.
Grief. All right, man. Is there anything else you want to say before we let you go and start focusing on the game for tomorrow?
You know, shout out all my team, you know, teaching me all this. It's been a long off season. I feel like those first couple games we were able to show, like, how much we have progressed and all that. You know, shout out to all them, and, you know, shout out to my team to staying resilient through it. Shout out to the org. Shout out to Tucci. Also, just know, you do what you're told. That's it.
I'm sure somebody somewhere will understand the reference. All right, dude, keep cranking. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
I had to finish out the interview with some sort of cranking reference. I'm not going to mention the song that I know a lot of people know that from, but good for Space Station, dude. That's the 4-loss skid, losing in overtime 3 times, and then you finish off your group stage with an overtime win. Part of that does feel like it's coming full circle.
I mean, we knew that this was possible because they had such a back-heavy schedule. We knew Space Station had it in them to bounce back. They played so many games that were down to the wire that they could have walked away with a win, and now we've just been saying it over and over again. These last couple matches, they're finally doing it. They're finally looking so good. And here against Dark Zero, you know it wasn't easy. This is a team that was contesting for #1 in North America. They can't get that now, but they could still get top 2. They're still in a very good spot to be a #1 team throughout NA. So, for Space Station Gaming, big wins their last couple play days over really good teams.
No, you need those wins to get that momentum, that power shift. Everything that plays into that factor is massive getting these wins. Sure, it's not first or second, but you're still climbing up the ranks, and that is important in and alone for everyone to realize we are a better team. This is the team that we can be, so these wins are massive.
Certainly.
So Space Station's already at 5th at this point. Because of those results, it means that Sonics are now in 6th. So just as a refresher, 6th place plays 3rd place at this point, which means what we're waiting on is what Wildcard and DZ do in their next game to determine what 2nd through 4th looks like.
Yeah, Jacob, we still can't say anything about first-round matchups because Auction could finish 3rd or 4th. Wildcard and Dark Zero, I believe, could each finish 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. So things are wide open at the moment. We really can't say. It's going to all come down to the final game.
The one thing we can say with absolute certainty at this point, though, is that M80 are locked in first place finally, Lex.
I told you, they just had to sneeze, and they sneezed, and look at them. They're looking pretty. I mean, the round differential is what really sticks out to me.
Yeah,
Those are games ahead of everybody else in terms of just the 22 alone. That's impressive.
That's pretty crazy. Obviously, OXG are not going to be able to stay in second place because somebody on either Wildcard or DZ is going to surpass them. Just kind of the way the cookie crumbles sometimes with how some of these games and the way that the schedule shook out for the final day. So why don't we stop talking about what this game is going to end up doing, and let's just jump straight into next game after we look at Adam taking us through Skyscraper with a couple of quick tips.
Just say random stuff about a hobby. It's like kind of ridiculous. Yeah, let's do it. In my opinion, having Fenrir on that map, Skyscraper, is very, very overpowered, overwhelming as well. And I feel like the way to how to counter him is bringing either a Twitch. Hopefully you can get lucky enough those traps are activated. If not, you're gonna have to toss a nade at him. But also having Brava on right by your side to like counter those Fenrirs, those omen flashes are gonna be really like strong, especially if you want like an entry to walk up the stairs and hopefully to shoot him right in the like having him right at you, and then or even having to like shoot those two Fenrirs right off the spot, because the way how like he's designed, if you shoot those two Fenrirs whether activated, he will only have one more Fenrir trap to like activate, and I feel like Fenrir on that map is very, very strong. Or even just maybe hopefully you just spawn kill him. The guy to counter or just toss a nade right at him. And yeah, I feel like he's just too strong. I have not practiced that enough. I've only scrimmed that map like at least 3 times.
Look, man, it does make me wonder if we're going to end up going to Skyscraper just for our very final game in the group stage, just because Adam is out here saying, we haven't scrimmed it very much, so maybe Dark Zero want to go to it? I don't know. Maybe? Anyone?
I don't want to see a Skyscraper.
No?
I don't think it's going to be possible. I don't think we're seeing a Skyscraper, in my opinion.
I also think it's unlikely just because of how good Wildcard were on it, beating M80, but it's possible.
Fair play. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want everybody to know it's 3:54 a.m. here in Copenhagen, Denmark, and we are on for our very final game of the group stage. One more best of one, and we're done with this shindig, and then we move to best of threes and playoffs. We're so close. Dark Zero have to play 2 games back-to-back, though. I am not feeling good. Not about their chances, but when you have to do that, when you were expecting to have a game gap in between 2 best of ones, that kind of has to suck, right?
No, I prefer that. I'd rather
like this?
Yeah, I would much rather finish a game, whether you come out on a hot streak or a losing streak, than to just jump straight into it, than having time to just sit there and think about the things you did wrong and sit there and think about the things you did right. I'd rather just go straight into it hot and not cool off.
Yeah, I think it's especially because like Dark Zero, while they did lose that game, they still had some great rounds, and it was absolutely close. We had 15 rounds to figure out who won that one. And if you're players like Gavini, for example, you can look at specific moments like, man, I got a sick 1v3 in basement. I'm playing well. I know this. I'm going to keep rolling this into the next game.
And you look at it as if it is a best of 3 already. In that sense, you're jumping straight into the next. So wipe off the last game you just had, win or lose, and focus on now what you can in this game and fix whatever you need to fix.
Well, like I said, they want the hot hand fallacy to be a fallacy. They still want to have a hot hand, have a little bit of momentum that they can use, because Wildcard did not have a game warm-up, yet DZ did, so maybe Wildcard are quickening their boots just by a tad. And Jesse, this thing is for all the marbles, at least as far as top 2 and bye weeks are concerned.
It absolutely is, Jacob. Maybe the most important game of the entire group stage coming in right here at the very final moments. It's winner go home. If you win this game, you're top 2. If you lose, you're not. That's how it works out. That's how the points are going to land. So it's really all up for grabs right now.
All right, well, we need to give highlights to Wildcard to start things off. We'll do a quick comparison on 2 of their top performers so far throughout this stage, because the idea is they need to win now. Otherwise, suddenly all that momentum from the beginning of the stage kind of tapers off after this.
I was streaming over the weekend, and there was a fight that broke out in my Twitch chat over who the best player on Wildcard was, Merc or Surf, and I honestly cannot answer this question. Both of these guys have been playing so good. They have the same number of kills.
I was gonna say.
61 apiece. Ash main on one, Yana main on the other. Both of these players have been so good. Merc, of course, impact on the early round and the mid round, obviously being the entry for the team, but we've also seen him be really good in little 3v3s, sneaking picks away off some random defender without being able to give up a trade. Surf, I think, has been the best player in executes. When things get chaotic, he's the guy who you want entering in behind the Ying or toughing it out on maybe behind a deployable shield. Wamai, Warden, he's been so good in those chaotic late moments. Both these players have been fantastic. This will probably be the game which separates the top player from number 2 on Wildcard.
I'm just extremely impressed overall at the 63% cost. Their EPS is extremely close. The kills, you're saying they're doing the same, and they are doing the same job. But for Merc to be leading in that entry at 16 kills, holy smokes, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's impressive. I mean, that is 16 engagements that he is taking to put his team in a man advantage. Merc, you're nuts. You're an animal.
Is there anything that you do about this map ban phase that goes a little bit differently from normal just because you know what the stakes are? Like, do you take one you haven't played just to try and mix things up for both teams' sake? What do you do here?
Well, Jacob, in the earlier important game of the day, Mirage versus Space Station, we saw a huge curveball from Mirage, playing a map that they had permabanned through the entire stage, and they got smoked. So I kind of just want to see teams play comfy.
I think if you're DZ, you're going to try to look at Wildcard's map pool and see where they might be the weakest, or just figure out a map that plays more into your favor that you can counter-strat them on.
All right. Where are we going? Perfect map, comfy map, different map, bank.
Goes into exactly what I just said.
Well, it's comfy. Both of these teams feeling pretty good here because Wildcard, don't forget, opening game, they embarrassed the Sonics 7-2. That was a huge matchup for them. And for Dark Zero, an amazing record on bank this year, beating M80, Beastcoast, M80 again, Luminosity, and Space Station all in a row. Dark Zero very comfortable here. Wildcard, we've only seen them play once, but it was a damn good game from them.
So we're going to get two guys beating the absolute crap out of one another to figure out who plays tomorrow and who doesn't. Lex, just between you and me, I kind of like the sound of that for this last game.
Yeah, I'm excited to be done with groups, and I'm excited to get into playoffs and really see where those games are going to be more important than what these groups matches are finishing out.
Let's go ahead and wrap this all. The English sucks right now. Let's wrap this whole sucker up with a bow. One more best of one, and then we get into playoffs, and then we really see where boys become men. It's Dark Zero and Wildcard, and it's Flemo and Din with the call for Map 6.
Dude, this is getting ridiculous, Jacob.
Guy's not
Welcome
real.
in.
Guy's an NPC.
It's unreal. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to Bank, our final best of one, the final map of our group stage, our round robin. I'm Flynn. I'm joined by Demo, as you may not have been able to comprehend what Jacob was saying. We just saw Dark Zero on Oregon go 15 rounds in a barn burner against Space Station and come up just short, an 8-7 loss. So now Dark Zero have to rebound. Saw a lack of a Pamba party. Now heading towards Bank, we're looking to see if Pamba can pick up the energy and kind of feed off of Gavini's impressive performance on Oregon. But Wildcard, like Jesse said, like Jacob said, trying to carry that momentum from the beginning of the stage into a top 2 placement. I don't know what meme Packer's holding up, but
Did it say ranked as life? Did I see that? I agree
it's
with the
hard
statement.
to read. It's hard to read. Ranked is not life, Demo. Calm down.
It's. I think I've got nearly 200. I could be wrong, though. I forget.
This season?
Maybe I could be wrong on that.
I have like 4.
Wow. Well,
in like the last 8 months. Well, very different ends of the spectrum here. And for the operator bans, we got a Dokkaebi, a Hibana, and a Zami, and a Valkyrie taken off the board. And like the Des talked about as well, Wildcard, their very first foray into the North American League was a 7-2 victory over the Sonics on Bank. And that was when SQ was playing, catch up a little bit, I guess is the easiest way to put it. Wildcard, very under the radar. basically no VODs on them. Their tryouts were the Hunger Games, and we didn't really know what to expect. So now here at the end of the group stage here, in best of ones, moving towards deciders beginning tomorrow. Both of these teams don't want to have to play tomorrow. They want to skip a best of 3, get a 1-week bye, and be able to take the entirety of the next week off until next Thursday, when the 1 and 2 seeds will be playing.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned there about, you know, that first game. And I think that game against Sonics was, like you said, obviously the slow start for Sonics, but we didn't really think much off Wildcard. Okay, sure, they beat Sonic 7-2. You know, it is what it is, but we didn't expect to be sat here with seeing what Wildcard has done for this league, which is been nothing short of exceptional from where they were. You know, it's wow, you cannot put it into words how justified where Wildcard are standing is deserved. It really is deserved. Bank, a map that both teams just absolutely love. It's very high preference for both sides. This is DZ's most preferred map out of the 9, so they'll be ready for this. I think the style of play for Bank, where it is very open, it allows players like Pamba, who can maybe stretch their legs a little bit more, where Oregon is a little bit more linear in what you have to do. I think Bank gives you a couple more options, a couple more entry points, and already he starts to get hot and messy in the open area. Misses out on 1 kill. He doesn't know who to look at, and finally will get served. But my goodness, Rob, what a way to kick things off. A shaky start for Pamba.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you're very thankful that they don't ask how, they ask how many, as Pamba was able to collect the kill eventually. Canadian as well, tagging in, so it's a 5v3 advantage early for Dark Zero here. Worried about Spirits up above, who had impacted the floor and lone office in towards open area, but Mark's taking a handful of damage, down to about 30 HP himself. So Wildcard on their roam, getting taken apart a little bit here from Dark Zero, and it's going to be up to them to be able to turn this execute into a success as Pamba. We criticized him slightly heading into the game after a less than stellar performance on Oregon, but we might be seeing a Pamba party time now. The second kill on the round. Canadian will start dispatching these Goyo canisters as well with the Twitch drone, looking up the hatch. Pamba gets 3. It is a party time. It's Spirits trying to jump off the top rope, back and forth with the P90, and ultimately he takes more damage than he deals onto Rice, and it's Rice to clean it up. A flawless round to start things off for Dark Zero.
Well, that's one way to kick things off. Welcome, Pamba. We missed you the last map. Welcome back. This is exactly what DZ want. Whenever this guy is on his game, it's very, very difficult to take down DZ. Very difficult. We see the difference. If Pamba's not having a good game, DZ are there for the taking. Now Pamba's ready. He's ready to go. He's on a map which suits him a lot more. This is where DZ, I think, will just start to ease into the game. Getting that first round is always difficult. Getting that first round gets you off the board. You're in, you're ready to go. Yeah, exactly what DZ need. Wildcard just losing the opening engagements. They need to refrag better. They did not get a single kill back in favor of themselves.
Yeah, it was a tough hold there in open area, and like we said, it was a little ugly to start there for Pamba. It's just missed opportunities on one member in the hallway underneath the default camera towards the beepers and inside of open area, stacking behind the desks. So
10 seconds to go.
Could have been a lot cleaner, but like I said, they don't ask how. They ask how many, and it was 5 kills for Dark Zero and 0 kills for Wildcard. So for them, starting out on the defense here on
Attackers
Bank,
are heading out to defuse
mentioned that they are victorious against the Sonics. That is, I imagine, the only record we have of them on Bank. They've played it elsewhere throughout the stage, and meanwhile, we've got quite the winning streak here for Dark Zero on Bank. So I think early odds makers would have had it as a slight favorite towards Dark Zero heading into the matchup, especially with Pamba now picking in. Canadian now hopping onto a Montaigne. This could get ugly in a hurry.
Yeah, Monty is a big issue on a map like Bank, especially for open area where you can essentially just walk into the site and plant behind the bomb. You can't really stop him. It's very, very difficult. Sure, you're going to try and bring C4s and smoke to stop it, but it's only just a matter of time before you run out of all that utility, and Monty's just going to do what he does best and just be an absolute nuisance. Here he comes. This is how easy it is for Canadian. It's a big reason why we see Monty be banned on a map like Bank, because he's so strong. He can do this. We talk about Monty. Some of the stuff he can do, no one else can do this. Oh, and Wildcard are letting him get away with absolute murder. DZ, a freebie of a round. It shouldn't be happening, but here we are.
There goes Packer, the first one to fall somehow, as a plant was going down 5v5 in the middle of the bomb site, and now Canadian will just set up shop, fully deployed on the shield. Adam will attempt to swing out towards top square, but Pamba on the roof in a different area code will put him 6 feet under. It's a 5v3 now, and there go the smokes that could have potentially moved Canadian out of the way. You've got 2 nitro cells, and those are the only things left on the board left. There goes one. It barely does anything to Canadian. It'll be 1 for the Roni on Mark to grab Rice, and now Gavin has been downed as well, but traded out. It's now down to a 1v2, but you still got the Montaigne fully standing here. So Merc with no time on the board, it is impossible. And Dark Zero, after Canadian will do a little dance in celebration, will trade out, loses his mind into the face cam, and Dark Zero will take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, just too easy again for DZ. This time they just walked in the site, nobody's home. The lights are on, but nobody's home. That is how you look at that. They have everything sitting ready for the Monty, the smokes, the C4s. It should just be an absolute onslaught that Canadian should be walking into, but it wasn't. So, wildcards, you have to wake up. You have to get in the game, because DZ on a map like Bank, they will just have their way with you. They will.
I think, again, just to reiterate the stakes on this map on Bank, the last one of group stage, the last BO1 that we're going to see here in NAL Stage 2, it really is just win, and you're the 2 seed, lose, and you're either the 3 or the 4 seed, depending on how you lose. Because no matter what, the winning team is going to walk away with either 3 or 2 points. Oxygen's on 15. Both of these teams are on 14. So no matter what, somebody's walking away ahead of Oxygen in points. They'll secure the 2 seed. So round differential will only come into like a tie break with OXG for that 3 seed. It's really just as simple as, it doesn't matter how, just get a W, whether it be in overtime or in regulation. And I think for Wildcard here, just trying to scrap a couple rounds back, get back into this game, and remain competitive, because you never know what can happen once you get to overtime. It's not looking great right now for Wildcard. Man, this roam has been decimated, and also, like you said, the attention to detail on the bomb site, the smoke playing topside, unable to deal with the Montaigne that was just walking into site and planting. It's tough for Wildcard to start things out here.
They need to find their feet quickly. It's DZ bringing the hurt again with this Ying, and gonna make a lot of damage on that basement. Merc, of course, on the Warden will try and eliminate that Ying early on. But thinking twice, takes quite a lot of damage, and now rotates away the rest of his team. So DZ slowing down the pace just a little bit more. Obviously having to deal with these open area players is the big issue for them. I do like the position that Spirits is in. Playing that solo, it's just giving that information, seeing if he can spot somebody on cameras. Pamba's been downed. While trying to get the Candelas tossed in towards open area, but he can still be revived, so that utility doesn't go to waste. But Wildcard looking in better shape. They haven't lost early control of open area. And DZ, realistically, Rob, they're not even in the building. They're just sat outside.
Yeah, it sure looked like Dark Zero had ideas of being able to just walk their way down blue stairs, but Mark's putting up a decent fight there. Now it's Adam and Surf inside of open area, and small office in open as well. Trying to dissuade anyone from Dark Zero from working their way into the building. Spirits as well, topside with Solus. He's going to miss the crouch walk in from Rice, though. He's going to go right underneath him. The Beeper will give him the indication, and here comes Spirits in the vault, but not before Rice will get one onto Adam, and turning his attention back towards Spirits in the main lobby. Impacts the wall to open up 2 angles of opportunity. Playing Ring Around Rosie at the desk. Rice collects them both. So again, this roam for Wildcard dismantled by Dark Zero.
I don't know how Rice has got 2 kills, let alone 1 kill. He should have been dead as soon as the beepers went off, but it wasn't the case. Merc, who was on blue stairs earlier, has rotated towards main stairs, but because he has left his position, it gives DZ access to server. It allows them to get where they want to, and that is to start looking for that aggress in towards the site. There is still those hatches to deal with. They're not sure if anyone from Wildcard is still up in open area. We can see that there's not. But DZ don't know that. What a shot from Gav. Merc was holding the sliver. But Gav pre-fires perfectly. It's the headshot. And Wildcard, we thought it was looking good, Rob. A good shape being held, but nope, it's gone.
Surf will get one onto Rice with a smoke grenade to prevent the vision from Packer Chimera to be useful. The Nitro Cell goes flying out towards the bomb chassis, and that'll be Surf cutting down Gavini, but the plant is still going down amidst the smoke. Here comes Packer on the run, but the pre-fire inches away from collecting onto the torso of Canadian. Pamba will clean it up, and it's a swift 3-0 lead for Dark Zero. Not as simple that time around, but the same result nonetheless.
Oh, a moment of brilliance from Rice opened everything up there for Wildcard. They lost all control of that mid floor. I mean, Spirits, here's the beeper. That should be fed free to his players in open area. And sure, your teammate's been killed, but you need to get that kill back. You cannot give Rice a second. And then from there, positions get shifted around. DZ get what they were after initially, which was a very quick blue take. They still got that in the end. Wildcard, time out. It's needed. You've lost 3 rounds, 3 very different rounds as well, Rob. One round that you just got steamrolled in, very, very quickly just by not winning engagements. The second round, you're sleeping at the wheel. And in the third round, you're in a very strong position and you just let it slip through your fingers.
Yeah, I think that the other thing that I'm noticing here, and this is very anecdotal, there's not a lot of hard science behind this, but in all my years of watching Canadian play Rainbow Six and all the years that we've had face cams on this man, you can kind of pick up his mannerisms and his expressions. And all his expression right now in this face cam is telling me is, guys, we are so much better than this team. This team is not on our level. We just keep doing this over and over again, and there's no touching us. And it was a very different vibe in the space station game. It seemed like Canadian had a lot more respect for the skill level in that lobby and the ability to go back and forth. I don't think that the way these first 3 rounds have gone, that Wildcard have left an impression on Canadian or anyone on Dark Zero that there is much of a battle to be had here. 4 rounds away from cleaning it up as Dark Zero. Still plenty of time to get back into the game here for Wildcard as they'll head to Impellers and Archives defense and try and get some semblance of traction. But I'm just watching that face cam round after round for Canadian, and he seems just not quite disrespectful, but just assured that they are on a different plane of existence than Wildcard.
It's okay to, admire your heroes, Rob. I know that, Troy he's Superman to you, isn't he? That's the way that the Canadian fan base view this man. We've seen every emotion. Every emotion this guy can physically have, we've seen it over his tenure. He's one of the Hall of Famers. Well, whenever he retires, he will get into that Hall of Fame, but well, if he wants to retire again, there was that period where he fooled us, Rob. But, he's been around for so long. We know everything he's thinking. We know the way he operates. He's the only player to be able to take 3 different teams to a championship. That in itself is such a staple of what he can deliver. And, this DZ side, it's, the DZ mentality is they invest in youth and they keep the old man, they keep them right. And it's worked out for them. Major last year, they've been looking, I think, a lot sharper than what they have previous seasons, this current season. And, I think definitely they're favorites to go to the Major again. Oh, Spirits, no, you can't, no. Rob, cut the stream. I can't turn it off. I don't want to. My eyes are bleached. My eyes are bleached.
It's a Pamba party time, all right. There'll at least be one traded back from Wildcard, but Adam's gonna have to bail out. Just the overbearing presence of Canadian on the Montaigne pushing up the stock hallway. Packer will get one on the fadeaway as well onto Rice, but health advantage on the side of Dark Zero, manpower advantage on the side of Dark Zero. Packer's the lone man on the objective as Adam is still over towards open area, and it looks like Packer wants to get aggressive again towards the top of square stairs. This is again a round where it's just not quite there for Wildcard. It seems like Dark Zero are very content to wrap back towards lobby and try and go for a Teller's plant here. This is very difficult for the members of Wildcard remaining to be able to quell. This is looking dangerous here and looking like a potential 4-0 lead for Dark Zero.
It is. They don't have a good way of getting rid of Canadian. Nobody on the side of Wildcard has any utility left. No impacts, no nothing. Sure, a couple of goo mines are here and there, but they're easily spotted out, and Troy just has to go to the other doorway. It's as simple as that, and again, just feeds this information. Pamba walking down the stairs, catches him. Look at the teamwork, look at the synergy, look what that Monty brings, and an NGR gets the final pick. DZ, this is way too easy.
Way too easy indeed. And like I said, it seemed like from Troy's reactions through all of these rounds that he just had a feeling, he had an inclination based on how things had gone through those rounds that they were just on a different level. And it sure seems like they're demonstrating that in full force right now. Up 4-0. This is definitely not the same wildcard performance we saw against the Sonics in their first play day on Bank, in which, again, we will remind everyone that the wildcard was able to beat the Sonics 7-2 on this map. Yeah, Dark Zero here for the very last game, the very last best of one of the group stage of stage 2. Man, looking well in control right now. I think for Wildcard, you're kind of just trying to salvage what you can this half and move over to your attacking side, but Dark Zero's attacks or anything to go by. I don't know that swapping to the defense is going to make them any less threatening.
Oh, it just feels like a total mismatch. Total mismatch right now between Wildcard and DZ. Wildcard are not doing the generic stuff correctly. The lack of refrags is so apparent. Just allowing the Monty just to walk all over the map and not do a single thing about it. He's walking through everyone and they're just letting him do it. They are letting DZ get away with all of this. There's no fight back. DZ, you mentioned Troy and his emotions. You said he can see this as a weaker side. And he knows that, and that's why he's doing all the things he's doing, because he knows that Wildcard letting him do it.
Like Merc wants to try and take things back into his own control here, trying to swing out of the E-Box hallway, but get droned out here. So the best he can do is swing out and acquire a drone. But Canadian, once again, he's got off the Montane. He's over onto the Twitch, but he's doing some work with that Twitch drone on the objective as well, clearing out some mute jammers, and I don't think the plan has changed much here for Dark Zero. Seems like, once again, we're going to get some top square control, try and push into Kitchen. I don't know that Dark Zero has any designs to go beyond that, though, as it looks like it's only one roamer topside, Spirits the Warden. Over towards Checkers, the lone man who's supposed to hold this out, Pamba. Boy, we gave him some grief after Oregon, and he has turned things up to 11.
He has. He's stretched his legs. He's been able to get in there, and in comes the Candelas. Is he going to go for the jump in? Yes, he will. A Goomine will hit him in the foot, though. Stops him momentarily, but the Yings still are going off. And Packer, do you know that there's a Ying right beside you? C4 gets tossed, but Pamba's just going to dance right past it and pick up Packer nonetheless. Another Candela. Look at the ground that Pamba has gained for his side.
Just unloading with the T95. Well, down off Adam will finally get traded out, but not before he's able to claim 2 lives. Spirits retreating from the top side to get back into the bomb site. Now it seems like a false flag there, as Dark Zero really just kind of sent Pamba on a single-man mission to decimate what he could on the objective, and the rest of the attackers still off the bomb site. So it's done 2 important, crucial missions there. Pamba getting 2 picks, especially again onto the Smoke, who has not been long for this world. Able to get rid of the mute as well with a nitro cell onto the bomb site, and you're able to clear Spirits off the top floor, who's now trying to re-engage towards the printer window. But everyone again for Wildcard amassing on this main floor towards the bomb site, and Dark Zero are going to have the top control necessary to pinch in towards the bomb and make life very uncomfortable for Wildcard.
And DZ, they can amp up the pressure, then they can slow it right back down. They're playing mental warfare with Wildcard. Wildcard think, oh, they're inside, we have to rush back. But nope, that was just the trick to get you to leave your positions, to open up the space for DZ. More kills will trade back and forth. The remaining 2 players are in open area. Merc, great shot on the Canadian, now will rotate away. NGR, there's a bit of movement, and Merc makes a great rotate up the stairs, keeps him out of harm's way with 10 seconds to go. He is now the lone defender remaining, has the Solus gadget, can see where the plant's going to go down, has to drop in towards the hatch. Rice will go for the default plant, and now NGR has to drop in a great off-site angle position he's going to be sat in. Catches Merc by surprise. My, oh my. DZ do it again. 5-0.
Like you said, it was a good fight back there from Spirits and Merc in the bomb side, a 2v4 to the 2v2, and I did like the Merc rotation upstairs on the Solus to be able to see where the plant was going down. Just the unfortunate consequences that Spirits is alone.
His teammate died. Yeah, that's it.
Is really tough there for Spirits to win out that engagement. If he had won that 1v1, then obviously it's a much more winnable situation there for Wildcard. But man, beautiful work here. And again, Pamba on that solo entry, it really did seem like everyone on Wildcard bought the bait, which was they're all flooding in through printer window. No, it's one dude with 4 Candelas who's able to rip apart your hold on the objective, force everyone to retreat back to the site. So for Dark Zero, 5 clean attacking rounds, looking to make it a perfect 6-0 half and end out groups with a statement being made against Wildcard, not only securing the 2nd seed to be able to skip tomorrow's games and have a first round bye in the decider matches, but also really just kind of put their stamp on a nice beat down of the team that seemed to be the new kids on the block.
It's men versus boys. That's what it feels like. I think Wildcard, for the majority of their games they played this season, have looked incredible, and this is... They're going backwards almost. They took 10 steps forwards, and now they're going backwards, and it shouldn't be the case. It really shouldn't be. This team should be up here battling with the best, and should be battling against the likes of Dark Zero, but they are just... They're not in the right headspace today. I don't know what it is. This is not the Wildcard we've seen all season. It's not.
No, Merc was going for a spawn kill top square as well, just trying to get any kind of momentum going, but he's going to quickly fall away from there. As Pamba had actually used the Gara hook to get into CEO and really try and pick up that opening pick onto Merc, but Merc had already made his way down towards the archives. There's a rotation coming here, and again, another early rotation.
Pamba.
Cut down sprinting, and Pamba with 12 now. This is round number 6. He is at this moment averaging 2 kills a round. An unreal performance in stark contrast to what we saw from Oregon. And now for Surf, I think he's got to start debating bailing out. Spirits was also lone office. He is still in lone office. This gets misdroned by Dark Zero. Spirits has a flank of Dreams opportunity. But I think Rice just droned him out. And now I think Spirits has to fight his way back towards the elevator hallway, and he'll get cut down. Wildcard trying anything and everything available, and it's just not working.
Yeah, this is where they're trying too hard to find a kill. You know, it's desperate. Desperation stinks of it right now for Wildcard. And even look at this. Merc inside of Archives gets hunted. DZ are just tearing them limb from limb. This has been the heftiest one-sided we've seen in this league so far this season. This isn't even fair. It's not. No, Surf gets one back, but realistically, Rob, what's that going to do on the impact in the round?
Packer was swinging all the way up Marble Stairs towards the top floor. You get cut down to about 50 HP and tried to help Surf on the double swing out the open area double door, but gets decapitated for the trouble. So it leaves Surf now in a 1v4, the only man to claim a life on Dark Zero's side in this round thus far. Try and prevent, you'll have to ace to do it. A flawless half, 6-0. Here come the Candelas from the Canadian, all pouring down. Seems like a bunch of DZ attackers at least hit some goo mines there, so some utility getting some work done, but the Candelas continue to rain out as it's Rice putting the plant down. An entire magazine of that T5 will spray errantly and not collect on a single member of Dark Zero. The super shorty comes out in desperation. He's got to reload everything now, going head to head with a skeleton key, stuck in a corner like a rat in a maze with nowhere to go, 4 to find. You still got the super shorty out. And Merc is honestly sick of it now. It's at least down 1, but Surf will be unable to get that one back. It's a 6-0 half. Dark Zero in the driver's seat on match point, looking to claim that 2nd seed in style.
Smiles all around for DZ.
Yep.
And I think if you're Wildcards, you just smile for the pain. You may as well, because you're not coming back from this. There's no shot. There's not a hope that Wildcard are beating DZ right now. No way. DZ on top of the game. This is them in their element. This is their map. This is the map that they want to always play if they get the opportunity to. Pamba's on fire. NGR's immortal. He hasn't even died yet.
Didn't even notice that.
Oh, Rob, it's stunning. Absolutely stunning.
Yep. And I think for all the games that we've worked, you and me, Harry, for these wildcard games, like you said, wildcard have looked pretty promising and very good in those games. Now, a lot of those were border games, so, you know, take it with a grain of salt that it was a lot of repeated demonstration of ability on a singular map. But like we talked about off rip, this is a map they've won on this stage convincingly against another top team in Sonics, so...
They beat M80.
Yeah.
You know, like, that is a statement already for that side. And on a map like Skyscraper wasn't on border, you know, we've mentioned how good they were on border. They beat them Skyscraper. You know, it's disappointing. You know, I think it's a real stinger of a way to go out in your final game and put on this kind of performance with obviously playoffs looming so close. It's just a bit of a letdown for Wildcard today.
Yeah, and like you said, playoffs looming. It was the opportunity here. If you were able to win against Dark Zero in any fashion, you're going to be able to skip tomorrow's games and wait until next week for your first best of 3. But now it's Wildcard trying to imitate what they saw from Dark Zero. They will be successful in grabbing NJR. So there goes the smoke. Then a little bit of damage, but honestly, not a lot for the amount of utility that's been sacrificed here from Dark Zero. This will chase the member on Blue Stairs Canadian all the way back up. Oh, this is looking pretty good for the Montaigne push here for Wildcard to at least get one on the board.
Yeah, hopefully they can just walk down, and Merc is in the site, and not a single person knows that Merc is there. Will get defragged by Gav, but the damage has been done. They've eliminated the Goyo, and the smoke is gone. The Monty now just comes into the element. Canadian, he gets eliminated, and yeah, looks as if Wildcard is not going to be the clean sweep for DZ that they would have wanted, unless this man can have a party of his own right now, and the swing and gets that DMR, but nothing happens at the moment. Looks towards the hatch, will find one, drops in, will try and take the 1v1 against the Monty, who tries to get the pistol kill on the Pamba, who now rotates away toward main stairs. Know that they still have that Lion to deal with, creeps up towards the main stairs. Here's the beeper goes off, will know that Lion has rotated in towards open area, but never mind, Surf is playing games with him. He's rotated all the way in towards Tellers, play off the Monty, use that information, knows that Pamba will drop, tries to get the 2 mines in, but it's only a matter of time before Surf comes in and sweeps up the final kill. Diffuser slowly ticking out of sight for Pamba. Spirits tried to get his kill, but instead will feed Pamba even more so. Does not have enough time to stick that. Gumine goes off, and there goes the kill. Surf with an easy swing. Wildcard at least have something to talk about. They got 8 rounds.
You can see Packer clapping there, smiles, like you said, smile through the pain, clap it up, you know, just take what you can. This is looking ugly, but hey, we have seen 6-0 comebacks before. They are not common by any stretch of the imagination, but I think for Wildcard here, it's just kind of salvaging what you can, take it 1 round at a time. Don't get too overwhelmed by the mountain of a task in front of you. And I think for Dark Zero, they're getting fed a little bit of their own medicine. It's not bad for them. You should be able, if you're going to have that Montaigne up and have at your disposal to use, that means the other team's going to have it available to them as well. So some practice reps in on being able to play against that Montaigne. First round, not as successful. We'll see if Wildcard continue that.
DZ have another chance to close it out in good fashion. They will head towards the Tellers and Archives, and I feel as though we haven't really talked much about the strategies that teams have been implementing, because it has been just so kill-based and one-sided draw. But for the mid floor, I'm still not the biggest fan. I think it's got a lot of issues in terms of the verticality is everywhere, and also there's a lot of walls that you can open up. You know, and if you want to go Teller's Archives, you are forced to have to extend out in towards open area and extend in towards that top floor. You just can't sit in this site. You have to try and really stretch your legs and control roughly about... You're looking at controlling nearly 60% of the map. DZ are not extending into open area, though. They're just going to lock it up. Triple wall fully reinforced. It's gone. And they've put a lot more of their utility towards the top floor, where teams would almost play a little bit more loose in top floor. Shoot a couple of drones, fall back early on into open area, where they'll have the majority of their off-site presence. Oh my goodness.
Well, there goes Merc, start things off. A beautiful, disgusting, filthy shot there from Rice towards the lobby rappel. This will be Adam trying to open up the elevator as well. Montaigne has already made his way up, but another one picked off by Rice. Doing some damage here on the Spirits, but the hip fire will only get 1 as Pamba joins in with the super shorty. And now it's all falling apart here for Wildcard. Torn to pieces the top of Marble Stairs. It's just Surf alone. He's inside a CEO trying to push his way through Banana. And it's yet another goo mine trying to pull that out. Pamba will try and swing and make it 18. Gonna make it 18, currently on 17. He'll actually bail out. He'll play it a little bit smarter here. So for Surf, last man standing, he's just gonna try and finish this one out with a few more frags. And swinging wildly will not be successful. It's Dark Zero to collect the number 2 seed after group stage. A beautiful performance from Dark Zero with a 7-1 decisive victory over Wildcard on Bank. And with all that being said, that is the end of our group stage here in North America for stage 2. And to break down all the ramifications of that victory from Dark Zero and where everybody seeds out, we throw it to the desk and our best analysts.
Show up in that game, but part of me is also really proud for Dark Zero losing to Space Station and then just kind of saying, screw it, we no longer care. Let's just give Panba Ying and see what he does with it. That felt like what happened in this game as Dark Zero secures second place, just like that.
Obliterated Wildcard. Oh my God. Merc was begging for them to give him a chance at some point. He was typing in chat.
What did he say? We didn't even do anything to y'all.
Yeah. What did we do to you? Who hurt you?
One out of that smoke, man.
But no,
too funny.
Amazing game. We talked earlier in the show as well about how good two particular players have been, Panba and NJR, two players who are having career KDRs. And what do they do through this game? Panba drops, I think, 30 kills throughout the map. And NJR, aside from one goofy Monty play inside a server, basically is a flawless game. May as well have gone the entire map without dying a single time. Those two players in particular both played fantastic. Rice popping off on that final round, hitting some nasty shots from up on the top floor. Gavin was there doing well. Canadian was playing some Monty. Just a great showing from Dark Zero. They should feel so good about this game.
And this is what I wanted to talk about going into the map bans is I had a feeling that DZ picking this map, they were trying to find a map and a weak map, not the worst map, but just a weak map overall that didn't look super strong on Wildcard's end that they could capitalize on and, you know, figure out the things that they need to do in order to solidify these rounds. And it literally showed in every single round that DZ had a plan, they had a vision, and they took full advantage where Wildcard couldn't put numbers or play it back and just ran away with it entirely.
Let's talk to Troy about this barn burner that honestly probably should have gone longer for some reason. Good stuff, Troy. Just tell me if I got this right. Vegas weather for some reason means you can't play the game on time, so then you have to play 2 games back to back, which already kind of pisses you off, and then you lose the first game, so then you go into the second game just kind of going, you know what, let's throw caution to the wind and kind of do whatever. How right or wrong am I on that?
I think, well, you're right about the weather. I think other than that, you're wrong.
Fair.
I mean, we knew the second game's the one that mattered. Like, regardless of what happened the first game, we could have lost the first game. As long as we won the second game, we could get second place. We also played that first game first, and we had that in mind. You know, the second game was the one that mattered. We didn't want to reveal anything or anything like that. So, you know, we definitely made sure that we were going to win the second one. Obviously, I mean, maybe a little pissed off. Forrest has the audacity to be talking a little shit when he's 6th place and winning a pointless match, barely, but, you know, we'll see him when he matters.
Okay, Troy. Okay, well, listen, you guys had to play back-to-back games today. For you, I mean, I think you saw about 3 gunfights that entire second map, but for the rest of your teammates, do you think they got warmed up in that first match? Do you think that was a big help for them to come out the gate roaring and ready to go against Wildcard?
I think so. I'd say somewhat of a warm-up. But yeah, I mean, I think we were just playing good. I think we were even playing okay in the SSG match.
Totally.
It's just a tough map. It's definitely an entirely different map than Bank is. Bank's a lot more free-flowy. Oregon's a lot more, you know, execute-heavy.
Yeah.
So things play out a lot different. I don't know. Some close rounds didn't go our way on Oregon. Some did. It's just how it goes.
So my question to you, it's just maybe to touch up on what I talked about in the pre-show or the pre-game is, you guys picking Bank, was that solely seeing them, how they played against Sonics and seeing areas that you guys know that you could capitalize on and kind of run away with those rounds? Because to me, watching that game, it just looked like you guys had a plan and executed every single time perfectly.
I mean, we definitely, at least me especially, I definitely did my homework on their Bank. But I mean, it's definitely a comfort map for us as well. I think, you know, any team that does, you know, an ounce of preparation knows that we like Bank. So,
okay,
yeah, well, I just think comfort, and we definitely did prepare as well. But,
yeah, for sure.
Last question for you. Before we let you go and then start prepping for whoever you end up facing next week, I think the general expectation for DZ for a long time was whenever a new player gets added to the team, sometimes it takes a little bit for them to actually settle in and to start seeing some top-tier results. You got to second place and get a first-round bye in your first stage with Rice. I'm sure for him that has to feel fantastic, but what does it feel like for you guys getting this result after the first couple weeks?
I mean, it's definitely really nice. I mean, getting second, it's huge for preparation advantage in playoffs. At the end of the day, all that matters is you make playoffs. But the preparation advantage is huge, and yeah, definitely proud that we made it happen with a new roster already. But yeah,
I mean, look at Mint.
We also.
He's doing a cameo moment right now, just looking over the stats.
Really
on that board.
He doesn't even realize.
He's not even done. He doesn't realize the game's over.
All right, good stuff from you, man. Is there anything else you want to say before we let you go?
No, I honestly forget what I was about to just say. So, thanks for having me on. Yeah, you're all good. Thanks for having me on. See you guys in playoffs. Yeah, take care.
Can't wait. Brother. Enjoy the other week off. We'll see you next week.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, that's it. We're done. Groups are over with. And it's, I don't know, what? Just show the standings before I actually try and, recite everything from memory because I'm not going to be able to. M80 and DZ get the first week off. They do not play tomorrow. Oxygen will play Sonics. And Wildcard will play Space Station in our very first games of playoffs.
Some exciting games going on there. Merc on Wildcard against his old teammates back on SSG. That's going to be spicy. Oxygen versus Sonics, one of my favorite matchups to watch in the NAL. They always play such great games against one another. Oh, I am excited for tomorrow.
That wildcard Space Station, I think, is the one that sticks out to me the most. I love to see a player that might have got replaced, let go, then come back to play him and showcase, this is why you don't drop me. Or this is why we dropped you. I love that 50-50 of what that can turn out to be.
All right, so we got nothing else left for you today. But here's what's coming up next. Best of threes, because we're finally back in that territory. It only took, 6 straight days of doing best of ones, but now we get to see what these teams are really made of. A couple of teams already said it earlier. Tomorrow is where the true North American League actually begins, and I, for one, am absolutely inclined to agree with them. Just as a reminder for what games are happening tomorrow, Oxygen plays Sonics, Space Station plays Wildcard. Keep an eye on our socials, R6 Esports NA on Twitter, in order to figure out which game is actually happening when, but we will be back here same time, same place tomorrow to start this whole shindig up with a couple new stipulations. The road to Atlanta really does start here with our top 6 teams. Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.